So my name is Trustee Chernis Lin, and want to thank Trustee Deborah Williams, who is beside me and has stepped in to act as Vice Chair this afternoon to help with running this meeting. So very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. And at this time, I would like to ask for a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda that is before
Point of
us.
order, Madam Chair. Before approving the agenda, I would like to get some clarification on the following from the governance.
Some clarification on, I didn't hear what you said. You're looking for
Yeah, I want
clarification
some
on
clarification on the following item from the governance, because I have some issue with the agenda.
the voting item from the government?
Now the voting, I have a following questions from the governance regarding some clarification regarding today's agenda.
Okay, sure. Please ask your question, Trustee Pei.
Okay, I have a few questions. Number one, why wasn't the agenda provided 3 business days in advance in violation of bylaw 5.12.2? I understand that timing issues came up, but this is repeated and recurrent problem. And as trustee, it's our job to be accountable to public in assuring the board properly follow its own bylaws. Why does this continue to happen? May I have an explanation for this? Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I think there was a bit of confusion and some challenge in getting this agenda out in a timely manner, because if you recall, we had a very late meeting last week where we were unable to finish the PSSC agenda. And so we had moved 2 items to this committee because we thought it was the only spot that we could place them, because we have so few nights left and so few meetings planned left in June, because the school year is ending. And when the meeting closed, it was brought to our attention that it would be problematic to have the Combating Hate and Racism Strategy, which was the item we were still on, happen this evening at this evening's meeting, because this meeting is being held on a Jewish holiday called Shavuot. And Trustee Alexandra Loka-Rotman was on the list still with questions, and she would have been unable to attend, and this would have presented a problem from that perspective, because this was an item that she still had questions to ask. She was on the list. So we looked for an alternative, and it took us some time to land a meeting that we could get quorum on. We tried a variety of different things, and eventually we landed on a special PSSC in consultation between the chairs of the 2 committees and governance and the director, as to what we could do to solve this problem. And so in the end, we have scheduled a special PSSC for 7 p.m. on June 18th. And that was when we were able to get quorum. And so we will finish those agenda items that were originally scheduled for PSSC at that meeting. So I do apologize. I know it did take us a little while to get that agenda out. That was due to the challenges we were facing with this, because we didn't want to put something on an agenda and then we just couldn't figure out how to put it on an agenda, take it off an agenda, put it on a different agenda. So we were just trying to figure out all these logistical problems once it was brought to our attention that it was Shavuot. I would just ask whether,
this is a repeated issue
just
with the agenda.
Before you go, I would just ask governance staff, if Ms. Joseph Dowers is sitting beside me, if you have anything further to add. I'm not sure if I explained it correctly. Okay.
Madam Chair, this is not first time. This is actually a repeated issue with the agenda. As I recall correctly, for our last GPC meeting, which is on May 29th, the agenda also is 1 day late. So I just don't understand why is the staff always have issue to provide the agenda in the timely manner, which is following our bylaws.
So,
Point of order, Chair.
yes, Trustee Radhikulasingam.
As the chair of the Governance and Policy Committee, I can confirm that for GPC, the agenda was on its way out on Friday. The only reason why there was a little delay was because Trustee Pei had 2 motions he was trying to get onto the agenda. It was then decided that the best way to move his motions would be through a motion of substitution, because we couldn't hold staff back from posting the agenda late. Staff had worked beyond beyond work hours to try and find the best solution. So I just want to make it clear that the GPC agenda was posted on time until those 2 motions that Trustee Pei wanted to bring forward were brought forward, and they were trying to find the best route for that. So I just wanted to make that clear, because public is listening and we have to be clear that governance is following the right procedure.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Radhikulasingam. There are indeed often a lot of working parts, and I know everybody is always doing their best to try to get things out in as timely a manner as possible. Obviously, I do thank you for clarifying that with the GPC agenda, because I obviously I'm not on GPC as a regular member, and I'm not the chair. So thank you for that inside baseball of explaining that to us. And I can attest that I know there are often a lot of moving parts, Trustee Pei, to how these pieces go. And I know the intention is always, always, always to try to get things out as quickly as possible. But sometimes, like what the case that Trustee Radhikulasingam just explained, sometimes there are other pieces where staff are trying to accommodate trustees and all of those pieces, and sometimes we don't quite reach those time slots as often as as explicitly as we might like. But I think there's always an absolute good faith effort, and sometimes there are reasons those things happen, like the one that Trustee Radhikulasingam just explained. So I hope that answers your question. Your comments are noted, and I'm sure everybody will do their best.
Actually, Madam Chair, regarding that, I do not agree with Trustee Radhikulasingam, because in the past we always publish agenda in time, 3 days in advance. But if anything we need like revise, edit, we can always submit a new script, in the way we can, kind of modify the agenda or revise the agenda. So I just don't understand why is timely manner is not being followed in these 2 instances. Understand, the accommodation always is an issue, and I appreciate the staff try to accommodate, but that is not really an excuse that we should constantly violate our bylaws.
So I don't think this is constantly happening, but your request is duly noted, and I think we can take your feedback and work to our due diligence to try to make sure we, as often as possible, are within those parameters, noting that sometimes things change when there are extraneous situations, such as the one at GPC last time, or the unusual confluence of events that happened in this case. So thank you for your feedback, and hopefully we can now move on with the agenda.
No, sorry, Madam Chair. I have another issue is, I don't understand, like PSSC made a decision to move those 2 items. One is a combat hate and racism, another safe and caring school report, to PPC. So it's really, if that decision be made, those 2 items already on PPC. So really, if you want to move to another special meeting, I think it's really bylaw, it should be determined by PPC. The majority trustee should vote on this. I just don't understand why this one is we're not informed. regarding the change. We still don't know why the special PSSC going to be.
So thank you for your feedback. What I can tell you is that when we made this decision, the decision was based on the fact that these items were originally on the PSSC agenda. They are within the mandate of the PSSC committee. The bylaws, item number in the bylaws 5.12.1, the content of the agenda at committee will be determined by the committee chair in consultation with the committee vice chair if available and the director or designate. So you can refer to those. We followed the bylaws of making this decision. The chair and vice chair of PPC conferred with the chair and vice chair of PSSC, as well as the director, as well as governance staff, as well as conferring with the bylaws in making this decision. Please note that we have very few days left in June. It's important that we get through the business of the board, and we were looking for the most efficient way to do this while maintaining the integrity of committee mandates. So when we made that decision at 11:55 p.m., we were looking for somewhere to put it on an agenda. As I stated, when we were informed that it was a Jewish holiday and the trustee in question could not be here tonight to do that, the appropriate thing for us taking in human rights accommodations into our thoughts was to move it to another time where we could create a meeting. We did that. It is scheduled for June 18th at 7 p.m., and I hope you can make it. We do have quorum for that. So I think I've answered your question.
Okay, so I agree that religious accommodation can and should be made. Understand that. I just want to know how the decision being made, whether it's following on bylaws. Thank you, Madam Chair. My next question is, my constituents tell me that they have requests to delegate on this matter, but have been told that delegation are no longer being allowed, except in writing or potentially at a meeting in the new school year. My constituents want to be heard on this matter and look like very bad for us, like we are silencing them. On what grounds is the board preventing them from delegating today or at a special meeting next week? Delegates are now limited to speaking to a specific matter, and nothing prevents us from allowing delegates at a special meeting. Please provide me a rationale for this using procedure on delegates, PR 718. I just don't understand why.
So the thinking, Trustee Pei, was that it would be a continuation of the previous meeting. So it was really to continue those items. We've already had delegations on that. Of course, people are always welcome to send in a written delegation. Given the fact that this meeting is scheduled for 7 p.m., it would be very challenging to have a whole series of delegations and still get to the continuation of those agenda items and actually finish that business of the board. So that is the thinking behind it. It is, of course, always up to the committee chairs to determine what they take in form of delegations.
So why we allow them to delegate on this board?
I would just remind you that I'm not the chair of the Program and School Services Committee either. So I think we could probably take this offline at this point because we are really on the agenda tonight. The topic, is right now we're on approval of the agenda. I just want to remind you of this agenda in front of us.
I understand, Madam Chair. I know we want to approve agenda. I have an issue with the agenda. I hope you can answer my question. Why is the delegates not allowed to delegate on this meeting? I just understand. I know it's going to move to another special meeting. That's okay. The delegates want their voice heard, right? It's not their fault. They submitted to the wrong meeting. It's basically our fault. We didn't inform them, and then we moved to another meeting. To be honest, as trustee, I still don't know when the next PSSC is going to be.
So then the next PSSC, the continuation of the original PSSC, as I stated, is on June 18th, Trustee Pei. I would just remind you that when we review delegation requests, we follow item number 6.22, where it says, if, as determined by the chair of committee, the number of oral delegation requests is such that it cannot be accommodated at a meeting, the chair of the committee may request that delegates be contacted and the option be proposed for a delegate to submit a written delegation instead of an oral delegation. That was done with all requests, as far as I am aware, that came in today. So I feel we have followed the procedure that is before us. And we have a number of delegations which we are still waiting to get started on because we haven't approved the agenda. Delegates who are delegating this evening, many are in the room at the moment, who are waiting to delegate on the items that are before us. And there are a number of things on this agenda. And I would just remind everybody, and I know I have stated it a number of times today, but there are not many nights left in our calendar in order to get through the business of the board. And we have a pretty jam-packed agenda tonight that we do need to get through, including many people who have been waiting to start their delegations. And we have a number of meetings still to come this week. We have our budget to finish. That may take extra meetings. We have the added PSSC to finish that one. We have a board meeting, and many of us have a number of commitments for the rest of the month. So it really is a matter of committee chairs trying to determine how best to get through the business of the board. It is not that we don't want to hear from community, we do, but there are many ways for people to contribute their opinions and their feedback and their perspectives. And one of those ways is oral delegations, emails, a written delegation. Those we continue to accept when we don't have time to take all of our oral delegations. Thank you.
Madam Chair, what about procedure 6.23?
So are you asking whether we could do a special meeting of the committee to hear all delegations?
I think that's
what you're
our
requesting?
responsibility. We have to.
So
there's no choice. There's no other choice.
Well,
because we changed the agenda.
I would remind you that we did take delegations on this already, on the item that you're talking about. We have taken a number of delegations. I can certainly take that back to staff to see if there's an afternoon or something that we might be able to fit in. But I think that will be challenging given the situation that I have already explained a number of times this evening to you. But I take that back, but it's not something that it is not something that we are required to do. It's something we may do, but it's not something, when I look at it, that we must do.
So, Madam Chair, could you just read out the 6.23 for me and let the public know what is this?
Pardon? Okay. Yes, I can read it. Item number 6.23, if following discussions with the delegates, the chair of the committee determines that the number of expected oral delegations is still high, the chair of the committee may recommend to the chair of the board and the director or designate to invoke the exceptional circumstances provision as defined in section 3.0 and call a special meeting to the committee to hear all delegations. So, Trustee Williams is chair of PSSC, and she can certainly discuss this with me because this item, as I've stated, is at PSSC. So we can certainly take this offline and have a discussion when we have time with the director.
So may I ask a legal opinion from the staff regarding this item?
You're asking for an opinion
from the legal staff regarding whether we should hold a special meeting to the delegates who want delegates in person, who wanted their voice heard by the trustees, not in written.
I believe the requirement is that it's up to the chair of the committee and the chair of the board in consultation, as I read it, in consultation with the director or her designate. So I don't believe that that's up to legal, but perhaps legal would like to comment on that.
Through the chair, this is a governance matter, and as you correctly noted, through the bylaws, this is a decision of the chair of the board. Thank you. Or the chair of the committee.
And as I've stated, we will take this feedback. I'm sitting beside the chair of PSSC, but right now we are on approval of the agenda that is before you. So I think the appropriate thing to do is to move on with this agenda. We will take your suggestion back and we will circle back with you when we have time to actually discuss it, because right now it is after 5 o'clock and we have yet to start this meeting in terms of getting onto the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate your consideration. I think it's for this board, we have to be accountable to the public. If the public want to speak to us, want to have their voice heard, we have to hear them. So please do consider to make accommodation for another special meeting to hear the delegates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. At this time, I'd like to ask for a mover and a seconder. Thank you, Trustee Arts and Trustee King. All those in favor of approving the agenda? Any opposed? Okay, and that has carried. So, thank you everyone for your patience with getting this meeting started. Before we move on to delegations, I just would ask trustees, does anybody have any declarations of conflict of interest? Okay. Hearing none, I would just also ask, have any trustees joined since roll call so that we can mark you as present?
Sriskandarajah.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah. Okay. Trustee Patel, are you here? Okay, we'll mark him as absent. Okay, so we will now move on to item number 4, which is delegations.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Is that
Can you hear
Trustee
me?
Patel?
Yes, Trustee Patel.
Okay, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So delegations allow the public to address the committees of the board and are designed to ensure that members of the public can provide information and perspectives to trustees as we navigate the decision-making process. Delegates are reminded that they are to provide input in a respectful and constructive manner and should not engage in any behavior that is contrary to the board's code of conduct, the human rights policy, or our delegation procedure. We have a number of delegations tonight. Each delegation was, I don't think we gave out numbers today, did we? No. The way this works is you will each have 5 minutes to speak to the committee. At the 1 minute mark, when you have 1 minute left, you will hear a ding, like a little bell, and that will just signal to you that you have 1 minute left. When you're finished your delegation, we would just ask that you wait a moment because there may be trustees who have questions of clarification for you. And trustees are allotted 3 minutes for questions of clarification. So without further ado, we will get started on our first delegate this evening, Heather Mitchell, co-chair of the Space Coalition and co-chair of Community Sport Collective and member of CUSAC. And welcome. Heather is in the room with us. Thank you. And you may start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm just going to clarify that the Space Coalition stands for Saving Public Access to Community Space Everywhere, and that I sit on CUSAC representing sport and recreation. I'm a retired elementary principal of the TDSB and a former phys ed teacher. And I have been a participant in the cricket reference group of the City of Toronto for over 2 years. And most recently, I participated in a CUSAC cricket working group to explore the development of cricket facilities within the TDSB. And today I'd like to share some information that I hope will be helpful in discussion regarding this motion. The preamble of the motion addresses some very key issues around the development of cricket. However, I would like to note that having spoken with a number of the TDSB conveners and coaches of cricket, it's enjoying a significant growth period right now in the system, and I'm particularly impressed at the significant number of young females who are participating in the sport and hope to see them continue in the broader community. Regarding the resolutions, in Section A, there are 2 points that I believe 1 and 2 might actually be combined, because as I mentioned, there is a working group already established through CUSCAC, and if it was perhaps combined so that those 2 groups, that group plus a few added members, could make it less of a duplication of effort, because I think the group was convened, first of all, by Maya Puchetti, the Executive Officer of Facilities and Planning. It included Simon Hewitt, the Senior Leasing Officer of the Toronto Lands Corporation, and Richard Christie, the Senior Manager of Sustainability. So there's good board representation. There was also the secondary panel convener of cricket available and involved. And if it was bolstered a little bit by having some elementary representation and perhaps another facilities department representative, it would be a more rounded group and would perhaps eliminate the need for both Part 1 and Part 2 of the initial resolution. So it might read like that the director directs an expansion of the existing volunteer cricket working group of TDSB staff to include those aforementioned components. And then the rest of that statement would stand, as it would mean that they would work together throughout the 2024-2025 school year. In terms of point 3, I'd like to suggest that it actually falls within the purview of teaching staff, and because it's already a component of the Ontario curriculum, teachers are required to deliver that curriculum by addressing key learnings and strands, and they integrate them into their lessons. Any given sport becomes the vehicle through which those strands are addressed. So it isn't always necessary to consider and center out any one sport over another. And especially since a lot of teachers, well, generally teachers develop their own expertise in a variety of sports, and they create their lessons accordingly by introducing those elements of the curriculum that are required. So in terms of that point 3, I question whether it's necessary to be in the motion. I'd also like to suggest that given the similarities between point 4 in the resolution part B, and again to avoid duplication of effort, they could be folded together, wherein the chair could direct a consultation process be structured to allow for inclusive, broader community input into the delivery of cricket programming within the TDSB. And that process could invite specific groups such as OSCA, the Ontario Schools Cricket Association, TDSB teachers, coaches, and conveners. City of Toronto Recreation Division is also implementing a program for development of cricket. The Toronto Accessible Sport Council, monitoring those with disabilities being included, would also be very helpful in having their voice heard. The feedback from the consultation process could also be used to inform the cricket working group with respect to the types of facilities that might be required, depending on what type or level of cricket is being played. And just as an aside, in terms of city initiatives and other boards of education, the issue of a cricket strategy is already being addressed on the agenda of the City School Boards Committee for next week. As a side note, the City of Toronto has been developing a cricket strategy as a component of the facility's 20-year master plan. And that person who's in charge of the program has already had contact with the 2 representatives I mentioned previously of the TDSB. So there is already a healthy working group in place and a lot of work being done. And in terms of programming, I'm sure everyone knows there's all sorts of resources available out there. I would like to highlight the fact that the Sport for Life Society uses scientific research to underpin the long-term development framework for any sport. The National Coaches Certification Program has a fantastic online resource. And
Heather? Heather, I just want to alert you that your time is up, unfortunately. Okay.
Thank you. And I just want to say that I think right now the board's doing a pretty darn good job anyway.
Just wait while we just check to see if, are there any questions from trustees? No. Okay, thank you very, oh, Trustee Shen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, to the delegate, is there, the delegate mentioned the board is doing a great job. I know a number of staff are working really hard, but is the delegate aware of how many teams, elementary teams participated in this year's cricket tournament in Scarborough, maybe, or any numbers to show that the growth is reflected in the number of teams?
In the elementary panel, there were approximately 42. Bear in mind that in order to field a team, there has to be a sufficient number of children in the program in the school, and that not all staff have the capacity to instruct or coach. So what would help would be to consider supporting the staff development, and that would in turn allow for development of program for students. 42 at least in the elementary, and in the secondary, there were, and it fluctuates over the past couple of years, but I think and I'm sure there are other members of delegations today who can confirm it, but there were at least 33 plus in, maybe it was 43 in the secondary panel, and again in the young ladies category, I think we were up to 16. I was able to attend an event where a number of those young ladies participated this past fall, and it was an extremely enlightening and encouraging opportunity to see their enthusiasm. And I hope they get to continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thanks to the delegate. Just have one more question. I've been following a number of cricket-related stuff in the TDSB as well, and have some stats as well. But wanted to follow up on the strands comment the delegate made around it's left to the teachers. Is there any analysis on how many teachers actually use cricket as one of the sports to do the strands that's mentioned from any records that the delegate might have?
To my knowledge, no, but what a great question, because that's exactly something that the working group could investigate over the course of the school year next year. Perfect.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Don't go away yet. Trustee King, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you as well, Ms. Mitchell, for coming in. I just wanted to follow up on one of the comments you made in response to Trustee Shan regarding staff capacity. Just wanted to clarify whether you're suggesting that there is perhaps a lack of capacity in terms of time and energy, or are you speaking more of know-how and ability to be able to deliver cricket programming?
A bit of both. In terms of timing, being able to offer the staff the opportunity to release time to do training, to actually attend events with their staff, with their students. The other component, obviously, is the facilities that, the facility of the staff themselves to learn and advance their skills so they can share that with their students. Workshops within the system would be great. The funding of those is always an issue, of course, but I think time is one thing to allow them to be released to do that. And another element would have been the funding and providing the resources for them to use to actually do the training. There are a lot of good people out there who could be brought in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Heather, for coming this afternoon to share your experience and input with us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Up next, we have Mahendra Ram, cricket coach and convener. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mahendra Ram. I'm a teacher at York Memorial Collegiate. If you remember, that was a school that burned down a few years ago in 2019. So as you can imagine, cricket has been a struggle for us, but we have managed to be very successful. So I'm just going to read my paper here that I've written, so we get to the point. Good afternoon. I believe some of you know me, Madam Chairperson, Trustee Shah, and Trustee Zaki Patel. We've met over the past couple of years at York Memorial and at other locations. My name, as I said, Manager Ram from York Memorial. I'm here with my colleagues Eric Lum and Tim Stone, along with Farida Babur, who was one of our first girls cricketer for TDSB when we start playing outdoors. I'm here because we have great concerns about the cricket development motion proposed by Trustee Shan and Trustee Sri Skantaraja. We were surprised that this motion was proposed without consulting the teachers and cricket coaches, since Eric and I are the high school conveners for boys and girls cricket, and Tim is one of the middle school conveners. We have represented cricket for the past 24 years, and without sounding presumptuous, we are responsible for developing cricket within the TDSB. And to answer one of the questions earlier, we have coached over 200 teachers to play cricket, and we have 70 middle schools playing cricket, and about this year, 50 high school playing both boys and girls. We have 9 teams of girls currently running. Right, that was ended as of last Friday. The cricket we see our students playing successfully are a direct result of our volunteering 10 to 15 hours per week, coaching and convening. That is roughly 10,000 hours of volunteering for cricket in our teaching career. We have also provided training and workshops during PDs to over 100 teachers this year. We have also provided coaching certification through Coach Ed. So Tim here is an ICC level 2 coach. Although certification is not a necessity for coaching, we do not seek any form of compensation or reward. We are teachers, and the health, wellness, and inclusion of our student athletes come first. On a side note, we held our athletic banquet yesterday at York Memorial, and the senior male and senior female athlete of the year were both cricketers. The foundation of our cricket program is based on the trust that exists between teachers and students. It is independent of the sports itself. We have created a safe and caring environment where all our students from any background, Canadian-born or newcomers, all genders, nationality, religion, or creed, have an equal opportunity to play cricket. I have over the years had students who are Greek, Scottish, African from various backgrounds, South Asians from various backgrounds, Vietnamese, Chinese, Filipinos, Afghani, Turkish, West Indian, and this year we even have an indigenous student playing with us, all of whom came to cricket through our program. So why all the fuss now in 2024? It all started in 2007 when 5 TDSB schools met at a coaches meeting and decided we should start a girls cricket league. We began playing with tape tennis balls. We struggled to maintain the league due to lack of interest and experience with the girls playing cricket, a non-traditional sports for girls. But we kept training them along with my colleagues at George Harvey. We would play each other weekly. Some years we would have a league in the West region only, and some we did not. It's quite a bit. 24 years in 2 pages, 5 minutes, not gonna work. Then in 2012, SEMA, now called OSCA, came knocking at our doors and wanted to promote cricket, and together we launched the first female outdoor cricket program, and it grew to include Peel. Then in 2014, we had our first female student tryout for SEMA Cricket Across the Pond program on a boys team, because there was no pathway for girls to continue their cricket development. So in just under 2 years, we went from tape ball to hardball for one of our female athletes. Then in 2016, Eric and I formed an East and West region, TDSA League, and held our first city championship. By 2019, before COVID, we were 12 teams strong, competing both indoors and outdoors. When cricket resumed in 2019, we only had 5, now we're back to 9. And my time is up, but I have a lot more. But
Okay, we have a speakers list. So Vice Chair Shan followed by Trustee McLean. Please go ahead, Vice Chair Shan.
Thank you, Mr. Ram, for your delegation, and thanks to all the other coaches that are joining you. I've had the privilege to know all of the work that you are doing. I just wanted to ask, this is a development of a strategy, not necessarily the strategy itself. Is there a benefit for the school board to engage people like you who are there to actually get your input to make sure that the work that you're doing is sustainable? So would you see a benefit in a strategy that is in consultation with the ones that you and the rest of the members you mentioned, to develop a strategy that others can follow based on your experience?
Well, a strategy is always good. You have a learning plan, you follow it, but it has to be within the TDSB. It has to be part of our curriculum, which is already is, and it has to be run by teachers. Anytime we have outside influence, things do not go well, right? A partnership has to be indirect. It cannot be someone coming in and taking charge of school programs. Right.
Yeah, definitely. Has there been, through you, Madam Chair, a kind of a consultation done by the school board with all of the people like you, particularly you and the ones that are there, to sit down and get input to develop a strategy that could be used in other parts of the city where it might need some growth?
Yes, we approached George Curtis, who is part of the head of TDSA, and we reached out to him in November, and we're still waiting for that meeting. Eric and I and Tim was supposed to be there, but he couldn't make that meeting. We were planning on having a board-wide, not only just TDSB, but York region and other regions, where those at George's level would meet and form a strategy that will develop cricket across not just TDSB, but Ontario as well.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the delegation and thanks for all the work.
Thank you. Nice to see you again or hear from you.
Trustee McLean.
And through the, I'd like to thank you and your colleagues for all the good work you're doing to grow the sport and to provide the opportunity to many TDSB students who might not have come to cricket naturally in their neighborhoods or because of their cultural backgrounds and whatnot. I guess I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but is it your position that
Convener.
we shouldn't fix it? It's not broken, so it doesn't need a remedy, or is?
I don't think it's broken. I think we need more support. Like any sport, every sport, not just cricket, there is a pattern when teachers that run a program retire or move to a new school, that program suffers. And that goes for every sport, right? And so if we're able to have specifically, not limited to, but phys ed teachers who actually run these programs within the classroom, it's in the curriculum, then we will be able to maintain that in every school. So kids of all background would actually have that as part of their 3 weeks when they run basketball or volleyball, they run cricket as well. And that has been helping. In my school specifically, I've been running intramurals where all kids get to participate.
Would it not then, through the chair, be helpful to have you contribute and your colleagues and those that have helped grow it to the extent that it is to help contribute to the report and the strategy that would continue to expand the opportunity and the knowledge base in some of our 582 buildings where it doesn't exist now?
Yeah.
Would that not be beneficial?
Well, that would be the golden dream. But with any sport, we don't have it in every building. We don't have basketball in every building. We don't have volleyball in every building. But we would like to have the kids in every school, in every building, playing that sport, and that includes cricket. But I think it needs to be done within the school board and a strategy within the board itself.
Okay, thank you. And so the outside involvement, like I understand that it's going to happen in our buildings. Our staff should control and drive the initiative. But is there a downside as long as that the assistance being offered was really assistance as opposed to a fight for the steering wheel, so to speak, that we could benefit from the knowledge of others, their talent groups in which they, and their sponsorships in which they, where they are, and they could grow the opportunity?
There is a benefit, and as I said, as long as it's hands off. For example, we've been in partnership with SEMA, which is now called OSCA. They have an MOU with TDSB, and we've been working with them since 2012. And they have supported by providing grants, they've provided equipment, they've provided ball. Farida being one of my former students, in 2014 when she graduated, she was the MVP. And I convinced her 2 years ago to start a cricket program at her school, Irons View Public School. And so she needed some equipment, and I reached out to OSCA, and they provided all the equipment she needed. Right? So there's a partnership already exists, but it has to be hands-off.
Unfortunately, your time is up, Trustee McLean. We're going to move on the speakers list. We have Trustee King, followed by Trustee Patel. Please go ahead, Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ram, for all of the support for school sport that you and your colleagues provide. I just wanted to ask a bit about the professional development that you have been leading. Do you see the same kind of diversity in the educators that are participating in the professional learning as you do with the students that are participating? And I'm speaking of diversity in both terms of identity and geography or location across the TDSB.
Okay, so in terms of geography, we have participation both north, south, east, and west. We have about the west, the east is always bigger. They have sometimes 12 to 18 teams, but it's fairly homogeneous to South Asians because of the demographics of that community. We have coaches, however, that are of various backgrounds from that region. In the west, it's a little bit more variety because we have a more diverse community and mixed within the west region. In the north, we have, again, both mixed because some of our coaches, and forgive me if I don't use the proper term, blacks, we have coaches who are European background. They're all contributing because they're not about the sports, it's about the kids they're supporting. And so even though they don't have a professional background in cricket, they are there to support the kids. And it's just another learning environment where we create leaders and they go back to the classroom and continue with that leadership skills.
So just to follow up then, would you say that you're satisfied with the uptake of professional learning that you're seeing in this area? Or do you think there's some room for improvement?
There's always room, there's always room for improvement. Nothing is always at the end where it can be. I would love to see that all the regions have same number of teams, more girls team. I'm passionate about the girls team because I was one of the founding members, and it's my baby, I'm sorry. And where the girls are concerned, I'm very passionate about them. So I would like to see, right now we just have 5 teams in the east, 4 teams in the west. I would like to see that grow across the board to include the north and south. And if we can get the board support in doing that, then we would like to do that.
Thank you for clarifying, and I appreciate your attention to the gender parity.
Always. I was raised by strong women.
Trustee Patel, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mahendra, for your delegation today. Trustee McLean asked most of my questions, but I'm asking you some specific questions, Mahendra, because I know, you have some reservations on outside coaches, but as a cricket player, as a trustee, and as a secretary of Scarborough Cricket Association, who has played cricket a lot, what I'm seeing is declining of cricket generally in TDSB. It might be good in West End, but not in East End for sure. And if we rely on phys ed teachers or our internal staff, because it's a volunteer work, do you think that a motion like this will not help TDSB or cricket in general to flourish in Canada? Or let's see Toronto, first of all. Because when I see decline, I had Woburn Junior School, who was actively involved in cricket, and I see their boards and things in the school since the 1980s. CWA, same thing. Tickham says same thing. Willow Park, same thing. Cricket is gone from those areas. I heard from a previous delegate too, Mahendra, that 42 teams are participating at present. I heard nothing in East End, nothing. All I hear is West End. So, I mean, a motion like this, you know, we are asking Cricket Ontario, probably, we might ask Cricket Canada, women's cricket clubs, you know, they might have some coaches who are willing to coach our students. And, you know, they try to promote the cricket. And cricket is a new game, again, in Canada since 1975. And let's not forget one thing, that cricket was in Canada since 1800s. So, I mean, please explain to me why a motion like this does not help us when we can have many more partners, less burden on our teachers who are doing this job voluntarily. What's your take on this?
Well, you're saying there are no teams in the East, but I'll beg to differ. That's where we have most of our teams, right? We had a total of nearly 70. Tim just confirmed that, middle school that played this year. And I know, because we were the conveners for the secondary panel, that we had 50 teams altogether, right? So, and scattered across the board. So I'm not sure where you're getting that information. And cricket has been growing. I mean, in COVID, it came to a stop. And within 1 year, we brought it back to 50 high school teams and 70 teams. So I'm not seeing a decline. I'm seeing an escalation. We had our PD on April 8th, where we trained 100 TDSB staff of all background, right? So those staff will begin to train their kids, because we are still working on building training modules for them, right? And they reach out to us, they will get that information. And so our program is growing. So I'm not seeing a decline. I'm actually optimistic that it will get more. We'll have more teams.
And unfortunately, Trustee Patel, your time has expired.
All right. It's okay. I'll call Mahendra later on. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mahendra.
Thank you. Good to hear from you again.
Thank you.
We have a teachers team as well, if anybody is interested in playing, June 22nd at Sunnybrook.
Okay.
And we welcome all genders as well.
Wonderful. That's great that you got the plug in there. Okay, so up next we have Melvin John. This is Melvin is from the GTA Under 19 Women's Cricket Association. And welcome, Melvin. It's wonderful to have you here, and you can start whenever you are ready.
Well, thank you to the chair, and thank you everybody that's here this evening. And I would like to thank Trustee Nitin Shan, who's a good friend of mine, and I know him for many years, who invited me to be here today. I'm not with the school, but I'm very connected to the school. I'll give you a little history about myself. When I first came to Canada in 1988, I had come from a very good background of cricket. I played up to the highest level. When I got to Canada, I was very excited that my brother told me that Canada in 1975 had beat Australia, and 79 we played our first International World Cup. I thought I'd play cricket here, and I did for many years till I had an accident. And fortunately, I couldn't play after that. But that didn't stop me, and I went on to start bringing cricket to schools in 92. But didn't get anywhere because the ball was a projectile, and the bat was a weapon of mass destruction at that time. But as time went on, we got through with cricket. And in 2003 or 4, I met Betty Stone. And the gentleman right there, Tim Stone, that was his mom. And she was in Grenoble school, and she was doing cricket. And I asked her, and then I went back after a few years, and she introduced me to Tim. When I got to Tim's schools, we didn't have any tournaments in schools at the time, like regularized tournaments, and I suggested to Tim, we have a tournament. And we did have our first tournament with schools in 2007. With the help of Tim, and the teachers are a very important part of this growth, contrary to what has been said today, I had things written, I'm changing my information package to give to you today. Cricket has grown. We were the first ones, with the help of Tim Stone, we created our own training video that was accepted by ICC and even sent to Mexico, and is used in Mexico and Bermuda, a training video created by Tim, produced by us, directed by us, which went big. In 2007, the same year, we got a sponsorship from RBC. It was a sponsorship that went from coast to coast to coast, and we introduced 1,100 schools in Canada to cricket, most of them in Ontario or the GTA. We didn't look back after that. Although not a part of TDSB, I worked very closely with TDSB. We created training manuals. The manual that I created is now being used by the City of Toronto, accepted, and given 2 thumbs up by Madan Lal, who is now of the team from India, 1983, who won the World Cup, is one of the best coaches in the world, and Mudassir Nazar, who is also an ICC coach and very well known. They accepted that manual, and they said it was good. The City of Toronto, with James Honeyman and this gang, they liked the manual. They're going to be introducing that in school. Again, cricket in schools is growing, and it's not because of people like me or outside help. It is because of the teachers. I have been with the teachers for 20 years. I've seen them putting in the time and the hours. We started from 3 schools in elementary schools, and with the help of teachers, we now have 70 schools that are playing cricket in tournaments, but more than that, that are doing intramurals. Same with the high schools. We worked hard at that. And what I want to say is that outside help, they're talking about schools, I heard that this evening. I think the teachers are doing a very, very good job. And at this stage, I would like to say a lot more, but I think I will send the trustees a full history, because there's not enough time, to talk about what really needs to be done. I will definitely offer my help, which I've done before. I called the president of Cricket Canada before he went to the World Cup, and I asked him, because there is some opportunities we need in Canadian cricket, and he's going to come back and we're going to talk about that. I will also offer my help to CCO or any other organization that needs to do cricket the way it's done in schools, and to understand the school cricket, because I do understand it. I work with them. And I would like at this moment to say, I'd like to give a big round of applause for these teachers and all the teachers that work with them for all the great job they do in cricket. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you had 4 seconds to spare, so that was great timing.
Well, I'll give it to the next person asking the question.
Trustee McLean, you get an extra 4 seconds, apparently.
Sure. And your time is done.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm done. Thank you, and through the chair, and thank you, sir, for your delegation. I guess there's been a lot of talk about do you envision, in your experience and what you've seen, the growth within the TDSB and into all different regions of the city, do you envision a scenario in which the outside agencies that work hard to grow the game and support the game can play a constructive role in supporting the activities that are going on within and being led by TDSB personnel without having a hand on the rudder, so to speak, kind of thing, being in a position to support instead of drive, kind of thing. Like there's a concern I'm hearing, or I think I'm hearing, or what I'm getting is that, we very much, within the system, we're really excited about the growth that's going on, and we want to make sure that if we open this up a little bit, that it's truly help that we're getting, and, not a challenge and a roadblock that is, stopping something that's, going pretty well. So how do you see that opportunity?
To answer your question, it's always good to have outside opportunity. There's no roadblocks this way. When we talk about junior cricket and cricket on the outside after school, because the whole goal is to get the school students to get ahead there and do something. All the cricket, or most of the leagues that have junior teams, are actually academies. I can name some, Action Zone, Gerard's Academy, Australasia. These are academies, and I think there's about 12 academies that have the school students playing for the under 12, under 14, and under 16, and that's what our target groups are, or maybe under 18 when you go into high school. These are the academy teams that play in these leagues, right? There's nothing against them, but I think when we're talking to the teachers, because I'm not in the school system as such, but I support them, they've had Cricket Canada come in before, as Tim Stone mentioned, and they've never really done anything. They come and they go. Whereas the school teachers are always there. I've seen them putting in hours. Sometimes we talk at 8 o'clock in the night, and they're just coming back from practices. Tim Stone is the level 2 coach from Coachhead, which is South Africa, run by Gary Kirsten. Gary Cross is also a level 2. Farida here is just joining. Mahindra and Rohit sitting at the back, they're all with Coachhead. Coachhead was also, Cricket Canada also used Coachhead. So you do have in-house kind of help. Having outside help should be with the consultants, only the consultants of the teachers, because they know the school system, they know the kids, they know the policies, they know the safety issues, they know everything, right? I'd actually come to talk today about the GTA Women's Under Cricket Association, Under 19 Cricket Association. The first association, historically, under 19, and not only in Canada, but in America. But when I heard the thing about schools and things like that, I thought I'd change. I have a whole list of things I wanted to talk. But I got led away, and I'm sorry about the time. I love to talk. So I know you don't have all evening.
So I used up my 4 seconds, so I'm good.
Yes.
And your time is up. I think mine is up. Thank you.
Okay. Wait, do we have any other? Okay. Up next, we have Vice Chair Shan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Thank you, Melvin, John, for delegating. I'm actually driving back from New York after having watched the Canada versus Pakistan game, where Canada gave quite a bit of a run for the money for Pakistan as well. And the sport is growing. So do you see a value in, like, regardless of how Cricket Canada operates right now, do you see a value in national bodies that are government funded supporting development of sports in a school, particularly for those who may not be able to afford some of the clubs that you mentioned, that you got to pay, usually $150 to $200 per month to go to those specialized training? What role can TDSB play? And also another follow-up question, since you might take up all the time to answer, I want to give you the second question as well. Has TDSB from a structural point of view to kind of document all of the things that you mentioned as lesson learned to help grow in other parts of the city or other avenues of growth for this?
Well, Nitin, you've been following my things I've done in cricket for many years, and we've spoken a lot about it. We've had organizations come and go into school systems. I'm not there, but from the teacher's point of view, it's never been very successful. And what's going to change now? What is their pathway going ahead? I haven't seen one. Recently, we did try to get the women's under 19, which are a lot of the school students, into getting ready for the World Cup. We were blocked there just last year. And the witnesses to that are all sitting right here. They kept us going for months. We did the tournament, we did everything else. And then at the last minute, they said the time is up. So the faith and the trust is being lost. School cricket is transparent, it's honest, it's equity for all, it's diversified, and it's inclusive. And I don't see that outside of the school system, unfortunately. And I'm not saying that anyone's bad or good, but I don't see it. Maybe it's out there and we've not seen it. And it would be a good point for them to prove it, that I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, I will stand corrected. But right now, the best cricket I see, and I love to go and watch school games because that's where you find actual cricket played with passion amongst the students.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Melvin.
Okay, thank you very much, Melvin. It was lovely hearing from you this evening. I don't think there's any other questions.
Well, I think I took up everybody's time. Although I lost 4 seconds, I took up your time. And I thank you, Madam Chair, and everybody here for letting me speak my mind. I didn't say anything, but I'll send it to the delegates later, all the
Sure.
stuff I really wanted to talk about. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just share something? This piece of news. I know Trustee Chan is coming back from New York to watch the game. One of York Memorial cricketers from our school, Rayan.
Come to the microphone.
Sorry. I got the teacher to shout across the room.
I know you're using your teacher voice, your outside voice, but I'm not sure in the virtual world if they can hear you.
It's just that I just want to share that while he was talking about coming back from New York from the games and Canada was playing, one of the players, Rayan Khan Patan, is one of TDSB students. The first TDSB student to have played in the World Cup was from York Memorial, one of my boys. So I just want to share that.
Fantastic. That's great to hear.
Thank you, Ron.
TDSB proud, always. Thank you for sharing that with us. Okay, so our last delegate on this topic is Sunil Katyal, teacher and North Cricket convener, and this is a virtual delegation. Welcome, Sunil. Can you hear us?
Hi there, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can. So you'll have 5 minutes, and at the 1 minute mark, there'll be a little ding from a bell, just to give you that heads up that you have a minute left, and then there may be questions of clarification from trustees.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, actually good evening, everyone. First and foremost, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I agree with the motions being brought up, and I just wanted to take a few minutes to share some of my experiences coaching cricket within the TDSB. Again, my name is Sunil Katyal. I'm a grade 7 science teacher at Woodbine Middle School. I'm also one of the North Odessa cricket conveners, and I've been coaching cricket within the TDSB for the last 10 years. It's been an enjoyable experience, a very rewarding experience for me personally, working with students, teaching them how to play the game of cricket. It's been wonderful. And, most of us already know that cricket is one of the most, if not the fastest growing sport in Canada. And, what I've noticed about cricket is it really provides a sense of belonging, especially for newcomer students. When you're a part of a team, you feel more connected to the school and to the community. And, cricket really is a sport that is popular among students of all genders and all ethnic backgrounds. For example, at Woodbine Middle School, 3 years ago, we started a girls' cricket team, and it's been thriving ever since. So much so that we actually had to start a second team because the demand was so high. And we just recently competed at a girls' cricket tournament with 8 elementary schools, and it was amazing to see all of the talent on display. At Woodbine Middle School alone, I think we have 5 cricket teams. So, and of course, Woodbine is just one example. There are many schools, working so hard and with dedicated teachers and students and families promoting the game, holding tournaments, starting a variety of initiatives, bringing in different organizations like Cricket Canada and OSCA, Ontario Schools Cricket Association, to help grow the game. And, I've only been coaching for 10 years. This has actually been happening for almost 3 decades now. So, all of this, of course, requires a lot of support. And I think we need more resources to ensure that, cricket continues to thrive and grow within our school board. Sometimes it is challenging in schools to find coaches who know the game, who are able to help, field a team and, finding equipment and locating cricket fields through the city of Toronto. So, we definitely need more help where that's concerned. I did also notice a little section about including cricket within the phys ed curriculum. I think that's an excellent idea. That would definitely increase the interest of the game and make it more accessible for all students. I wanted to share a quick example, if I could, about an initiative I was a part of in 2016, actually. I was involved in a cricket outreach program. It was spearheaded by former TDSB Superintendent Beth Veal and the staff at Sir Ernest Macmillan Senior Public School. And we received funding to start a outreach program with 5 feeder schools in North Scarborough. And we were able to provide them with equipment, give them volunteer coaches, and we hosted a few tournaments so students could participate and play and demonstrate their skills. And one of the things we noticed as coaches, we noticed that there was such a large amount of students participating. So many students showed up at 7:15 in the morning in very large numbers for practice. So they were very enthusiastic, and even more so, the parents were very engaged and very grateful that their children were, getting this opportunity. So the success of that initiative, demonstrates the potential we have to grow cricket in Toronto. Even as a convener this year alone in grade 5 and 6, there were 4 new schools bringing cricket teams to our tournaments. So, I feel strongly that, students would benefit from similar programs right around the city. And I think anything that would be able to help would be great. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you again for allowing me to participate and share my experiences.
Thank you very much. We have some questions from trustees for you. So first on the list is Trustee Lee. Please go ahead, Trustee.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Coach Sunil, first of all, I just want to congratulate you on your fantastic achievements with the grade 5, grade 6 teams. I saw some really exciting tweets about the teams that you coached and how our very own Woodbine Middle School has just won championship in the North. So first of all, great job. Second of all, I'd also want to thank you for coming here and all the contributions that you make to cricket overall. I just wanted to say that. I know I probably broke a couple of rules because I didn't ask a question for clarification, but I think it's worth it to say this here, and I will stand in front of the Integrity Commissioner if I need to. Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Vice Chair Shan, you're next.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sunil, for delegating. And it was great to meet you and hear about the teams that you have been preparing at your school. I wanted to follow up on something you mentioned, as newcomers, a form of sense of belonging. I personally benefited from it when I came to Canada as a refugee at the age of 16. Joining my school was the only way I could connect to the Canadian education system for the cricket team. So can you talk to us a little bit about what do you see? How does that benefit newcomer students, build confidence, a sense of belonging within the schools? And what does that do to the school climate and environment?
Yeah, one thing that I've noticed when I started coaching 10 years ago, that there was a large population of the students that were not involved in volleyball and basketball. And, it wasn't because they weren't athletic. It wasn't a sport that they were familiar with. And, for a lot of newcomer students, they get so excited at the idea of having a cricket program or a cricket team at their school that you should see the tryouts. I wish I'd take more pictures of tryouts and how many students show up and participate and want to learn and want to play. And, it's so nice to see that, even the parents will come out and say hello and say thank you, and they're very grateful. We were actually also involved in a very amazing opportunity a month ago at Darlington Public School, where there were 4 West Indies cricket legends who came, and they were able to talk to our students about sportsmanship and and teamwork. So yeah, there's that camaraderie there that, some students aren't able to be a part of basketball or volleyball or floor hockey, but then, they go ahead and they make new friends by joining the cricket team. And, a great thing about teaching some of these students is you see that confidence translate into the class. So yeah, I agree with you 100%. It's so nice to see. And, I'm looking forward to more schools signing up and joining the play.
Thank you, Sunil. I have a follow-up question from another thing that you mentioned. A lot of the schools contact about resources around equipment. Actually, in fact, I've now donated with my money to some of the schools to get equipments and so on. Are you aware of how schools are dealing with getting the right equipment for cricket, and has that been a challenge? And what other challenges do you face as a coach, or do you hear from others?
Yeah, I'm often asked by other cricket coaches, at least in the north, about where they can find cricket equipment. We do have some wonderful vendors who provide equipment to most of our schools. I think we would benefit from more vendors, so it could be accessible all over the city. But yeah, they are available around the city.
And Vice Chair Shen, your time is up. Thank you, though. Up next, we have the final trustee on the list is Zakir Patel. Please go ahead, Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sunil, for your delegation. I have two questions for you, Sunil. Do you believe that a motion like this will help cricket grow in school board, especially at TDSB?
Absolutely, I do. I think I agree with a lot of what I read. A lot of the times there are some students in schools who aren't as familiar with the game, and I feel like something as simple as adding cricket to the Ontario Phys Ed curriculum would definitely help more students get involved and play and learn the game. So yes, I do feel it would benefit. I'm hoping that eventually TDSA will have a girls cricket league of its own. Right now it's sort of just running between coaches and the board, but after going to the tournament a couple of weeks ago, and you see the interest and the amount of girls playing and thriving and just having such a great time, it's so nice to see them happy and playing and enjoying themselves. So yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Sunil. To you, Madam Chair. You've been coaching for the last 10 years. What are the challenges you have faced in the last 10 years at the board?
Challenges, there are quite a few. First of all, getting equipment, we do have some good vendors, but from time to time, I have heard from some coaches that are struggling to get equipment. And what I mean by that is resources. Cricket equipment is quite expensive. It's not like buying a soccer ball or buying a basketball. So I do believe that funding would help. The initiative that I was a part of in 2016, the outreach program, that was an excellent way to involve more schools, but that did come with quite a bit of funding. So I think more resources would definitely help.
Thank you, Sunil, and thank you for your delegation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sunil, for joining us today. That closes our delegations on the item number 8.2 cricket development motion. And up next, we will be having a delegation on item number 7.2. This is the attendance boundary changes for Avondale Public School, Bayview Middle School, and Hollywood Public School, and accommodation of students from residential developments in the Avondale Public School area. So I'd like to welcome Yi Luo, community member, and she's here in person today. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. My name is Yi Luo. I'm a mother of 2 young children and a university professor during the day. So our family is faced with a challenge right now. So the rezoning of Avondale Public School and the Hollywood Public School leaves our family in the pocket of residents on the east side of Willowdale on Cragmore Crescent in Avondale Public School Zone. However, in order to get to Avondale Public School, we need to make 3 left turns at major intersections. First, from Willowdale to Shepherd, then to Shepherd to Yonge Street, then from Yonge Street to Avondale. During rush hours, it can take up to 15 minutes in order to get to Avondale Public School. In contrast, in order for us to get to Hollywood Public School, it only takes 1 right turn from Willowdale Avenue to Hollywood Avenue. It takes only half the amount of its commute time for us to get to Hollywood PS compared to Avondale Public School. Last but not least, when I just checked on Google Maps, the driving distance from Avondale to where we live is 1.9 kilometers, whereas the distance from Hollywood to where we live is 1.8. So I'm deeply concerned that for some reason, TDSB staff thinks that the distance for us to get to Hollywood is actually farther away compared to Avondale. And I just wanted to say, to conclude my remark, that hopefully when I get to tuck in my 2 young daughters tonight, I can tell them that mom tried her best to make sure that you're in a school that's closer to you physically and that's safer to get to, knowing that there are fewer left turns to make at major intersections, and that it actually takes less amount of time, actually half the amount of time to get to compared to a school that's originally assigned to us. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're not seeing any questions. So thank you
So
very much.
I guess I like to respectively request that the school zone assignment to be reconsidered for the residents on Cragmore Crescent east of Willowdale. For the reasons I've mentioned, I believe that it makes more sense that residents on Cragmore Crescent east of Willowdale be assigned to a Hollywood Public School as opposed to Avondale Public School. Does that consider as?
Okay, thank you very much for coming today and sharing your perspective and advice with us. We appreciate it.
What I expect any kind of reaction or response or anything from TDSB, or is this a decision that has already been made and that there's nothing we can do about the fact that we are currently assigned to Avondale, which is a school farther away than Hollywood?
So what will happen this evening, there wouldn't be a discussion of the committee at this moment. Trustees are allowed to ask you questions of clarification on your delegation, but the item is not on the floor at this moment for trustees to discuss it. It will be presented later this evening. It's on our agenda tonight. And at that time, staff will make a presentation about this program review, and they'll put out the staff the recommendations that came out of this area review. And at that time, trustees will potentially ask staff questions. They may discuss it amongst each other, and they'll make a decision about what to do this evening.
Because I just wanted to share the evidence that we actually live closer to a school that for some reason TDSB staff believe that we live farther away. And obviously there's no way for us to get involved in the later meeting where this matter is being discussed, right? So
Yes,
hopefully, we'll reach a satisfactory conclusion at the end of the meeting that's safer for all the kids living in our neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing your experience and how this affects you. It is important for us to know.
Sorry to interrupt, and obviously it doesn't just affect me, right? The same pattern of facts applies to all the residents living in the neighborhood that I mentioned, right? For all those families on the east side of Willowdale, on Cragmore Crescent, it's safer, closer, and less time consuming to get to Hollywood PS compared to Avondale PS. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the chair.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Yes, sure.
Was there a community consultation meeting on this that you attended?
Yes, I did. And I raised the same question. And to my question, the TDSB staff's response is that they believe the distance is closer for us to get to Avondale compared to Hollywood. But I just checked on my phone. The driving distance is actually farther away.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure you.
Of course, yeah, I did. I tried my best,
Okay.
but it wasn't satisfactory, so I had to resort to this.
Okay,
All right.
understood.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So at this time, we're going to move on because we're seeing no further questions, but we do thank you for coming and sharing your feedback with us. We're going to move on. We have two more delegations this evening. It is regarding item number 7.3. This is the Days of Significance calendar update. So first we have Grace Sun from Rawlinson Community School, and Grace is here in person. Welcome, Grace.
Thank you for this opportunity. Hello all. My name is Grace, and I'm a parent of children who attend a TDSB school. And I'm quite an ordinary parent in that I just really love my kids and try my best to model and instill values and morals that make the world a better place. That being said, I'm here to advocate for Nakba Day to be added to the TDSB list of days of significance to ensure that my children are taught to affirm and recognize the identity of their Palestinian peers at school. I do not want my children to learn that it is acceptable for their school to be silent about and ignore the 1948 nakba. This silence denies the experience of Palestinians and their existence. The denial of the experience and existence of Palestinians is anti-Palestinian racism. Before October 7th, I admittedly was completely ignorant of Palestine. I did not know of its existence, only that there were people called Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip where there was ongoing violence. It never occurred to me to ask, who are Palestinians and what happened to Palestine? This was all taking place far away and didn't involve me. After October 7th, because of the resiliency of Palestinians in Gaza under occupation and strewn across the diaspora, through social media, I was delivered first-person accounts of their plight. Decades of occupation, now culminating in a genocide that is happening now as I speak. Suddenly, the distance I felt from Gaza collapsed, and it hit home for me. I felt very protective of my family. Since then, with my worldview broken wide open, I continue to receive education from scholars, journalists, and spiritual leaders who affirm and recognize the experience of Palestinians in Gaza under occupation and of the diaspora. And as I am learning, I am teaching my children about Palestine. I started by telling them about Nakba Day, the Day of Remembrance. At that time, it was coming up on May 15th. We read books and watched videos about the 1948 Nakba. We wrote an email to each child's teacher and asked if they could recognize Nakba Day on May 15th in the classroom. But come May 15th, we told the kids that there was no response from their teacher, and therefore there would be no opportunity to learn about it at school. What my kids learned is the affirmation of Palestinians is not acceptable at their school, that their school does not see the experience of Palestinians as significant. This is anti-Palestinian racism. Our family makes great efforts to resist anti-Palestinian racism by connecting with Palestinian families, participating and contributing to Palestine solidarity events, and supporting anti-genocide activities in the community. We would like to see the TDSB make efforts to affirm the identity of Palestinian students and address anti-Palestinian racism. Our family asks that TDSB reconcile the harm of anti-Palestinian racism through 3 actions. 1, adding Nakba Day to the list of days of significance. 2, to overcome the barriers for implementing the rooted curriculum, which I learned about as it was referenced by a delegate at a previous meeting. And 3, ensure that the combating hate and racism strategy is passed without delay. There is a sense of urgency. There is a genocide happening. I will end here with a reference to Sankofa. It's a concept originating from the Akan tribe. Sankofa is the concept that it's not taboo to go back for what you forgot or left behind. What I get from this concept and what I offer to the TDSB with this concept is that the denial and erasure of Palestinian existence can come to an end with the retrieval and inclusion of Palestinian history, culture, and experiences at the TDSB. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. I'm not seeing any speakers on the list today, but we do appreciate you coming and sharing your perspective. Up next, we have delegate number 7, Jeff Carolyn, TDSB parent, Dover Court. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees and staff. I appear before you wearing multiple hats: lawyer, mediator, father of 2 children in the TDSB, and as a Jewish person. And it is through this last lens that I would like to address you this evening regarding the agenda item about the Days of Significance calendar. And it feels particularly meaningful to address an institution of learning today on the Jewish holiday of Shavuot that begins at sundown, a holiday in which one of the practices is all-night study. The particular issue that I would like to speak to today, similar to the previous delegate, is what I believe to be the importance of including Nakba Day as a day of significance once the TDSB arrives at that point in the process, and I would like to explain why. For context, Nakba means catastrophe, and it is a day marked by Palestinians to commemorate the destruction of Palestinian society that took place between 1947 and 1949, including the permanent displacement of a majority of the Palestinian people, a destruction and displacement that was directly caused through the establishment of the State of Israel. Shifting to a personal lens, it feels relevant to share that I had never heard of the Nakba until I was 20 years old, which was about 2 years ago. It's a joke. In fact, growing up Jewish here in Toronto, I knew nothing about the Palestinian community here or anywhere else. And as I've seen reports come out about anti-Semitism within the TDSB and the fear described by some Jewish students, I've done a lot of reflecting on how I would have felt in this moment if I were meeting it as my 15-year-old self. For context, that 15-year-old self had just gone on a trip called the March of the Living in Poland. I was with about 5,000 Jewish youth from around the world, and we spent most of the time visiting the death camps. I will never be able to shake the visceral feeling of being in places where such horrors took place. And then we traveled to Israel, and all I had ever been taught about Israel was that it meant safety for the Jewish people. And this trip, coming right from Poland, solidifying the sense of safety deep within the fear center of my brain, the amygdala. This is my inheritance of collective trauma. And while in this land, likely crossing over many of the hundreds of Palestinian villages that were destroyed between those years, still I learned nothing about the Palestinian people, their stories, their culture, their art, or their connection to the land. If I'm being truly frank, all I had learned up until that point, something solidified on this trip, was that the Palestinian cause against Israel was just based in the same hate as the Nazis and all those who have persecuted Jews over time. The result is that I know with these sets of experiences, if I was meeting the current moment as my 15-year-old self, I would undoubtedly experience heart-pounding fear in my body If I saw, for example, a fellow student wear a Free Palestine sweatshirt or a keffiyeh. And so I can empathize with the Jewish students who are reporting fear in this way. But my sense of what's happening today when a Jewish student experiences this fear is to label that fear as anti-Semitism and to silence the person expressing solidarity with Palestinians. And what I want to offer here this evening, through my experience as a mediator and my own learning journey on this, is that there is a better way. There is another way to approach these situations that can center the experiences of Jewish students and Palestinian students that would be consistent with a trauma-informed approach and one that would embrace the EDI-infused ethos of the TDSB. And this would be simply to start. If a Jewish student is experiencing that, the teachers could be taught to just slow down with them and seek understanding of this feeling of fear through empathy with questions like, have the Hamas attacks from October 7th and the fallout been impacting you? To make space for that. To ask, what specifically about the Free Palestine message makes you uncomfortable or upset? How does seeing someone express support for Palestine make you feel? On top of the empathy, could be inviting the essential skill of multiple perspectives. Do you understand what Free Palestine means to the person wearing the message? How can we find out? Do you believe, can we work with the idea of having different opinions and still respecting each other? On this foundation of empathy, on multiple perspectives, I think it's also essential for Jewish students to learn about the plurality of Palestinian experience, to hear their stories, and to come back to the theme, to understand the Palestinian experience of the nakba and how it's continuing through the occupation and through this horrific moment as well. The Holocaust is taught in our system, so should the nakba, and it being a day of significance would allow that. To conclude, I believe that it is acknowledgement of historical reality, even the darkest chapters of history, when they are rooted in empathy and mutual respect. This is the best antidote to fear, and that the TDSB can better support Jewish students, Palestinian students, in fact, all students, in learning together and crucially, in healing together. Thank you.
There are no questions at this time, but thank you for sharing your experience, your very personal experience as well. Oh, wait. Trustee Arts has a question.
Sorry, I can't keep notes fast enough. I was wondering if you could share your written delegation or what you're reading with us.
By email, you mean?
Yeah, just send it to the delegates email.
I'll have to scan it because it's kind of.
Oh, that's just fine. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I think at this time we're going to take is it okay if we take a quick break? We're going to take a quick break. We will reconvene at 6:30. Pardon me? I can't hear you. That was the last delegate. Sorry, everybody. Just to conclude, for those of you who don't have the delegate schedule, so thank you very much, and we were just going into recess for 10 minutes. Thanks. Now on to the report from trustees appointed to the Ontario Public School Boards Association. This is item number 5.1, the OBSPA Director's Report. And I will turn this over to Trustee Williams, who will speak to this and get us started at least.
Thank you. Through the chair. So the OBSPA Director's Report was sent to all trustees. It's in your blue folder as well. And it just starts off with the basics. The Ontario Public Schools Boards Association, OBSPA, advocates for public education in Ontario. There's 2 charts there. Just a chart, a reminder of the existing makeup of TDSB trustees appointed to OBSPA as of April 29th, 2024, and the updated configuration as of June 7th, 2024, which was revised, changed due to OBSPA's general bylaw needing to be changed to comply with the changes to the Ontario Not-for-Profit Corporations Act. And there's a link there to the summary of decisions of our regular board meeting of May 22nd, 2024. And it's also spelled out in the report, just as a reminder of our current configuration at OBSPA, which is, we're in the Central East region, and on the Executive Council is myself, Trustee Deborah Williams, and the OBSPA Board of Directors sent by TDSB, myself, Trustee Deborah Williams, as the enrollment representative, Trustee Nathan Shan as the alternate enrollment representative on the Board of Directors, and Trustee Zakir Patel on the OBSPA Board of Directors. Our voting delegate being Trustee Michelle Arts, and our alternate voting delegate, Trustee Debbie King. There's, if you turn the page to the second page, you'll see the notice that was an abbreviation, an excerpt of the notice that was sent from OBSPA regarding the annual meeting and elections, which included the handbook and election guide, which was forwarded to all TDSB trustees, including the attachments. And it's just a reminder of the annual general meeting being held on Thursday, July 4th at 2:45 p.m. at the Western Harbour Castle. And the meeting is scheduled to be in conjunction with the Canadian School Boards Association Congress and National Trustee Gathering on Indigenous Education, taking place between July 2nd and July 5th. All trustees are welcome to attend and observe the OBSPA general meeting. The regional elections will be held on Friday, July 5th at 1 p.m. And the following resources were attached to the email. So all of our trustees here at TDSB have the attachments, the agenda and handbook 2024, and the election guide 2024. And these documents contain information for the OBSPA general meeting, including the agenda, reports, information about regional elections, and hard copies will be provided to Board of Director members who request to receive a hard copy, and voting delegates in advance of the meeting. A limited number of hard copies will be available at the meeting. And the important point here, a highlight point here, is that Trustee Debbie King will be voting on behalf of TDSB at the OBSPA General Meeting and Elections 2024. I'll go through the rest of the report, and at the end we'll come back around to this point, and Trustee Debbie King will elaborate a bit more on the process. Just some reminders that the CSBA 2024 Congress is taking place July 2nd to 5th at Weston Harbour Castle, and the Ontario School Boards Association, OBSPA, looks forward to welcoming trustees, school board staff from across Canada to the 2024 Canadian School Boards Association Congress and National Trustee Gathering on Indigenous Education. There's a link there for more information. The theme is Our Shared Tomorrow. And you can go to the link and see more detail. Just another reminder of the new OPSPA members website. It was mentioned in the previous report. It really is a great resource and has all of the meeting minutes and information that's very helpful to keeping abreast of everything that's happening at OPSPA. The next item on the next page is just a list and links to OPSPA advocacy actions and activities. You can see there the most recent advocacy items, June 7th, 2024, the OPSPA submission regarding the regulatory posting for strengthening cybersecurity and building trust in the public sector, 2024. June 6th, OPSPA's response to the Ministry of Education information gathering with regard to kindergarten. And you'll see the other links to advocacy items there that were also in the previous report. They're just here as a reminder. The Indigenous Trustees Council updates, they're available. Their meeting minutes are available at that wonderful members website that was mentioned previously in the same report, and the same for the Black Trustees Caucus updates. Also a reminder of the OPSPA professional development that's available. One of OPSPA's leading priorities is trustee professional development that enhances skills, builds capacity, and provides the kind of information and analysis that supports informed decision-making. It is accomplished through symposia and conferences, single-day events, regional meetings, and other learning opportunities, such as the comprehensive suite of online trustee professional development modules provided by Ontario Education Services Corporation. And the links are there in the document. Please feel free to take advantage and have the opportunity to engage in those learning opportunities. And the following items are just a list of upcoming meetings and events. And you'll see quite a few left in this school year, and the list of upcoming meetings and events for 2024 or 2025. And the report just ends off with some useful links to the OPSPA website, the Trustee Professional Development Program, Good Governance for School Boards, and new, the 2022-2026 Good Governance Guide. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. And as I stated earlier, we're going back around to get more information from Trustee Debbie King with regard to her voting on behalf of TDSB at the OPSPA Annual General Meeting and elections happening in July. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Trustee Williams. So as you heard, OPSPA will be holding its annual general meeting July 4th and 5th. The annual meeting agenda includes the election of table officer positions, as well as a consideration of resolutions that have been submitted by member boards. As you heard as well, the notice including the annual meeting and the election guide were emailed to trustees earlier today, so you have those in your inbox to reference. As a member board, TDSB has one vote on each of those items, and it's a weighted vote that's based on our student enrollment. At the time of the meeting, our voting delegate, Trustee Arts, is actually participating in the election, so I will be the alternate voting delegate acting on our behalf. As the voting delegate, I will need to have an understanding of our board's position on the items that are under consideration. So as such, we're providing information about the elected roles and the resolutions, giving an opportunity to solicit some feedback so that I do have an understanding of our positions prior to going into that meeting. I'm going to touch on some of the elected roles briefly today, as well as the resolutions. And I think that the two trustees we have that are candidates for table officer positions will want to speak briefly to why they are seeking election. And then I also ask that the trustees take some time to review the information that's provided to you in email, as it is more extensive than what you'll hear tonight. The election guide has everything that you need to know. It's got background information, it's got the candidate lists and bios, it's got the table officer roles, the election procedures, etc. And the handbook itself also has additional information on the agenda for that day, the general business of the board of directors, and the resolutions that are under consideration. Just for your reference, so you have a sense of what those are, there are bylaw revisions for OBSPA that will be discussed. There is a resolution from one of the member boards about OBSPA taking a leadership role in addressing accessibility barriers in education. Another member board has moved a motion around OBSPA advocacy for a new conscious living high school course. And there is also discussion around the establishment of an OBSPA 2S LGBTQIA+ caucus or affinity space. So those are all items that I'll need to establish a position on in order to vote. Also exciting is the table officer positions that we'll be electing. There is the position of president for OBSPA, and there are currently 3 candidates that are all from other member boards that have put their names forward. There is also the position of first vice president, and there are currently 5 candidates, including Trustee Shan. And the role of second vice president, and there are also currently 5 candidates, including both Trustee Shan and Trustee Arts. And there are also regional chair positions that we'll vote on that day as well. So it's fantastic that we have 2 trustees that have put their name forward. TDSB is very much seen as a board with higher capacity that can really help drive the work in OBSPA as well. So this is exciting for us. Just to give you a sense of what those roles entail, what the responsibilities are, the first vice president serves a 2-year term. They are a member of both the board of directors and the executive council. They help preside over the general meetings and board of director meetings in the absence of the president. They help perform the duties of the president in their absence or as delegated. They preside over executive meetings and reports on behalf of the board of directors. They generally represent OBSPA in the absence of the president. So it's a very large and collaborative role, along with the executive director, the president, and the second vice president in those meetings. They also act as the executive council liaison on the core issue work groups. The role of the second vice president is very similar, so I won't go into all the detail there, but you can expect very much the same. So a few considerations are that, this is a very substantive role with a large time commitment. There is interest in representation in terms of equity and diversity in both identity and values, and also geographic representation across Ontario from east to west and north to south. So those are some of the things that we'll be considering when we're looking at the entire makeup of the table officers. I'm going to allow a little time, I think, for the trustees to share if they'd like just a little bit about why they've put their names forward. But in terms of how we will move forward with the process, there'll be a little bit more discussion, I believe, amongst the OBSPA representatives, but we'll be looking to determine a process that allows for solicitation of comments and questions in an offline format, and then determining from there, based on what we've heard, whether or not there needs to be a more formalized process to have definitive direction before I go into vote. So again, lots of information online, and you can always reach out to myself or to any of the other trustees that have been involved in OPSPA for more understanding. And if it's okay through you, I would invite both Trustee Shan, who has put his name forward for, so I'll start with Trustee Arts, who's put her name forward for second chair, and Trustee Shan, who has put his name forward for first and second chair.
Okay, thank you. So I think people know that I've been involved in OPSPA for a while. I actually started attending OPSPA events shortly after becoming a trustee, or before I really got involved in the organization itself. And one of the things I noticed early on was the disconnect between boards and even resentment between regions for what people saw as competing priorities. And sadly, the province does put boards in this position of competing for fixed resources. There were significant challenges to moving and advocacy and moving priorities forward because of the relationships across the province simply weren't there. When OPSPA engaged in the critical work of Project Compass to reshape the organization and the diversity, equity, and inclusion audit, there were hurdles to implementing the work because there wasn't strong collaboration across the province. So when I took on the role as OPSPA director representing our board 2 years ago, I set out to work on ensuring that the goals of Project Compass and the DEI audit saw success. This took much more than just attending meetings and casting a vote. We needed board members to buy in and support the changes. I've worked to build relationships with trustees and boards from across the province and listen to what other boards have to say, especially those boards that are very different from the TDSB or far from the GTA. Each board needs to know that they have voice, that their strengths are valued, and that the unique needs of their communities are recognized. We have challenges in Toronto, but we also have access to services and resources that just don't exist elsewhere in the province. Large boards have a critical mass of staff and expertise to allow us to do research and develop best practices, but that doesn't mean that we're the only boards with best practices. There's a lot that we can learn from other boards, and especially boards that have had to figure out how to serve needs like deep poverty without the provincial supports and funding that we would find in Toronto. Collaboration benefits all of our boards. OPSPA now, recently, with really really strong work of the table officers and the executive team, is working with a strong unified voice and is prioritizing marginalized voices. This new unity has helped to build new access to the ministry that wasn't there before. So I'm running for second vice president because I'm committed to continuing this work to build strong relationships across the province so we can advance equity and best practices together. We can keep this unified voice. I've been involved in boards and national organizations pushing for similar best practices, and I know that a unified collective has a stronger voice and is much more likely to get things done. We need to push the ministry to support the equity work that boards need and want, and to push for the recognition and support of the unique needs that each board faces. We have a lot of challenges in common, but I think one of the biggest barriers that boards across the province are facing is that we all have unique aspects of those needs that really aren't recognized by the province. And I want to continue to support that work across the province and all those boards and make those connections and help the organization grow, because it will help all of us.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. And if Trustee Shan is online, please go ahead if you'd like to share as well.
Thank you, Trustee King. I had not planned to speak on this. I didn't realize that we would be, but I will make some comments anyways. I am interested in this role, particularly because I think there is a huge potential that exists within OSPA that could still be realized. I do feel that as a coalition or a collective of all the school boards together, we could be doing much more. Though, I'm not judging the work that's being done right now. There's a lot more work and a lot more urgency to the work that we need to do as school boards together. There's a continuous erosion of faith in public school board system. by chronic underfunding and targeted campaigns that diminish the role of our public school boards. And I think we have to find a way to stand up stronger and stand up in a clear and concerted fashion to protect our public school system from chronic underfunding, as well as various forms of attack on equity and forms of progress that we've made over the years. I have been a school board trustee in York Region District School Board about 20 years ago, 16 years ago, actually. In fact, I was elected in York Region, and I've also served in Toronto District School Board. I've been participating in OPSPA. And the only reason I'm getting involved at this time is because I feel that the diversity of voices that is necessary at the board level is not there at OPSPA. It's important not necessarily have people who can champion diversity, but people who have lived experience that have gone through what people like me have gone through as a refugee youth coming to this country, going through a school system as a parent, raising kids who are often facing racism in their school and marginalization in their schools, as somebody who was a teacher in the school system and faced challenges within the school system as an educator, and as a young person who was a trustee as well. And I still continue to face as you know, our school board is fairly diverse, but when you go out into the spaces, we find continuously that our voices are not taken seriously. And I was prompted to get into this race. I was there for the last meeting, and some of the things that were talked about, how they were addressed, prompted me to put my name forward and say, you know, instead of potentially, you know, complaining about what's not right, what would be my role if I were able to get in there and help to shape the future of this particular organization. Now imagine that we as a board contribute close to $500,000 to OPSPA every year, which is equivalent to all of our honorarium together as a collective. So it's important to take an active role and make sure that some of the things that we are passionate about, reflective curriculum, better mental health support, comprehensive understanding of what school safety means, and other things that come to the table regularly, are often things that we can shape and influence and direct. So I personally think, whether it's through me or anybody else, OPSPA needs additional energy, additional innovation, additional reflective makeup to push it to the next level. And I'm hoping to offer that. I have worked in a number of school boards across Ontario, in various equity, diversity, inclusion, anti-racism, anti-oppression work. I have worked with different school boards across Ontario on the youth leadership development and parent engagement models, including Kitchener-Waterloo, York Simcoe, and a number of Catholic school boards as well. And then in addition to that, I have also been in a position Ontario-wide as a former president of Ontario NDP, where I worked in all parts of the province to engage communities onto a common platform around some of the progressive issues. So, you know, though, you know, sometimes we often get seen as reflective of one community or one particular part of the city, sometimes our actual experience doesn't get seen because of who we are and how we present ourselves. So I wanted to take a couple of minutes to say that, you know, my impact has been around the province on a number of issues. I was involved in a campaign that led to anti-racism directorate at the provincial level. That was a major campaign that I led through Council of Agencies Serving South Asians and Color of Poverty, Color of Change. So I've got a lot of policy experience. I also come from a master's background in education, sociology and equity studies from OEC. So all of my work contribute to the lens I will bring. But more importantly, I'm not going in there to just build relationship. Building relationship has to be towards an end goal, because we are in this for a purpose. So, you know, building relationship is critical, but also making sure we have a purpose and we have a direction and we have some milestones and targets and progress that we need to reach. I'll just finish by saying this, you know, we always have to measure progress along the magnitude, with the magnitude of the problem. We cannot claim progress when the magnitude of problem is so high and so huge that we will just be self-congratulating ourselves, and 20 years from now, the same conversation will continue with another generation. So progress is great, but we have to make sure that the progress is in with the kind of magnitude of the problem that we are facing, and I'm hoping that I can address that through this role. So sorry, I'm a bit all over the place because I didn't prepare for it, but I just wanted to give a personal account of why I'm running for this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Shen, and thank you both. I think I can say on behalf of the directors, we really appreciate both of you being excited to put your expertise and your passion toward this very important role. And I look forward to the comments, the questions, and the discussion from colleagues over the next week or so, and you can look forward to more communication on that. Thank you.
We have a question of clarification from Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both, Trustee Arts, Trustee Shan, for putting your name forward. I wish both of you best of luck, and I'm confident both of you have skills, experience, represent TDSB. My only question of clarification is, since Trustee Arts has a conflict, and does it make Trustee Debbie King an automatic voting delegate, or do we have to put a motion at the board to affirm that Trustee King will be our voting delegate?
Just to clarify, that is what was put forward. It was that Trustee King be the voting delegate in this instance.
So it's confirmed, right? We don't need a special motion or anything, right?
Correct. It is. That is what has been put forward. We're not doing it by motion. It is that's what they've decided, and that seems like an appropriate path forward.
Good. Thank you, Chair, and thank you. Thank you for the clarification, and best of luck to both of you.
Thank you. I think that's it.
Okay, seeing as we have no further questions, can I have a mover and a seconder? Do we approve this report? Is it for approval? I should know that it's for receipt. Okay, so can I have a mover and a seconder? I see Trustee McLean. Thank you, Trustee King. All those in favor will do show of hands or say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that has carried. Thank you very much. Up next, we have the Toronto Lands Corporation reports. Item number 6.1 is the tri-party land exchange with Gabriel Dumont Nonprofit Homes, GDNP. And I will turn it over to the director to introduce this report.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, I am pleased to introduce Ryan Glenn, who is bringing forward this report. It feels like it's been many years in the making, and so I would like to acknowledge all of the staff who have contributed to making the report that you see before you this evening possible.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Yes, and I would like to thank staff who worked on this as well. And through the chair, happy to present this report. The recommendation that you see before you is that and it's a recommendation that was approved by the board of the Toronto Lands Corporation to approve the proposed tri-party land exchange between the Toronto District School Board and the City of Toronto and Gabriel Dumont Not-for-Profit Homes. Gabriel Dumont Not-for-Profit Homes is an agency that operates housing for Indigenous communities in Southeast Scarborough. And this site is immediately adjacent to Maplewood High School. Gabriel Dumont is proposing to expand the number of units in the complex by constructing 67 one- and two-bedroom units to accommodate their elders, seniors, single parents with one child. This expansion requires the acquisition of a narrow strip of land along the north edge of Maplewood High School. The strip of land is approximately 20 meters by 100 meters with an approximate area of 2,000 square meters or 0.49 acres. It is unused by the school and has little potential for the future of the school due to its location and size. If the strip is conveyed to Gabriel Dumont, the area of Maplewood High School site will decrease minimally from 12.6 acres to 12.1 acres. It will have minimal impact on the school, but a significant impact for Gabriel Dumont. The proposed transaction that we have before you has been worked on not only by staff of TLC, but by staff with the TDSB, and the City of Toronto. We've developed a plan that would allow the TDSB through the TLC to transfer the property at nominal value to Gabriel Dumont. In exchange, the City of Toronto will provide access to future park space at 705 Progress, approximately an acre of parkland, for over 50 years, or sorry, for 49 years, almost 50 years, for the use of a future podium school at that site. The value of this consideration meets or exceeds the fair market value requirement with respect to the strip of land being provided to Gabriel Dumont, and represents what is possible when two public sector landowners with a commitment to truth and reconciliation work together on a creative path forward. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Trustees, are there any questions for Mr. Glenn? Trustee Arts, please go ahead.
Not a question. I just wanted to say thank you very much. I know that the board was in favor of this transaction or something along these lines when it was first brought forward a couple of years ago. I know the hurdles that have had to be worked through. I am disappointed in the Ministry of Education or the province for creating those hurdles in the first place, but I am so very happy that this is happening. So it's correct. This is, instead of 19 homes, they may be able to build 60 to 80 homes, because that's phenomenal.
Through the chair, that's correct.
So thank you. This makes my heart warm, and I'm really happy that this work is being done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a few more trustees with questions. We have, it's going to be Trustee Rajagula-Singham, Trustee Patel, followed by Trustee McLean. So please go ahead, Trustee Rajagula-Singham.
To the chair, thank you for this report. I just had one question. So I see that land from one area that is being used for this for the not-for-profit homes is being exchanged for land in the same community. So I'm wondering if this is just unique to this project, or if it's kind of a requirement in projects we do where when land or property is sold in one community, it is then reinvested into that same community, or is there no requirement like that?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. This is a matter of, I think it's a coincidence more than anything. 705 Progress, if you're aware of the site, it's a site that's owned by both the TDSB and the City of Toronto. The site is being jointly master planned, which will have a new school, housing, and space for community groups, along with a significant new park. It just happens to be in the same ward, in the same neighborhood, but the geographic, I think, coincidence is not required, and it could be considered, something like this could be considered anywhere in Toronto. It just happened to be that we had a mutual interest not far away from the Gabriel Dumont site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Trustee Patel.
Hi, Ryan. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ryan, can you elaborate more on Podium School?
Through the chair, would you mind repeating the last part of that question, Trustee?
I'd like to know more about Podium School, because I never heard about this prior to this. So,
through the chair, this is it's a future urban format school, likely an urban format school at 705 Progress. So, Trustee, this is in your ward. This is the jointly owned site at 705 Progress. And to be clear, it is a future school that we're master planning with the city. I believe that, I think you and along with the local council have been in meetings about that.
Well, thank you, Ryan, and I'm in full support of this, and thank you for this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Up next, we have Trustee McLean, followed by Trustee Earhart.
I think this is a great opportunity for us to walk the walk, to live up to the commitments we talk about, and the support we talk about, and reconciliation. And so I'd be happy with this deal without whatever it is we're getting in return, which I don't quite understand, but don't care. I think this is it will be a great addition to the facility, to their ability to help the community, and anything that we can do to support that is terrific, and at the expense of a small portion of land at the very edge of our property is of a site that's over 12 acres large is not something I'm particularly worried about losing. So I think this is great. I thank everybody for their efforts to produce this, and I think this is a great result. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Up next, Trustee Earhart.
Hi, thanks very much. Just very quickly, I just wanted to remind us of the motion of the Urban Indigenous Community Advisory Committee that was presented. It was at their October 25th, 2022 meeting regarding this matter, and it came to our regular board meeting December 7th, 2022, in support of work on this site for Gabrielle Dumont Nonprofit Housing. And so just echoing this support from Urban Indigenous Advisory Committee that we have previously seen. And thanks so much. It's very exciting to see this work advance. Thank you for the creativity and commitment to this work. Take care.
Okay, and that concludes the speaker list. So I will open the vote. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this item? Trustee Williams and Trustee McLean, thank you. The vote will now be opened.
Trustee Earhart.
Trustee Shan in favor.
Just give us a moment for the vote to come up. Okay, and that is now open. Chernis Lynn in favor.
Trustee Shan in favor. Shan in favor.
In favor.
Trustee Ghost in favor.
Trustee Hassan in favor.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Dawson in favor.
McLean in favor.
Okay, Trustee Lee has stepped away. Trustee Suskandaraja. Trustee Patel. Oh, Trustee Suskandaraja has stepped away as well. But she is in favor. She did put in the chat she's in favor.
Trustee Patel in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. That has carried 15-0. Up next, we have, and thank you very much, Mr. Glenn. We appreciate you coming in for this item, and thank you for your work on it. Up next, we have item number 7. These are staff reports. Item number 7.1 is the accommodation of students from residential developments at 413 to 431 Roehampton Avenue, 55 and 65 Broadway Avenue, 2161 Yonge Street, 73 and 75 Broadway Avenue, and 117 and 127 Broadway Avenue. I'll turn this over to Director Russell Rollins to introduce this report, please.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much through you, Chair. I would like to express my appreciation to System Planning Officer Andrew Gowdy. He will present 7.1 and 7.2 on tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Director. Good evening, trustees, staff, and members of the public. Through the chair, the purpose of this report is to recommend a solution to the accommodation pressures at Eglinton Junior Public School. I'd like to thank Superintendents Andrew Howard and Ronnie Felsen for leading this review, with the participation of Principals Marianne Bartkew, Manny DeLuce, and planning staffs Daniel Stoyce, Joyce Kwan, and Dan Castaldo. Eglinton Junior Public School is located in the Young Eglinton area in Midtown. It's one of the city's growth centers. The school has experienced significant growth from residential intensification, and it continues to grow. We've implemented numerous accommodation solutions for the school, such as changing grades, moving programs, and changing boundaries. We have also been redirecting proposed residential developments. This report is recommending the redirection of the latest batch of 5 new developments that have been approved to be constructed in the Eglinton area. The redirections are necessary because Eglinton is on a very small site of 1.6 acres and cannot accommodate portables. It is recommended that the 5 new developments be directed to Rippleton Public School. Rippleton is already a receiving school for developments in the Eglinton area. Approximately 60 students are anticipated to live in the 5 new developments. There is sufficient space at Rippleton to receive the students. It is recommended that the redirection of the developments take effect immediately. Rippleton is outside of walking distance, so transportation will be required. The long-term solution is to build more pupil places in the Eglinton area. Staff are exploring replacing the Eglinton building as a larger facility that is part of a mixed-use development. In the meantime, staff will continue to redirect new developments in the Eglinton area to other schools, but will also look at returning developments to local schools when space becomes available. One of the approved accommodation solutions for this area that is being phased in right now is the reopening of Bannockburn Public School and boundary changes between nearby John Fisher Junior Public School and Eglinton Junior Public School. Space will materialize at John Fisher and Eglinton over time, allowing the return of some of these developments. This concludes our presentation. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Trustee Siskandarajah, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just had one question. It was noted in the report that some of the options in the future would be further building out Davisville. So I'm just a little bit curious about that because, we just, Davisville is our newest building in the system, and a lot of work and resources went into building that. And now there's conversations about building it out further, if I'm understanding this correctly. So is this due in part to miscalculation on our part in terms of what the enrollment pressures would be? Are these unexpected enrollment numbers? And if not, why was this not part of the original design or redesign of Davisville?
Through the chair, we are proposing an addition of 5 classrooms to be built at Davisville, and Davisville is one of the schools that's serving the Midtown area that Eglinton Junior Public School is located in. It's one of several solutions that we need over the long term. I mentioned rebuilding Eglinton as a larger replacement school, adding an addition onto Davisville as part of the solutions, and adding additional pupil places on the west side of Yonge Street is the third solution that we're currently exploring. But the need for additional rooms at Davisville, when it was a recently rebuilt school, came about because of changing city plans. The Midtown area has been going through several city studies to look at the density that could be built there. And while we were in the construction process for Davisville, that's when we got revised population projections from the City of Toronto. And we actually tried to get funds and approval from the ministry at that time while the construction was underway to build the addition at that time, but we did not get approval from the ministry. We were able to reinforce the foundation to future-proof the building so we know exactly where the addition is going to go and the foundation is suitable to receive it. But we just haven't been able to get the approval and funding from the ministry to build those 5 rooms. But it was all due to the latest study from the City of Toronto and the latest population and development targets that they've set, which happened after we had designed and once we were in the construction process.
Thank you. That is very helpful. Through you, Madam Chair. So if this was a plan that, could go through ideally, what would for Davisville additions, what would be a potential timeline? Like, are we thinking 10 years, 15 years? When would we need these 5 additional classrooms?
Through the chair, the subject of this report really is focused on Eglinton Junior Public School and not Davisville Junior Public School. But for that 5-room addition, it is one of our top capital priority projects. And so we are submitting it annually to the ministry to seek funds to build the 5 rooms. But there is going to be a delay right now because the city is building an aquatic center on the Davisville Junior Public site. This was part of a master plan that was worked out with the city years ago on the replacement of the Davisville building. It was pre-planned for a larger replacement school to be built and an aquatic center to be built right next to it. The city is just beginning the construction of that aquatic center. And so we won't be building an addition at the exact same time that the city is active on the site too. So we're probably, first of all, we have to get approval and funding from the ministry, and then we have to wait for the city's construction project to be done first. So it's still a couple years out.
Okay, thank you. So just, you know, a lot of things to chew on in terms of what was just said right now. You know, one, I appreciate the staff had the foresight to build in a plan foreseeing this need. So having sort of that blueprint, if you will, for the 5 classrooms when we need it. I think secondly, this sounds like something not handled well by the province, because with these pressures, especially pressures driven by the provincial mandates or you know, agendas of increased hyper intensification, for them not to approve projects and then having to approve it later on is only going to cost us taxpayers more money, because if we had built it, you know, at the point that we were building Davisville, I'm sure it would have been cheaper than having to build it in the future. And lastly, to the city piece, you know, we just came through our LT passes, and it's something we had a conversation about in our LT pass. And I just want to reiterate that there's, you know, I don't have to remind everyone, there's a lot of building happening, and a lot of our projections might not be what we think it is, or enrollment, what it ends up being, and that we constantly stay sort of focused and vigilant in terms of making sure we keep our other levels of government accountable, because they do make decisions that impact us with often very little of our input. So I worry, because we were, of course, planning for one thing, and then others have different plans. And so without that cooperation, this, you know, will have very long implications on students, on communities, on our resources of having to bus students for years, often decades. So I just wanted to share that this, I imagine, will be the new reality for a very long time for many parts of the city. So thank you, staff. I appreciate you bringing us all these different options.
Okay, seeing no further questions, can I have a mover and a seconder for this item? Thank you, Trustee Siskandarajah and Trustee Williams. We will let you know when the vote is open. Okay, and the vote has now opened.
Siskandarajah in favor.
Sharnis Lynn
Not in
in favor.
favor. Nunziata in favor.
Dawson in favor.
Hassan in favor.
Trustee Gose in favor.
Hey in favor.
Rajiko Singh, I'm in favor.
Patel in favor.
Trustee Patel, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. And that has carried. Moving on in the agenda, we are at our next staff report, item number 7.2. This is the attendance boundary changes for Avondale Public School, Bayview Middle School, and Hollywood Public School, and accommodation of students from residential developments in the Avondale Public School area.
Thank you, Chair.
Please go ahead.
I'd like to thank Superintendents Dominic Giorgio and Marwa Hamid for leading the study with the participation of Principals Artemis Manukas, Janice Kent, Bill Waldman, Dima Nima Mantia, and Esther Long too, as well as planning staff Peter Napersko, Joyce Kwong, and Dan Castaldo. This report is to recommend a solution to the accommodation pressures at Avondale Public School. Avondale Public School is a JK-8 school located in the Young Shepherd area, one of the city's growth centers. The school has experienced significant growth from the residential development and continues to grow. We've implemented several accommodation solutions for the school, such as building a larger replacement facility and relocating the alternative school out of the building. The school uses 7 portables, which are located on the immediately adjacent Oakburn Administration Center site. The portables are placed on this site because portables cannot be placed on the Avondale site. Enrollment at Avondale is projected to continue to grow over the long term, increasing the total number of portables required up to 13. There is no more space for portables on the Oakburn site. This report is recommending 2 solutions to decrease the enrollment at Avondale Public School. Together, these 2 solutions are expected to reduce the portables required by Avondale down to 3. The first solution is to assign portions of the Avondale attendance area to the adjacent schools, Hollywood Public School and Bayview Middle School. JK to 5 students living in the boundary change areas will be assigned to Hollywood Public School, and grades 6 to 8 students will be assigned to Bayview Middle School. Hollywood Public School is a feeder of Bayview Middle School, so the students in the boundary change areas can stay together with their peers as they progress up the grades. Over the long term, approximately 60 students will be shifted to Hollywood Public School and 40 students will be shifted to Bayview Middle School. It is recommended that the boundary changes be phased in so that current students and their younger siblings can stay at Avondale until they graduate, and only new registrants to the TDSB will be directed to Hollywood Public School and Bayview Middle School. It is recommended that the boundary changes take effect for September 2025. The schools are within walking distance of the boundary change areas. No transportation is required. Hollywood Public School will have space to accommodate the students. Bayview Middle School may require 3 portables over the long term. There is a study in the long-term program and accommodation strategy to investigate boundary changes between Bayview Middle School and Cumber Valley Middle School, which will decrease the need for portables at Bayview Middle School. The second solution is to direct 6 proposed residential developments in the Avondale area to Finch Public School and Cumber Valley Middle School. JK to 5 students from the new developments will be directed to Finch Public School, and grades 6 to 8 students from the new developments will be directed to Cumber Valley Middle School. Finch Public School is a feeder of Cumber Valley Middle School, so the students from the new developments can stay together with their peers as they progress up the grades. Over the long term, approximately 111 students will be directed to Finch Public School and 30 students will be directed to Cumber Valley Middle School. Finch Public School could require 3 portables to accommodate the students. 2 unused portables are already on site. There is space for a 3rd portable. Cumber Valley Middle School has space to accommodate the students. Both schools are outside of walking distance, so students in the new developments will require transportation. It is recommended that the redirection of the 6 developments be effective immediately. A public meeting was held to consult with the broader community. Approximately 40 people attended. In general, the attendees were supportive of the proposed changes. The long-term solution for Avondale Public School is to build additional pupil places in the area, which staff is actively exploring now. The long-term program and accommodation strategy will reflect the need for a capital project in this area. This concludes our presentation. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Are there any questions from trustees?
Trustees.
Is that again? Okay. Trustee Siskandarajah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So I wasn't able to follow fully what the delegate had to say about this issue. So if staff could respond to some of her concerns.
Through the chair, the delegate lives on a street that is assigned to Avondale Public School. She would like to be assigned to Hollywood Public School. She would like this boundary change area to be expanded to include her street. When she drives to Avondale Public School, she is required, following the rules of the road, to make 3 left turns, and it's about 1.8 kilometers to get from her address to her designated school, Avondale Public School, by driving. When our transportation department measures distances, they don't measure driving routes, they measure walking routes. And there's a difference between driving routes and walking routes. Driving routes, you're following the rules of the road. So distances could be longer because of one-way streets and forced left turns and things like that. But walking routes are not impacted by one-way streets. Walking routes also take into consideration paved, maintained walkways going through parks. And so our transportation department has measured the distances from her address to her current school, Avondale Public School. While driving, it is 1.8 kilometers, walking, it's 650 meters, because there is a safe, maintained pathway through a park, Glendora Park. So it is actually very close to Avondale Public School. The boundary change that we've designed, it is at the limit of the 1.6 kilometers, and her address is just outside of 1.6 kilometers to Hollywood Public School. So if we included her pocket of addresses to Hollywood Public School, we'd be incurring transportation costs. And it's definitely longer walking route than to her current school, Avondale Public School. So that's why we've recommended drawing the boundary the way that we've done it. It's at the limit of the 1.6 to Hollywood Public School, and she's definitely in a group of addresses that are much closer to Avondale Public School.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful, especially for our public to hear. Thank you so much.
Okay, that comes to the end of our speakers list. Thank you very much, Mr. Gowdy. We're going to open the vote, so just give us one moment. Oh, I need a mover and a seconder on this, please. Thank you, Trustee Williams, Trustee Siskandaraja. So we'll do Williams and Siskandaraja. And the vote is now open.
Trustee Shan in favor.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Trustee Pei in favor.
Patel in favor.
In favor.
Chernis Lynn in favor.
Rajiko Singham in favor.
Trustee Hassan and Wong, how do you vote?
Wong in favor.
Okay, thank you. And Trustee Hassan, we're still waiting on your vote.
Trustee Hassan in favor.
Thank you. And that has carried. Moving on in the agenda, we're on item number 7.3. This is the Days of Significance calendar update. Director Russell Rollins, I turn it over to you to open this item.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, I would like to acknowledge the work that the staff has been doing to put before you the options in the report with respect to the Days of Significance calendar. I will now turn it over to Associate Director Audley Salmon to begin the presentation of this report.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm wondering if we can bring the slide presentation up. Thank you. The TDSB Days of Significance cataloged a range of various days, weeks, and months which held cultural and social justice significance to diverse communities. Integral to this calendar were creed, faith-based days to acknowledge and honor students and staff's creed and faith-based observances. This curated list served as a resource for schools, informing decisions and acknowledgements through various means such as announcements, displays, and school and board-wide activities such as track and field, concerts, school fairs, and graduations. The calendar plays an important role in school strategic planning by providing resources about significant creed and faith-based days. A team of staff will be presenting this evening with respect to this issue. I'm going to at this point in time, turn it over to Human Rights System Lead Mehajbeen Ibrahim, who's going to speak to this particular aspect of it. Mehajbeen, next slide, please.
Good evening. I'm going to focus on the religious days of observance, or what we commonly call holy days. The right to hold and practice creed or religion is a fundamental human right that is protected both in the board's Human Rights Policy P031 and in the Ontario Human Rights Code. Corollary to the equality right is the duty to accommodate the creed or religious observance or holy day of our students and staff in accordance with the board's own human rights policy and human rights case law. The creed religion accommodation guidance is provided systemically on human rights matters TDSB wide. Therefore, it is important that we do have a list of holy days or holy day, faith day calendar. While it is not an exhaustive list, it certainly serves as an important reminder of the duty to accommodate creed-based observances or holy days and is helpful in planning purposes. We will continue that practice, and I would like to now invite Peter Chang to speak to the next slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to spend a few minutes speaking about Heritage Months, as it is. These are also considered significant observances and something that the trustees are quite familiar with. Currently, the TDSB recognizes 13 Heritage History Months. These selected Heritage History Months are recognized formally across the system during their designated month. Heritage History Month designations are brought forward by a trustee motion and voted on by the Board of Trustees for approval. Currently, as you're aware, there's a moratorium in place, also approved by the Board of Trustees, signifying that additional Heritage History Months may no longer be included until a policy is developed. On February the 5th, 2020, the Board of Trustees approved the updated policy development work plan for this policy development. The updated work plan identifies several key themes related to history and heritage months and how they're to be designated. Thank you. And I'll pass this now to Lorraine Linton to speak about non-creed based and non-heritage month days.
Next slide, please. And thank you, Peter. The non-creed based and non-heritage month days of significance calendar will be developed through a phased approach. This method ensures a systematic and transparent process for adding or removing relevant days. Phase 1 begins this September for the 2024-25 school year. And you can see the TDSB will share 3 of the Days of Significance calendars. They will include, firstly, the TDSB Heritage and History Months, 2, the Creed and Faith-Based Holy Day calendar, and the 3rd are the Indigenous Days of Significance. The committee will need to establish several processes, and this work will include establishing the staff committee structure, appointing staff committee members, defining roles and responsibilities of the staff committee members, establishing the frequency that this committee will meet, and establishing conditions and criteria for the inclusion or the exclusion of dates. Phase 2 will also take place during the same 2024-25 school year, and we anticipate this being active in the spring of 2025. And during this time, the committee will work on the following: developing the communication process for the TDSB and the development of the TDSB Days of Significance calendar pursuant to the development of the processes as noted in Phase 1. Can we go to the next slide, please? This slide speaks of Phase 3. This will take place during the 2025-2026 school year. And this will be the finalization of the TDSB Days of Significance calendar. This is when it will be circulated, providing schools with 4 distinct calendars of reference. The 3 that we mentioned before, the Heritage and History Months, Creed-based Holy Days, and Indigenous Days of Significance, And at this time, the TDSB Days of Significance calendar will also be available for schools to reference. So during this time, the committee processes will include a review of the identified process and the development of communication for the Toronto District School Board. This concludes our presentation this evening, and at this time, I'll pass it back to Associate Salmon, Associate Director. Thank you, Lorraine. At the end of the day, part of what we want to do is establish a process in order so that we have a mechanism in place in order to move forward with respect to days of significance that also honors communities and honors the various days that are very important. But we as a board want to make sure that there's a process by which we are going through in order to identify days to recognize and days to potentially remove. Thank you. That's the end of our presentation. We welcome any questions.
Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the team for the presentation. I just have a quick question. So with Heritage Month, this appears to also be a review of Heritage Months. And so will we be recommending potentially changes to Heritage Months, whether it's adding new months, moving existing months, or eliminating some of the months? Is that up for discussion as well through this process?
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm going to ask System Superintendent Chang in order to respond to that, keeping in mind that there are three distinct types of calendars that we've identified for trustees. So Mr. Chang, if you can respond.
Thank you so much. And through the chair, the purpose of sharing with the trustees the work development plan is that as staff, we're currently in phase 2 of the work development plan, which is to spend the time and think about how we can go about working on the policy in itself. So yes, trustees, there will be an opportunity to look at how we can go about adding new heritage months and making some revisions as they come along. But at this point in time, as Mr. Salmon was saying, the focus for tonight is to spend the time on the Days of Significance calendar. And certainly, trustees, we will have the chance to connect with you about how we're doing with the Heritage Months policy.
Okay, thank you. And I would just ask that when we do get to the months policy, that the CACs are consulted, because I know that especially BSAC was very interested in Heritage Months. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll definitely take that back.
Okay, next up we have Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you to staff for the work on this and the report. Because we've heard a number of delegations, not only tonight, but over the last weeks and months, about a desire to see the recognition of Nakba Day, I'm wondering if staff can just be very clear for the public about where this would fit within the considerations in terms of the phase, the section, and the timing of when it would be considered or could be considered.
Thank you. And through the chair, staff has definitely heard a great deal over the course of the last 6 months, in particular with respect to Nakba Day. Part of what would be the process that we would be undertaking is as we move forward and the creation of the actual, the first part is we needed to create a process, and a process would involve us being able to take those particular requests that have come forward from community, from staff, from other individuals, based on conversations we've also engaged with, in order to then take it to the actual committee, and the committee would go through a review process. So the first part is establishment of the actual committee, and then we would look at what are the actual specific requests that have come forward that may warrant us making additions and changes to the days of significance. As far as timing goes, what we have outlined is the committee should be formed over the next in the next school year over the next 3 to 4 months, so sometime around December, and we should be able to provide to board and broader community by the end of February an idea of what the actual next year's days of significance will look like. We want to make sure that our communities have the opportunity to, in order to do some forward planning around what the next school year will bring. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee King. Up next, we have Trustee Pay. Please go ahead. Oh, my apologies. Sorry, Trustee Pay. Before you is Trustee Earhart, followed by Trustee Pay.
Thanks very much. Can everyone hear me? Yeah. I apologize. I'm looking at one screen and speaking into another just because I'm having connectivity issues today. So if there are challenges, please let me know. Thanks very much for this presentation and for the other trustees' questions. I wanted to ask about Creed religious observances. And I think it's my understanding that the current days of significance calendar lists the Creed-based observances within it, and that in this proposal, Creed-based observances would be in a separate list. So it may not be that there are school-based educational components for every Creed-based observance, but that they would be respected for student attendance purposes, for worker attendance purposes. Do I have that understanding correct? And could that be clarified? And thanks very much.
Yes, so thank you, and through the chair, yes, Creed-based dates would still be part of a separate calendar. We're simply dividing the calendars out, but we would continue to provide Creed-based recognition. I'm not sure if Benjamin has any comments.
Thank you, and through the chair. So we will continue to provide a list of Creed-based holidays, system-wide use that will go to schools and other places to help with their planning and with meeting our obligations under the human rights policy to accommodate Creed religious-based needs. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for the clarification.
Thank you very much. You're up next, Trustee Pay. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to relay the message that I got from one of my constituents who asking to add a British Heritage Month to our Heritage Month calendars. So I just wanted through you ask the staff, what's the staff take on this?
Thank you, and through the chair, the staff's take would be that we want to be able to follow a process, and that process would be informing staff with respect to the requests, and all requests of that nature would be looked at by this particular committee as we move forward towards identifying which days of significance will be represented for the 25-26 school year. Thank you.
So, sorry. So, Madam Chair, I didn't get the answer. I'm not sure the answer is really clear to me. So, is this a staff saying that the staff will consider the possibility to have a British Heritage Month, or just say there's going to be continued conversation? But I just wonder what kind of conversation is going to be taking place. Who is going to be part of that conversation? Or is this committee member going to be part of the conversation? Or just staffs?
Thank you, and through the chair, part of what we would do with any particular request, staff would consider it as part of our process. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, was there be like a public consultation regarding this?
Through the chair, no, it is not a question of public consultation. What we've outlined is that staff and community members have the opportunity in order to provide suggestions to this particular committee, and then the committee will consider those that come forward. Thank you.
Through Madam Chair, is that possible the committee can provide the committee's email address so I can forward this constituent to her, and maybe she can engage some conversation with the committee.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm happy to follow up with the trustee afterwards if you would like me to provide an ability in order to provide that information to staff. I'm happy to follow up with you afterwards in order to get that information and provide you with that email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Associate Director Olison. Thank you, Madam Chair. I finished my question.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee McLean, you're next.
Thank you, and through the chair, can I have staff just give me just a very brief what it means to have these days from a school point of view on whether this is like an opportunity, a learning opportunity in all our schools, or just schools that would have people with a particular cultural or religious affiliation that they're aware of. Would we encourage a day not to that we wouldn't have tests on because there might be an expectation that some members of the class and wouldn't be in attendance, and that so I'm just getting I'm trying to get a sense of other than our newsletters recognizing all these things, what this actually means in our buildings, particularly our elementary buildings, around a learning opportunity and an opportunity to share and an opportunity for marginalized communities to share what their proud heritages and that kind of. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask Century Assigned Principal Carlo Cabrera to respond to that.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Part of the purpose of the Days of Significance calendar, whether it be the Heritage Month, whether it be the Creed faith-based, or whether it be the Indigenous Days of Significance, is to provide schools with an opportunity for curricular learning. In some instances, announcements are derived from particular days. In some instances, displays are made within the schools by students with regard to any particular day on the Days of Significance. Thank you.
If I may add, thank you very much to staff. The Heritage Days, the Creed-based days as well, Heritage Month, Creed-based days and Days of Significance are numerous. Schools often make selections based on the communities that they serve with respect to embedding it in the curriculum, as well as engaging communities and students in highlighting their experiences connected to Heritage Months and or Days of Significance or Creed-based days. One of the things that this amazing team has grappled with over the past year and longer is exactly what purpose the Days of Significance serve when they are many, and we know that schools cannot recognize each of them in similar ways. And so I think that that's been part of the complexity of determining which days of significance to put on the TDSB calendar, and then to be very clear about what our expectations are about how these days will be used in schools. We know the importance that all three of these calendars have on ensuring student and staff belonging and respecting their identities, but it is a complexity that staff are grappling with as we work through Heritage Months and Days of Significance.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions on this item. So if you give us one, I need a mover and a seconder for this report. Thank you, Trustee Williams and Trustee McLean. We're just going to get that vote opened.
Ms. Kandaraja in favor.
And in favor.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Dawson in favor.
Chernus Lynn in favor.
Hassan in favor.
Pay in favor.
Patel in favor.
Trustee DeVitis? Trustee Trustee Gose? And Trustee Earhart. How do you vote?
Trustee Earhart in favor. Trustee Gose in favor.
Trustee DeVitis, are you there? Okay, we'll mark him as absent.
Sorry, I was here in favor.
Okay, just under the wire. We'll let it go. Okay, and that has carried. Moving on to item number 7.4. This is the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation update. Director Russell Rollins, I will turn it to you to start us off.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to ask Associate Director Salmon to present this report.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm actually going to turn it over to System Superintendent Karen Murray.
So good evening, everyone. Briefly, this is a report that will provide an update in regards to a motion. In October 2023, the Planning and Priorities Committee, where we are tonight, passed a motion to staff to report on developing partnerships and programs with the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. And this report outlines the endorsement of the community space, and it also gave a brief update of the beginning partnership based on the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. Through you, Chair.
Okay, and do trustees have any questions on this item? Okay. Oh, wait. Trustee Siskandarajah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just to confirm, the federal government did not respond to the letter?
Correct. The reply that we have is in the it's in the Google folder that has all the correspondence that we receive and send out. It was shared with trustees some time ago when we got it. What we were told was that they had already done all their funding for the year in which we had sent the letter. So there was no further funding at that time.
Thank you. I read the documents, unless I missed something through you, Madam Chair. I thought that was the response from the provincial government. Did the federal government also respond and it wasn't, did I miss that?
I don't think we wrote the federal government, but I might be wrong.
Okay, thank you. My understanding from the provincial letter was that they do this as a partnership with the federal government and that the federal government had closed its funding for that year. Thank you. Just wanted clarification.
Okay, I will look back through our notes on that and follow up with you. Okay, seeing no further questions, this report is for receipt and the vote will be opened momentarily.
Through you, Chair.
That's right, I need a mover and a seconder. Oh, do you have more to add before we open the vote, Director?
Yes, thank you. I wrote to the federal ministers in support of the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. and I did not receive a response.
Thank you. That's what I thought I saw in eScribe.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just looking at mine, and I think mine were all province of Ontario. I don't believe that.
You did as well.
I did as well. Okay, sorry. It's been a little while. I don't think we received a response from the feds on this one. But we'll go back and double check, but I don't believe we ever did. Okay, thank you. Thanks for jogging our memory about that, Trustee Siskandarajah. Trustee McLean, do you have a question? Oh, you're happy to move it. Thank you. We have a mover. I need a seconder, please. Thank you, Trustee Arts. So if you just give us a moment. There we go. The vote is now open, and this is for receipt.
Shan in favor.
Siskandarajah in favor.
Hassan in
Trustee
favor.
Ghost in favor.
Nziata in favor.
Trustee Pay.
McLean in favor.
In favor.
Patel in favor.
Okay, thank you. Moving on our agenda, we are now at item number 7.5, strategic workforce engagement and attendance support. And I will pass the microphone over to the director to introduce this, or to Associate Director Pon for this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening. I'm very pleased to ask my colleagues here to present this report. Essentially, it details a number of factors and also provides information on work that has been done and work that will continue to be done in relation to staffing levels, particularly in the schools, but also in our departments as well. It is a culmination of a work of a number of individuals, including people and culture and our research department. It is in response to many inquiries and discussions that we've had over a number of committee meetings and other meetings. And what we want to do for the purposes of this report is to have a more comprehensive look at this particular issue and to share information. So I will hand it over to Executive Officer Melissa Kennedy to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, and through the chair. Before you is the report on strategic workforce engagement and attendance support for receipt. As Associate Director Pon stated, I understand there have been previous requests for a report on staffing and fill rates, and while the data that has been requested is certainly important, the contributing factors are far more nuanced, and simply reporting on the data alone really need to be provided in context. So in saying that, the report outlines the complex set of factors influencing staffing and fill rates in schools and departments, the impact of absenteeism on fill rates, the steps that have been taken to support existing pressures and increase classroom support, and a workforce strategy to engage and increase classroom supports and stabilize staffing in the system. We've made every effort to ensure that the report was balanced and not blaming, presenting the facts as they exist and how we plan to move forward together to create a supportive environment which fosters employee and student well-being, satisfaction, and success. So you'll note the report does not address employee culpability at all, rather the many factors that are contributing to what is referred to as innocent or non-culpable absenteeism, which can generally be attributed to legitimate concerns that an employee cannot control. While we know that unplanned illness and injury can occur and reliance on sick leave benefits may be necessary in some circumstances, the expectation is that all employees within the organization will attend work regularly when functionally able as part of our employment commitment to the board. Our hope is that the supports we're putting in place with a focus on accommodation and early and safe return to work will encourage that. Next slide, please. We know that classroom and school continuity with a stable and consistent staff presence has a substantial and positive impact on student and employee well-being and overall outcomes for student learning. Conversely, Absences have a significant effect on the TDSB's ability to ensure a productive work and learning environment, and can ultimately impact student and staff achievement and satisfaction. Next slide. You may recall that TDSB participates in an annual absence study with other participating boards across the province, administered by the School Boards Cooperative, Inc. In 2022 and 23, the absence study produced an average of 15.89 or 16 sick days per permanent employee in participating boards across the province, as compared to the TDSB average of 19.68 or 20 sick days per permanent employee. It is important to note that while the TDSB average is approximately 4 days higher than the provincial average, the year-over-year trend comparison since 2018 is nearly identical. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of the many and varied factors influencing fill rates that are referred to in the report. While the externally driven influences are largely out of the direct control of the board, they remain persistent in their impact on the board's ability to effectively manage staffing levels and vacancy fill rates. It is quite detailed, so we've taken the opportunity to break down each section of the pie to explain further. Next slide, please. So the external, or in many cases provincially driven factors, include but are not limited to things like the global labor shortage. We know that in February of 2024, the UN issued a global alert over teacher shortages. And much like other boards in the province and across the country, TDSB is challenged with the existing supply of talent. The existing sick leave plan design is bargained at the central provincial level and not something directly within our control or bargaining authority. The OCT certification process and 2-year Bachelor of Education program requirements have created some additional obstacles to draw students into the profession. And certainly the post-pandemic changes in work preferences by the folks in the labor market more broadly can't be ignored. Next slide, please. This slide, while still identifying factors external to the direct control of the board, it represents some of the unique municipal factors impacting the board by virtue of our location within the City of Toronto. More specifically, these include the geographic dispersion of our board and mobility, flexibility pertaining to staff assignment, the high cost of living in Toronto and commuting challenges. But that said, understanding the internal factors unique to the board in context of these also external factors, particularly related to our absenteeism rate, is essential in addressing existing staffing challenges across our system and the associated budget implications. Next slide, please. So this slide highlights some of those factors, those internal factors, and I won't get into every detail, but they are including but not limited to the high utilization of sick leave and claim volume, the ineffective structure of people and culture, particularly supporting our disability case management administration, and the insufficient resources to support the volume of files. For context, currently the TDSB employs 14 disability case administrators to manage over 8,500 cases. This equates to approximately 607 files per administrator. When you look at best practice benchmarks, you would see an active caseload of approximately 100 files or an annual caseload of approximately 250 files per case manager. So to manage the volume of work effectively and positively impacts sick leave utilization at TDSB, investment in these resources are necessary and required. Next slide, please. So again, this slide summarizes the multitude of complex factors that are influencing staffing and fill rates in our schools and departments. And I know it's quite detailed, so wanted to take the opportunity to dig into it a little further. Next slide, thank you. So while we have not completed a deep dive statistical analysis at our board, recent studies have demonstrated higher rates of educator absenteeism and shortages in schools serving greater proportions of low-income families, and also where staff encounter mobility challenges based on the geographic dispersion of the organization. Other factors that are important to highlight include the geographic dispersion of our board. We know the vast geographic dispersion of the board creates some challenges with respect to flexibility in staffing assignment and mobility, and can create more challenge. We also understand and acknowledge the affordability crisis facing the Toronto area has produced significant economic costs to the region, such as higher rates of employee turnover, resulting in greater recruitment costs and a migration of workers to other cities outside of Toronto, but also outside of the GTA and Ontario and Canada more broadly. And finally, there is a cultural component to voluntary absenteeism, and this is in the education sector more broadly, so not specific to the TDSB, but it refers to the term absenteeism acceptance. And it really is representative of a tendency to accept absenteeism without attempting to change it. So while we know that in many ways we have not made great attempts to change it to date, we are now alert to and aware of our existing realities and have great plans to move things forward in a positive way. Next slide, please. Absenteeism costs over the past 2 years have represented 9.46% and 8.71% of the TDSB's total payroll, respectively. Our total replacement costs in the 22-23 year amount to approximately $131 million annually. When we compare our replacement costs to the provincial average, we have an approximate $25 million gap over which the province is realizing at the 15.89 mark. If improved, the savings could certainly be reinvested into additional resources. It is important to acknowledge, though, that while the sick day average for the TDSB remains above that of the provincial average, there has been a positive improvement year over year between 2021, the 2021-22 school year and 2022-23 school year. While it's also important to note, while the report is primarily focused on teacher absenteeism and fill rates, given they are the majority of our staff, the magnitude of absenteeism by other school-based staff is not ignored, particularly how it contributes to the utilization rate for the board on the whole. But the focus of the report more broadly is school-based staff, including teachers. Apart from the obvious budget implications, the existing absenteeism rates also create an over-reliance and subsequent pressure on alternate resources. So when we're talking about staffing and fill rates in context of sick leave utilization and absenteeism, it's circular, and it creates an over-reliance and pressure on alternate resources like OTs, like emergency resource personnel, like school administrators and department leaders, peers, and other support staff. Next slide. There has been a great amount of care and many steps taken to support existing pressures and increase classroom supports given our current climate. I take no credit for it, and there's been a great amount of work by the members of People and Culture, formerly Employee Services, before my arrival. This slide highlights the many actions taken by the board and continued efforts that will be made on an ongoing basis. So while we have a larger strategic plan towards our people and culture transformation and attendance support that I'll get into momentarily, these continued efforts will remain in place and remain ongoing to the extent that they're appropriate. So fulsome explanation of each measure is outlined in Appendix B to the report for your ease of reference and the foundational pieces that we'll build upon. Next slide. So again, while there have been a number of steps taken to support existing pressures and increase classroom supports, which are outlined in great detail in Appendix B, we have also outlined the strategy to increase classroom supports and stabilize staffing in our system. This includes 4 separate pillars. One is the critical people and culture transformation. The people and culture transformation from employee services previously includes a significant change to our operating model of our team, the introduction of centers of expertise and centralization of resources, the introduction of business partners support the complex organizational matters as a strategic partner to our leaders. Through the people and culture transformation, every effort will be made to improve upon process, consolidate existing work efforts to eliminate duplication and ensure efficiencies. Relying on existing FTE may be in order to repurpose and address perhaps gaps in the structure that would be appropriate. The introduction, certainly though, of net new FTE would be critical in enhancing team capacity and capability building. The focus initially in our phased-in approach will include our disability case management, given the obvious connections to the support of and improvement of our sick leave utilization. The structural changes and process improvements that are underway in people and culture will, of course, include the disability case management, but it's important to highlight that they will be focused on the early and safe return to work for folks who are utilizing or relying on sick leave or need accommodation. But it will also include the creation of a centralized health and wellness team within people and culture. And the mandate of that team will be to encourage an approach to wellness that simultaneously addresses physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual components of health, which are holistic in a healthy human. Programming and additional supports will be developed as part of the larger changes we are implementing in people and culture to build and support resilience and well-being in our staff. The introduction of an attendance support strategy, program, and campaign will be critical. A comprehensive attendance support program is being developed to address absenteeism issues and promote a healthy, safe, and respectful workplace. The initiative includes process improvements, operational clarity, communication efforts, development of attendance dashboards, reports, and key performance indicators, and an attendance awareness campaign with rollout planned for fall 2024. Next slide, please. With respect to talent management, in addition to a robust talent acquisition strategy and combined effort and collaboration with our professional learning friends, TDSB is undergoing and has been undergoing a review of the employment equity policy, which tracked to GPC a week ago or so, 2 weeks ago, with the goal of ensuring workforce representation that's reflective of our student population. The revised policy, informed by staff and student census, is anticipated to be approved next week, hopefully, and followed by the development of a very comprehensive employment equity plan as part of the larger strategy towards talent management and talent acquisition at the board. And finally, educational partner engagement and organizational enablement. Engaging educational partners, including our leadership as champions, our professional learning team, our union and association representatives, is critical in driving organizational culture change. Transparent communication and collaboration will be emphasized and continues to be emphasized to address challenges collectively, and in an integrated manner. This includes important and ongoing dialogue with our union and association partners and other necessary collaborative efforts across the organization. We've been very privileged to have ongoing dialogue and feedback that's been shared transparently from our union and association partners. And while we have great attention to be paid to process improvement, we also know that that continued ongoing dialogue with them and their view and lens into the challenges that we're facing is critical to our continued success in moving this forward. Next slide, please. So that concludes the report for receipt, and we certainly welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. We have 2 trustees on the list so far. We have Trustee Didavides, followed by 3. Trustee Didavides, followed by Trustee Patel, followed by Trustee Pei.
Thank you. I want to thank staff for a very detailed report. Very interesting, and it will play very well into our conversation at the Finance Committee. So thank you for the information, because it will help us make some decisions on that. I wanted to go back to Appendix A. There was a map in there that I didn't see in the presentation, maybe I missed it, but it was in Appendix A, and it helped to make a correlation between rates of poverty and social need in the city, and the places where we see a higher incidence of absenteeism and are having a harder time with fill rates and things like that. Through the chair, maybe if we can have staff expand on that. Is there a direct relationship between household income for a school community, LOI rates, and difficulty having teachers in the classroom?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. While we've not completed a deep dive statistical analysis at the board, we do have great opportunity to do that. I am going to turn to my colleague, research coordinator Stephanie DeJesus, who's done a great amount of work in researching some of the literature and how we can apply that to our learning going forward.
So through the chair, staff would like to preface that statistical analyses of TDSB staff absenteeism data in relation to LOI, geographic dispersion, or other factors have not been completed at this time. And so to provide broader context, Executive Officer Kennedy shared patterns from the peer-reviewed research with respect to absenteeism and staffing shortages and internal and external factors. Another thing that we'd like to share is that we know that learning centers are heterogeneous, and so based on our understanding of the literature, there's likely an interconnected and nuanced story behind the data, which we're beginning to explore statistically.
As the follow-up to that, through the chair, is that an analysis that is in progress, you're saying, and when would we be able to expect some of those results, if you have an answer for that at this point?
Thank you, and through the chair. It's not currently in progress, but this report and the work that we've done with the report is certainly going to inform some of the actions that we need to take moving forward to understand the data more clearly. We are working with our internally to prepare reports and pulling data on per the LC map at the moment, and drilling into the utilization rates in our LNs and in our respective schools. And from there, we're hoping to really dig into a more of a statistical analysis around whether or not there is an interrelationship that we can point to.
Yeah, and that's sort of through the chair, as we develop our structure, administrative structure, it would be I think more interesting and more useful to try and dive into an analysis that compares different school communities as opposed to learning centers or whatever it is that we're moving towards, and however that's structured. And so I would encourage staff to come back to us with some of this information, because I think it would be useful for us to understand how some of this patterns sort of apply to different school communities. There's often variations between neighborhoods and even within this award. So thank you. That was one question. Second question, we have a graph in Appendix B that sort of shows the pattern of absenteeism rates over different years. Do we have a sense yet at this point in the year of the rate of improvement or not? What are we seeing for 2023-24 compared to previous years?
Thank you, and through the chair. Table A, the magnitude, like if we're referring specifically to, as an example, elementary teaching, Table A does provide the average day, or the average day used per teacher, average sick day used per teacher to date. So that's the 2023-24 sick days used to date, and that's approximately the end of May. So the average sick days used are broken down per LC, and do represent figures that are more representative of what you would see for the provincial average. But again, that's a point in time and doesn't take us to the end of the year. So I wouldn't, I'd be cautiously optimistic about how we're trending, but wouldn't want to commit that we were doing better on the whole. Trending in a positive direction.
Okay, and I do, through the chair, I do remember seeing some of this data in the fall in previous years. Would we be getting an updated report and at some point in the beginning of the 24-25 year?
Through the chair, we certainly can.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Different type of question. Through chair and through staff, is there a single thing that can be done to create significant improvement I see from the report a series of actions at different points to try and achieve the goal of sort of creating safer learning environments and safer workplaces that can reduce that absenteeism. Is there one or two things that we can highlight, or does it have to have that sort of complexity in terms for us to be successful, this strategy?
Through the chair, I think it would be impossible to point to one specific quick win or quick fix. But I can say that staff are regularly committed to ongoing and creative thinking that we can contribute to positive change on the daily. I think a really good recent example of that is the assigned long-term occasional teachers that were placed in some of the schools. Now, we've been placing them based on highest need with respect to the lowest fill rates, and also doing it, in a measured way to ensure that we're not overextending the resource and then creating more of a cost pressure on the back end. So it is a bit of a balancing act, but we are taking every effort or every opportunity to think creatively about options and solutions that will support our schools.
Hey, thank you for that answer. And through the chair, just have a couple more quick questions. Can you maybe expand a little bit on the explanation of what the pilot is that we're developing with QP? How does that work? What are we accomplishing there?
Sure. So the QP pilot was something that was introduced, I believe, in the fall of 2023, but I could be wrong on the date. It was prior to my arrival. It's an expedited process, which effectively allows us to not circumvent, but there was an agreement to effectively circumvent the existing language in the collective agreements regarding posting and interview requirements for certain positions. So where we knew that there were certain individuals who had been in place for a particular period of time, an extended period of time in either acting or temporary positions, there was a review of permanent vacancies, and wherever there was an opportunity to introduce place folks into permanent vacancies without, in an expedited manner, without the posting and interview requirements, given they've demonstrated the necessary skills and abilities to perform the role. That was the effort that was made, and I have to give kudos to both the members of People and Culture, but also the members of our QP leadership in really moving that forward in a collaborative way.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, no, and through chair, that sounds exciting as a potential place for partnership with some of the different locals. So it's great to hear, because we also anecdotally always hear about people wanting to find permanent placements, but then find a really difficult time doing that because of a number of different factors within the system. So happy to hear that this pilot exists, and hoping that maybe it's something that can continue to develop. Last question. I appreciate the staff separated a couple of the items in Appendix B at the end in terms of our strategies, because they can have maybe a negative sort of overall effect in terms of what happens in the classroom. It's so redeploying central teachers. We sat last year with some of the really successful reading supports, literacy supports, and things like that. These are not driven by pedagogical sort of objectives. They're driven by financial objectives. Is that not correct? Are these things that we're going to continue to expand? It worries me a little bit that we're going to start cutting through some of the things that we need in the classroom in order to be able to get to meet some financial goals.
Through the chair, forgive me, just for clarity, are you speaking about the other options that were under consideration specifically, or Appendix B more broadly?
No, not Appendix B more broadly, but the couple of options at the end that are sort of being considered that may or may not have a greater role over time. I'm a little bit concerned about the effect that those may have in terms of being taking away resources from one place to fill in the gaps.
No, thank you for the clarity, and through the chair. You share the same or you've made the same observation that we shared, and that's why they're under consideration, because there is a great amount of care that needs to be taken in making decisions like this. Because when we think about in context of professional development and taking a pause, we know that professional learning and development is critical to continued development for education staff, and has a direct and positive impact on improvements to student learning outcomes. So to make a suggestion that we're just completely pausing, it would have to, follow a really significant conversation. And it's not so much so to support the budget pressures. More than that, it would be to support the safety and well-being of our students and ensuring that there's stable and consistent staffing.
Thank you again to staff, through chair. I like the answer, I like the approach, and I'm hoping that we don't move in the wrong direction on this because of the financial pressures, because that would be a detriment to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, staff, for this report. Well, I'm not that happy with this report, but still I'll give appreciation to staff for making this report. Not happy with Appendix A, because it does say that this report includes factors influencing staffing, fill rates, but I don't see any statistics. So my questions will be based on statistics. So I'm hoping that staff will answer those questions. It also does not give me enough confidence, because People and Culture is saying that it's going to take another 4 years probably to fix this problem. So moving along to the plan action items. What are staff's plan to about the absenteeism to level the provincial mark? What are the action plans? Because I don't see anything in this report that, this is the benchmark, we will do it in next 4 years to either equal or be close to the provincial mark. What are the action plans for that?
Thank you, and through the chair. The attendance awareness and support section of Appendix A outlines in great detail the attendance support program that we'll be implementing and that we're in the process of preparing now. The necessary process improvements and operational clarity with respect to disability case management and attendance management. The attendance reporting and dashboards and KPIs so that we have a better understanding of the why behind the what, which is why folks are taking sick leave, how they're trending in an effort to really dial into areas of direct need. And finally, attendance awareness campaign. And for clarity, we don't have any of this now, but our friends and counterparts in other boards across the GTA do have comprehensive attendance or absenteeism management plans. And many organizations, when balanced appropriately with supports, have strong attendance support programs in place.
And through the chair, if I can just add, I know your comments at the very beginning about taking another 4 years, that's not, in fact, the strategy that we are undertaking. A lot of work has already started. A lot of the work is continuing and ongoing, and there is a lot more work going forward. The entire report talks about the strategies. The report also contains a number of statistics. There may be more statistics that we are currently working on, and that may take some time. So I would encourage the trustees to please review the report in detail, and we'll be happy to answer any additional questions either today or at a future time when we do provide updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director Leolapon, and I have read the report 3 times. I don't see any new information in Appendix A, just to clarify this. Moving along to Appendix B, I see on page 81 of agenda items, it says 602 OTs placed into permanent contract positions. Approximately 771 has been removed. 547 new OTs hired since July 2023. So if I do a basic math of 602 placed into permanent, 547 newly hired, which is 1149, minus 771, which are removed. So can I say that we have only hired 378 so far?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, no, that's not accurate. The OTs are hired on a regularly and rolling, in fact, daily basis. The challenge that we have is that in order to hire a permanent contract teacher, we are required to pull directly from our OT ranks. So the OT lists are constantly evolving, and it's difficult to pinpoint at one point in time an effective measure of the list because it is constantly evolving based on movement from the OT list into permanent and contract positions as we're required. That said, there are certain requirements for minimum number of days per school year for OTs to maintain employment in good standing with the board. And when folks are maintaining positions, and we do have a limit in the number of OTs we can have. So when we have OTs who are on the list who are not working to their requisite minimum number of days per school year, it's difficult for us to then continue to hire. So we're doing our best to ensure that the folks who are on the OT list are committed to working the minimum number of days per year and contributing to the board in a manner that we are able to rely on them, and then also engage them for more permanent and contract positions.
Thank you, Executive Officer. To you, Madam Chair, Trustee DeWitt talked about QP pilot program. Is this a new program or this program already existed?
Thank you, and through the chair, the QP program, the QP pilot program was put in place in the fall of 2023 to address staffing challenges.
And when did we start working on the pilot program of hiring students, since 2023 or recently?
This is a new program that began and was implemented in late 2023.
Thank you to you, Madam Chair. So I have some statistical questions, and staff can answer to best of their ability and knowledge they have and the statistics they have. What are the current statistics of 2023-2024 regarding the fill rates at TDSB?
Thank you, and through the chair, the fill rates are represented in the report.
Can you take me to the pages, please?
Page 66 and 67, Table A, Table B, and on the following page for secondary, Table C and D.
I see that. Thank you for that. How many daily supply jobs are being filled on average on day-to-day basis?
I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head, and I would have to take that back on a daily basis. But I know the sick leave, or pardon me, the fill rate, for example, for LC3 in 2022, excuse me, 23-24 is approximately 73%.
Thank you for that. And to you, Madam Chair, we always talk about other boards. Do we have the statistics of their fill rates?
Not directly offhand, no.
All right, then how do we compare them?
Through the chair, I don't think that fill rates would be an appropriate place to compare. I think that the utilization of sick leave as it's contributing to vacancies in our schools and departments would be a more apt comparison. which is what we've chosen to focus on in the report. And so when we benchmark ourselves against the other 62 boards who are participating in the absenteeism study, we are approximately 4 days apart. And when you factor in the complexities of and the unique position of the TDSB and all of the contributing factors internally, I think it's more useful to focus the attention on filling the gap between those 4 days.
Thank you, Executive Officer. Through you, Madam Chair, I'll come back to TDSB then. So how many of these jobs are filled by lunchroom supervisors at present?
Thank you. Through the chair, I couldn't say that specifically.
Through you, Madam Chair, is there any specific reason behind that, or we do not have a statistics?
I don't have the statistics specifically for each LC on lunchroom monitors who are filling schools. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. How about the emergency replacement persons? How many of them are filling the jobs?
The reliance on emergency personnel would be last case resort following the supports that are at the schools, OTs, administrators, and other peers. But I don't have the specific details of the emergency replacement supports.
Not a problem. Moving along, how about the certified occasional teachers? How many of them are filling the jobs currently?
Through the chair, you're asking a number of important questions about statistics. That was not included in this particular report. I think if you have additional questions on future statistical pieces of information, we're happy to take a look at that. I think at this point in time, we have prepared a comprehensive report that cannot accomplish every single piece of data. In fact, we had to pare it down a bit to make it more understandable. So with that in mind, if you have additional pieces of data, we'd be happy to take a look into that and work with our research department to take a look. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director. Through you, Madam Chair. Annual reports are based on a statistical data. And the report presented today by the staff is probably based on data. The work we are doing to resolve this problem is based on statistical data. And the question I'm asking are not the future question, future data. This is current data on which we are implementing this report, or we will be working on this report based on this data. So if my questions are important, if this report is important for, then what can I answer this to you, Madam Chair? The reason why I'm saying is I have teachers at the moment.
Trustee Patel, you've come to the end of your time.
Can you put me back on the list, Madam Chair? I got lots of questions. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I is Trustee Patel concern. I'm worried.
Trustee Pei, I think you're glitching. And perhaps that was what was happening with Trustee Patel. It was hard to hear.
Okay, just 1 second, Madam Chair.
We can now hear you better.
Okay.
Is he frozen again?
Madam Chair, is better now?
We'll try this. You may have to turn off your camera.
Okay. All right, I turn off my camera. Okay, I do echo, Trustee Patel's concern. To be honest, I'm very disappointed with this report. because there's not so many actual data being presented in this report. I mean, this report to me is not different from the other report we were presenting at FBAC. I know the number, absentee, we're down from 20.5 days to 19.68 days. I think we're starting feeling optimistic. But actually, if you really look at the data, the provincial average also decreased. So what is really causing the decrease by the half days for our board? Is that external factors or internal factors? So basically, this report didn't tell us anything, but it's just a little bit deep of data. Also, I think the most importantly, the data before 2012 is so important. That's benchmark for a reason, because that's when the new provincial sick leave days kick in. So I want to ask you, through Madam Chair, does staff have that data, 2011 or 2012? I want to see that number. That's benchmark number.
I'll start with the questions. And while I appreciate the two trustees' concerns about the report not containing specific data that you're seeking, as I offered before, if you have any requests for additional data that you believe is missing or you think will be informative, please do contact myself or Executive Officer Kennedy. This is not the only report that will be done in one point in time. This is such a critical issue that we will be constantly monitoring this. In another respect, we have previously shared with trustees data about a long-term overview of sick leave usage from 2012, when the sick leave plan changed provincially to present day. There was a very significant increase. In fact, essentially the number of sick days have doubled over that time period. Whether that's due to the plan design or some other factors, including potentially the after effects of COVID and the pandemic. There's so many different factors, and this is why the research was very important to take a look into this. With respect to data, it's unfortunate that you don't believe this report's of use. I do believe it's a very important report to be able to share with the trustees, to take a look at all the different things that are being done, regardless of whether the data shows a worse state or a better state. At least this is an attempt by staff to work with our partners, to work with the resources that we currently have, regardless of the resources that we don't have, to tackle this problem. It's a starting point. And so again, if you feel that it's missing certain pieces of data, please do send it to us. We will take a look into it and try our very best to gather that information and share it with the trustees at that time. Thank you.
To be honest, I'm really disappointed. We're only at the starting point. When we have this problem, if we're really dating back, already 2018, we only started thinking about the problem. We've been consistently above province average, either 20%, 25%, for last 6 years, but we're just starting thinking about it. I'm so disappointed. Where are those data? Give us the data, show how many people taking sick leaves, system-wide. What's the percentage of people taking most sick leaves really impact the number? Where's the cluster of those people taking sick leave? I give you an example, okay? What I heard from my constituents is that some teachers take almost 40, 60 days sick leaves every year since the beginning of the 2012, okay? And this means classroom teacher may be working 3 or 4 days a week. It's so disruptive to the consistent programming, instruction and assessment. If the teacher not engaged, how can make sure our student engage? So I think I'm asking whether the staff really captures those data for those people chronically taking advantage of the system. Through Madam Chair, I want to ask this question. Thank you very much.
If I can start. Trustee Pei, I understand the frustration. I think the tone of the question is inappropriate. The report, if you read it, starting on page, or if you take a look at page 70, you will see some major clusters of staff and the level of absence rate. For example, not just teachers. We do have some selected classifications, and this is data from the School Boards Collective Incorporated. They are the ones who collect this data for about 65 school boards in Ontario. With respect to your comments about, anecdotal comments, sorry, about 40 to 60 days of sick leave, and the assumption that staff are taking advantage of sick leave, I think I would kindly ask the trustee, including all trustees, to refrain from making that assumption of our staff. There are many staff who do need 40, 60, in fact, some need a lot more. And all of us, as I'm sure can appreciate, there are very different factors that staff have to deal with, physically, mentally. We talked about this earlier, about being able to present themselves at work in a safe fashion and one that respects their well-being. So this was raised before. A comment was made by this trustee about staff taking advantage of sick leave. I would ask you again to refrain from using that assumption. I think that's highly disrespectful of staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, if I may respond, this is a critical issue. I think I'm on the record of saying that this is one of the issues that really challenges public education. Staff are not on a different side than trustees, and we're not on a different side to our employees. We all have a role to play in addressing this very complex and critical issue for our students. We are open to hearing the additional data sets that trustees would like us to collect and present in future reports. It would be remiss of me if I did not remind us of the 2+ years of COVID-19 that staff and employee services was addressing with public health restrictions in place and guidance about how to manage illness in the workplace. That is also contributing to some of the trends that we have seen over time. The trend of absences is not unique to the Toronto District School Board or school boards in Ontario. It is both a provincial, national, and international trend. That is why it's so complex to crack. The report that you have before you provides an initial overview of the strategies that have been put in place and the plan to address it from a variety of different perspectives. Regretfully, there aren't 1 or 2 or 3 strategies alone that will increase attendance. If there were, other district school boards, including ours, would have already brought down the trend. So we will continue to adjust our strategies and monitor absenteeism. We know there's more work to do. We've begun conversations with unions, and we are certainly open to hearing trustees' feedback and ideas. But I would ask us to remember, we are all working toward the same goal.
Thank you, Madam Director. I want to, through Madam Chair, I wanted to turn to page agenda 70, table F. So when I look at this table, I see it's a very stark contrast. For those others, non-union members, they take half the sick leaves compared to those unionized. Can staff explain to me why there's a stark contrast here?
Through the chair, this type of data is not inconsistent with patterns across all industries between union and non-union. The vast majority of unionized positions at TDSB are frontline, working directly with members of the public in our schools. the vast majority of our non-union are in our central departments in our administrative sites. Can we explain exactly why there's a difference in sick leave usage? No. But there are a number of factors that we already referred to in our report, both internal, municipal, provincial, whatever. Again, is there something unique about this at TDSB? No, this is a pattern you would normally see across Canada in different sectors. Thanks.
Through you, Madam Chair, to be honest, I didn't get the answer, by the way. So if you look at the
chair,
number,
I provided an answer.
So basically, for non-union numbers, our rate TDSB virtually equal, at the bar with the provincial average, and but when you look at the unionized, they're again 25% above the provincial average. So I just want to understand. I mean, we need it. So that's why I'm asking for data. If you don't provide the original data, we don't know the reason. How can we solve the problem? If you don't know the root cause of the problem, we always like to talk about external factors. Why we not try to figure out what we can do to improve? We cannot control external factors, period. What we can do here? We're 25 million above provincial average. How we can do that? We have $27 million deficit. The deficit comes from right here. Let's face the problem. If we solve this problem, we solve the deficit. So please, through Madam Chair, I think the staff need to give me answer for that. Thank you. If it's not, I want staff, go back, dig out the data. We have the robust research department. Let them do their job. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll just start and I'll hand it over to Executive Officer Kennedy to discuss further. The entire report talks about the strategy. Again, I would encourage the trustee to review the report. The oral presentation that was discussed today also highlights some of the strategies that we talked about. And I'll hand it over. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, I think it's important to focus on the attendance support strategies that we're planning to put in place. And the guiding principles behind the attendance support strategies we're developing are meant to provide support to staff based on individual circumstances and needs. This is meant to positively impact their attendance at work and encourage health and well-being. It's different from a traditional absence management program, which you may have seen in other large organizations. It's a practice that many human resources professionals are familiar with. But those absence management programs generally identify absence thresholds and doesn't necessarily take into consideration the individual needs of the person. They often are left feeling more punitive, as though all behavior related to sick leave utilization is culpable. And you'll note, again, we did not address employee culpability for that reason, that generally speaking, the majority of what I deem to be innocent absenteeism is what we're seeing in our sick leave utilization. If there is culpability, then there is an opportunity there through the course of a very supportive process that employees, our association and union partners and the organization will participate in. But the attendance support approach should be one that is about understanding what is preventing folks or impacting their ability to regularly attend at work. If we are able to provide supports to allow them to be accommodated where necessary or to find meaningful attendance, which is reducing their level of sick leave utilization or reliance, then we have the ability to impact this more broadly, but also consider the human at the end of the day. Because here's an important thing to consider. We have people who come into this organization at the very beginning of their career and they stay until the very end. There is a lot of life that happens between the beginning of your career and the end. From a psychological health perspective, from a physical health perspective, from a family perspective, there are many contributing factors to the reasons that people rely on sick leave utilization. I'm a firm believer that most often those are innocent. And with the right supports, they will remain at work. For those who are, and I believe those to be the outliers, those who are culpable in their patterns of behavior, we will take appropriate performance management steps to address it. But that will be done thoughtfully and with respect to the human.
And Trustee, just in response to your earlier question about union and non-union and the differences in the rate of absenteeism, as I mentioned earlier, the unionized employees tend to be the ones in our schools, tend to be the ones working in the front lines, tend to be the ones working with large groups of students and staff. And I think those of you who are parents, it's quite legendary to know that the schools often are places where the children are sharing what they have. So this is quite indicative of, and I would imagine this is also the pattern that we have in our in other schools, but it is very common, unfortunately, where you work with large groups of people, including young people. It's greater exposure for staff.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, I have one last question, then put me back to the, the question. So I see the principal only have like 10 days.
I think you'll have to go back on the list because your time is done.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Earhart.
Thanks very much, and I hope you can hear me okay. I just want to say thank you because some of the questions that I had were already, were just recently addressed really with the description around absence management and the descriptions of some of the human elements that lead to absenteeism that we would want to support throughout a person's entire career at the TDSB. I found this report to be very helpful, particularly in demonstrating where we are with respect to the provincial trends, the national trends, and the global trends for frontline service workers, including public education workers, and this challenge. I would observe that for me, the language to me still comes across as lacking that human element. And that is, although I found these reports very helpful, I just, as a trustee, I want to give voice here to a few items. I'd like to say that I noted funding was there, provincial funding, and it is my view that at the skeletal staffing levels in schools that we have, because public funding, provincial funding is not keeping pace with even inflation, that is a driver of this challenge. If there was more school-based staffing, we would have more flexibility and ability in the system overall. I also heard the loads of disability case administrators. So I also want to just give a nod and validate the enhanced workload of all workers in our TDSB system to maintain and uphold the essential public services that are being provided, and just say a thank you. The people in our system are also holding up elder care, child care, extended family care. They're working to keep themselves healthy and to maintain what can sometimes feel like an impossible job. And that includes all of the staff presenting tonight as well. And so I do want to say a sincere thank you to all of you for, despite the challenges, for continuing on in this essential work. And I would say I observe with educators feelings of, this is my observation since becoming trustee, that I've observed feelings of guilt and missing the classroom when I speak to educators who for a variety of reasons are taking leave. I hear that more than I've heard in many other professions. And with that in mind, I do just want to hear more about attendance campaigns, because in my experience, those, at least my experience with them, is they often leave me feeling even more guilty than I already feel for those days that for whatever reason I need to take off. And so I'm just wondering if we could speak a little bit to how with our change to people and culture, we're shifting that approach. I've already heard it around this shift from like absence management with a threshold, which to me is a welcome sign. I'd love to hear how we're envisioning that campaign and how it will how it relates to what I know is already very heavy load and burden for our workers, who I believe feel quite a bit of guilt when for whatever reason they're not in the classroom and in schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart, and appreciate. I'll certainly take your thanks back to the team. Again, I do want to make sure that I reinforce that we've made every effort to ensure that the report was balanced and not blaming. This is not about staff culpability. This is related to innocent absenteeism and how we can address it in a supportive manner that ensures folks are meaningfully able to attend at work. The structural changes that we're making in people and culture, again, will address some of the challenges that we have in resourcing our disability case management team. We do have very near plans to centralize and consolidate the resources that are at the moment spread out across the different offices supporting elementary, secondary, and support. But the structural improvements around disability case management is just one part of what we are seeking to create with the centralization of a health and wellness team within people and culture. Our entire priority and mandate is one of support of our people. The mandate of the team will be to work alongside people and culture leaders and staff more broadly to encourage an approach to wellness that is holistic. The healthy human is holistically healthy. So this includes addressing and creating programming and additional supports that are focused on all determinants of health: physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual components of health. We've done a really great job in many ways and can leverage some of the great work that's been done by in support of the mental health efforts for our students and psychological health for our students. We have a great opportunity to do a lot more for our staff. And so the priority of centralizing our health and wellness services, which will of course include disability case management with a focus on early and safe return to work, but the efforts really are about supporting the individual and understanding individual challenges and impacts that are preventing them from regularly attending at work. Not to blame them for that, but to provide them with the supports and resources necessary. In the case of absence management, generally speaking, on a 6-month rolling basis, you would pull a report on who has crossed a certain threshold in utilization of sick leave. And they would automatically get a letter that in many cases was not at all individually addressed in terms of their specific needs. The way we see it and the program that we're developing is one of support, where a leader will, in context of support with and collaboration with people and culture, understand the utilization rates of their individual staff or classifications within their respective schools or departments, and understand that there's an opportunity there to engage in dialogue. What's going on? How can I help? And then from there it evolves. So yes, your comments and considerations, Trustee Earhart, for how we're approaching this with a people-centered focus is certainly front of mind for us in people and culture as we continue to evolve the changes that we need.
Okay, thank you very much. And just I sincerely appreciate that response, and it's given me comfort, so thank you. Just with my remaining time available, I'd like to just remind trustees that we did receive a staff report on reducing respiratory illnesses in school that flagged a $100 million a year investment would be needed on an ongoing basis to improve clean air across all of our schools. And that in December of 2023, provincial and federal governments cut funding that would do just that. I hope we can continue to advocate for the resources that we need to ensure health and safe workplaces and classroom environments. And thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. The next speaker, Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. I share my colleagues and staff's concerns that this has gotten to be like this runaway train that is, negatively affecting our classrooms. The financial draw on our resources is considerable, and we're not going to be able to stop it and turn it around on a dime. It's going to take efforts on multiple levels to be able to see appreciable differences. I'm grateful in the change of approach in that, we have hired an HR professional to come in here and look at this in a serious manner and attempt to deal with this, not with a Band-Aid, but with a systematic change that will ultimately bear fruit, that serves our students and our staff and our budget. I do have some questions, though, around some of what we learned tonight and some of what we discussed. I think it was mentioned that other boards and larger institutions have, created these management plans. So, and I'm interested in if you can share what the general accepted result of that has been. Like, do we get to benefit because they invented the mousetrap first? Do we get to kind of reproduce their mousetrap and hopefully the positive results that came thereof?
Thank you. And through the chair, there are many and varied approaches to attendance management, absence management, attendance support. Again, the traditional is sort of identifying a threshold that in some ways is anecdotal at best. It's sort of taking the sick leave utilization rate and saying, hey, we want to reduce it by a couple, and we'll make that the threshold. And then we'll do our best to focus on the people who cross that. And again, it doesn't really focus on the individual. So yes, there are certainly others and benchmarks and best practices that we can review. I've had the privilege of working for a number of different organizations and sectors that have done varied or taken varied approaches to it, and so have a pretty good sense of what maybe has worked better and what has been more likely to draw folks into the conversation versus polarize them and create a sort of punitive response. So when I sat down with the team firsthand, it was, let's talk about this from a lens of support so that we are understanding the needs of our staff. But yes, to answer your question, we can certainly continue to do some benchmarking of other important and successful programs, but it depends on your definition of success. Is it budget? Is it staff satisfaction? Is it reducing? Do you know what I'm saying? That there are a number of different data points.
Well, in the short term, I appreciate that they might be varied, but what I'm hoping for is an overall effect down the road where we'll be able to suggest in all three of those areas that the program has, then we'll know it's successful. If it's only successful in one of those areas, it'll be harder to identify, and it'll be, it'll be tough to have, parades in the street about, where we've come from. But if we could address all three of those areas, then we'd be in a position to really build on that. And because the notion around building a supportive workplace in general is such a positive, I think we all assume that if we have happier people in our buildings that are healthier and not free of day-to-day and didn't have to get up and weigh, should I come, should I not, what will the challenges be if I don't? If they're happier in their place, that our kids benefit, our students benefit from that. So I wish you the best of luck with that. I hope that's successful, and I certainly share the vision. You shared about disability case management, and I think you had over 600, and traditionally in a perfect world, the average caseworker was looking after over 600, and in a perfect world, that should be between 100 and 200. My question is kind of twofold: are they more effective in reducing overall sick time if they're not carrying 3 times the load? So that, which would, work in the right direction on all 3 levels. And then if it does, then, is this an area where we should be starting to look at, is this should we be investing in talent? So taking short-term step backward monetarily and spending more to ultimately 3 steps down the road be appreciating the benefit that comes back as a result of the investment in dollars.
Thank you, and through the chair. Yes, to manage the volume of work effectively and positively impact sick leave utilization rates, investment in additional resources is certainly required. Just to confirm what you said, yes, we have 14 disability case administrators currently managing 8,500 files annually. It equates to approximately 607 files per administrator. Best practice benchmarks would see an active caseload of about 100 or an annual caseload of approximately 250 cases. What happens when you have such limited resources and such high volumes is delays in response to folks wanting to return, a difficulty in keeping folks meaningfully accommodated at work and not having them go off, an inefficient and in some cases communication that is not happening. And so there are longer periods of delay for folks returning, which in turn ensures that they are off longer and relying on sick leave for longer periods of time, just boosting our sick leave utilization rates. So when we say that it is not a culpability issue, there are many factors. It is also when folks want to come back to work, we don't have the resources to respond right away and in a meaningful and efficient way to get them back. And so they're sitting off longer. And what that means is they're not as motivated in some cases, and I'm speaking anecdotally, but then there's a decrease of motivation in wanting to come back. So yeah, it's a really significant contributing factor, and something that we saw in both the SBCI evaluation and more recently of employee services.
Okay, thank you. And again, through the chair, can I ask, we're going to do budget in 2 days, so there's no, right, we're not doing this. But can I ask that we consider, as this moves, that when we get into the next budget cycle, we start talking about analyzing this kind of investment, and that we're going to be a little bit like the conservative cabinet minister, like you're going to have to kind of, if you can make the monetary case for the, like if we can show that an investment here bears fruit down the road, if we can make that connection, then it becomes significantly easier for us to do that. So I just kind of leave that with you, and that something that you may consider as part of the strategy moving forward for the next budget cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Up next, we have Trustee Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I want to say that I find this report to be well done, given the situation. I know we heard a variety of opinions on whether or not this is an effective report or a good one, or does it provide enough information. I think this is not an easy report to write, and I want to thank staff for writing it in a very balanced manner that acknowledge the challenge that we have. It also outlines, some of the tactics and plans that we have, that staff or people and culture are undertaking to improve the situation. And what I appreciate the most about this report is that it doesn't shy away from the challenge that we have to overcome. So I really do thank the staff members for doing this. And I say this under the context that just as when this report came out, I received feedback from community, from staff members on, just on the topic on whether or not we should be addressing this topic, or how should we frame it, or are we pointing fingers, or is it overly aggressive? Is it not aggressive enough? Where do we place the responsibility? And from reading this report, what I gather from it is that we are owning it as a school board. And we're open to be working with all of our stakeholders, our unions, our staff, to make it better in the future. There's gonna be historical context. There's going to be provincial legislation that affects this, but how we deal with this is our choice. And I do recognize that the need to be sensitive. I do recognize the need to consider the challenges that our staff members face in our schools. So based on that, first of all, I just want to thank staff for all that you've done. I know it's not easy, and I think it was done very well given the challenges and the complications. And I also look forward to the results of these tactics, and I look forward to the next steps on what you're going to do to make the situation better. Now, with that, I do have a few questions for staff. The first question I have surrounds, overall absenteeism and the stress that our staff members are under. A lot of times, some of my trustee colleagues have mentioned too, might be because of underfunding and how many students they have in each of their classrooms. So my question is, in comparison to other school boards, how much more or less staff do we hold back as centrally assigned employees and not assign them to classrooms? Right? Does the denominator that we use to assign a teacher, is that higher or lower than our comparable boards?
Through the chair, we have not done an analysis of other school boards' holdbacks.
Sorry, Associate Director, can I just interrupt you? Can we stop my clock? Is that okay? It just kept on running. Maybe just give me some time back.
Sorry,
it's noted. Thank you. Yeah.
First of all, thank you very much for your comments earlier. I really do appreciate it. In terms of, we have not had the opportunity to do a deep analysis of other school boards' budgeting and their holdback, if any, of teachers, whether it's done through a budgeting process or through a central distribution of teachers. What we have been focusing the time on is analyzing our own school board, some research to begin this process. I can assure you, staff in People and Culture and working together with our senior team colleagues and finance, really been trying our very best to find creative ways to look under every rock to find where we can provide support to our classrooms in particular. But again, we will continue to do that work. And part of the work that we have been doing has been reaching out to other school boards, particularly with respect to discussions on managing absence and those other type of issues. So unfortunately, at this point in time, I don't have that particular thing, but that's something that we can certainly look into.
Thank you, Associate Director. Can I just, I know, we trustees can't make directions by ourselves, but can I just encourage you to look into that? Just, as we take on tactics, can we just make sure that this is not happening because we are assigning more kids per class than our peers, which could contribute to higher stress and absenteeism. My second question has to do with the fact that, have we asked our teachers what their issue is? Have we done a survey?
Through the chair, I just wanted to seek clarification on your question. Have we done a survey of teachers and perhaps administrators on absence or staffing or something else? I just want to...
Sorry, the drivers of absenteeism.
I'll actually pass it over to Executive Officer Kennedy because they have engaged in quite a few discussions with our association partners and union partners. Thanks.
Thank you, and through the chair. I do know that before my time, I believe in 2017, there was a well-being survey regarding engagement with staff. So that's some time ago. We have been engaging in a great amount of dialogue with our union and association partners whose experience and understanding of what their members are facing is critically important to our understanding of, again, that why behind the what is contributing to the sick leave utilization rates and why. There have been surveys done by our partners at TSAA who have willingly and transparently shared some of the results that have come out of that from all of the administrators that they support and represent. And they're referenced in the report as well with respect to the recommendations that came from those surveys and the steps that have been taken in context of our talent acquisition strategy to support.
And if I could just add, we in fact had a conversation last week with the heads of multiple unions to discuss this topic, and they have been very supportive and cooperative with the discussion. Having that discussion, being open and honest about some of the things that we need to do in people and culture to support a more effective staffing and increasing our staffing in our schools. But there has been a lot of dialogue, whether it's in the form of a specific survey, not so much, but other than what was mentioned by Executive Officer Kennedy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this came as a direct recommendation from a staff member. And I thought it was a good one because they wanted to tell you directly on how they're feeling and what's driving their absenteeism. And some sentiments that I heard from the staff members are that they don't feel like the union is necessarily a good intermediary to convey their thoughts. So I would just like to highly encourage staff to think about doing a full employee survey to get an answer or to get some feedback directly from the staff team. And my last question on this one is, oh my God, I lost my train of thought. Oh yes, I see there are a lot of tactics that we are looking to put forward. To you, Associate Director Pong, do you have everything you need to implement these tactics?
Thank you for the question. Right now, we actually have a very strong team that has been assembled within People and Culture to begin this work. As you can see with this report, a lot of analysis and planning has begun. Setting a clear plan and a path forward is incredibly important. I do see this as a multi-year strategy to affect what our goal will be is to reduce that gap between TDSB and the provincial average. I do think in the future, currently with our transition in People and Culture, there's a number of things that we are doing that we are working within our existing resources going forward. It will be something that we will be planning with our colleagues on. Thank you.
Sorry, so you have everything you need for now?
That seems like a very trick question, but for now we are working with what we have, and the plans are at the starting phase. So it is very critical that we will certainly come back at some point in time when we will be seeking some additional support. But at this point in time, the focus right now is setting the plan and working within our resources. Thank you.
Okay, that's good to hear. With that, I look forward to the positive results that the hard work from you and your team will drive for our school board. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, if I may answer one of the questions posed by the trustee with respect to class sizes. As the board remembers, class sizes are dictated through provincial agreements as well as historical local collective agreements. So it does vary somewhat from board to board depending on the past agreements forged with different employee groups, as well as the provincial framework. So there would be some overlaps from board to board that may allow for comparison. And then there are some differences that would be dictated by previous agreements that outdated the provincial framework for negotiations.
Madam Director, just because you mentioned, I know I have a few seconds left. I was more inquiring on whether or not the other boards are artificially driving their class sizes down to a lower level using less centrally assigned staff. Sorry, that didn't frame that as well as I should have.
Thank you very much for the clarity in the question.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Lee, is that the end of your questions?
That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So moving on the speakers list, we have Trustee Rajagulasingham, and then we're back to the top of the list with Trustee Patel and Trustee Pay. Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle Arts would like to be on the list too. So we'll finish round one first before we move on. So up next, we have Trustee Rajagulasingham. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm not sure if I missed this, pardon me, but can staff share how often we will hear updates on this going forward?
Through the chair, I have to say a lot of work was brought into this particular report. Having said that, having this first report as a starting point was very critical. We will be aiming to provide periodic updates. Haven't had that discussion with the team at this point in time. We also want to make sure that we've had enough experience with some of the strategies to be able to provide an informative report. It will be definitely at least once or twice during a school year. However, it may not necessarily cover exactly the same topics. It is critically important that we are given some time to be able to implement it and measure the results. But I do appreciate a lot of interest in this topic and ongoing support. We are committed to making a difference. We're just getting started. So we will provide updates. It might not be in the form of a report like this, but we will certainly be doing so throughout the next school year. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. And I totally agree that we do need to allow strategies their time in order to see what results they're yielding or not yielding, and then plan accordingly. And I'm happy to hear that staff is thinking of bringing forward 1 to 2 reports annually. I just had another question through the chair. Are we concerned about September when students are returning to classrooms and we'll see what actual enrollment numbers are and maybe schools needing more teachers? Are we worried about September and not potentially being able to meet those numbers?
Through the chair. I think a lot of focus of people and culture and all our colleagues across the entire system is to make sure that the school year gets started properly. There are processes at the beginning of the school year that allow us to continuously monitor and then subsequently adjust early in the school year as necessary to line up with the class sizes and the staffing needs. So are we concerned? I think we're always concerned. I think that's a natural part of the work that we do. However, we do have processes in place to make sure that we pay close attention and adjust as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. I appreciate your comments around that. And I also wanted to welcome Executive Officer Kennedy. I believe this is the first report that you're providing us, so thank you. I just wanted to make a few comments. I know our system is going through this major transformation and moving from employee services to now people and culture. And our staff and their sense of belonging is going to make up the culture of our system. And it will take time for us to better understand the climate we're in, what our pressures we're facing, and the solutions. But I did want to echo Trustee Patel's concerns and some of the urgency that he was sharing. Because, as trustees, we do hear about from families directly in our wards. And there were families in my ward that were ready to come in and delegate today, but since we didn't hear back in time about the delegation deadline for today's meeting, they weren't able to speak. But I know across the city, we are facing these pressures with staffing and fill rates. An example I can give is a parent in my ward shared that her child is taking a non-core subject, an elective, and in 19 days, they had 10 substitute teachers. And as it was a specialized course, you can imagine the impact it had on their learning. So even though I explained all the pressures we are facing, not just our school board, but across the province, families understand that, but their concern is always, what is the solution and what is the way forward? And I know today we heard in the presentation about what next steps are. Appendix B talks about supports for existing pressures and increasing classroom supports. I just hope that at the next update of this report, we can take a deeper dive into the solution part. Because this has been a conversation we're having with the previous employee services, especially during COVID and post-COVID, to understand about what pressures staff are facing. I think the solution and the plan forward is what's really critical right now. And I know that staff understand this, and it's been clear that you're also focused on that. And as trustees, we understand that this also isn't going to change overnight. But one thing that Trustee Patel shared that I think is that I also wanted to reemphasize was maybe better understanding what our yearly key performance indicators are to know if we're heading in the right direction. Is our strategy working? I also wanted to support Trustee Lee's suggestion around an engagement survey to better understand 2 years out of the pandemic, what our concerns have. The same concerns remained, or what are they different pressures? And I think if we did this in 2017, doing one now would really be able to we would be able to compare those two data sets. I do have a clear understanding of the pressures and issues. So just to reiterate, I'd like to understand for the next time around how the solutions are being carried out. And if we can hear about that in the next report, it'd be really helpful. And also if maybe our website can also have this information reflected for folks that refer back to refer to the website, just so that that's another place where this can be accessed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, we have Trustee Arts.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So thank you, staff, for the report. I also found this, the details in this not just very approachable, I think it's very approachable for the public, which is great in a report, but very helpful because I'm looking at this report in the context of, a year of reports where we've had previous reports on fill rates across the city. The big report recently on at audit committee on WSIB caseloads and clearance, reports from negotiations steering on strategies to encourage more job fill rates, and the big transformational shifts in people and culture. So if I look at the all of the information that we've been given as trustees and put that together, these are huge institutional shifts, and so it's really great to see. And I'm excited about some of the individual pieces. I would echo Trustee Lee and Trustee Rajagul-Singham. I'm understanding from an employee perspective. I know in discussions with staff that we also are going to, the people and culture philosophy is also going to work us towards a wellness strategy, and that's been building. And so I think a survey would be great to help inform a wellness and attendance strategy for our system. My specific questions are, one was about the fill rates for priority neighborhoods. We do put additional staff, like not a ton of additional staff, but we do put additional teachers and staff into schools that fall low on the LOI. So I don't know if the numbers that are reported here take that into account in terms of the percentage absence rates and or the fill rates?
Are you referring, sorry, through the chair, can you point specifically to the
So, sorry, I took a note down, but I've lost my place in the document. And I can take that offline too. That's fine. I don't need an answer right now if it's going to take a lot of time to find. I can take it up later. Just in terms of some of the fill rate challenges were indicated as being, fill rates are being more of a challenge in the schools with greater poverty and need. So they would fall into our low on our LOI. And we do put additional staff into those schools. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around comparative numbers based on regions. But if that's okay, if that's too esoteric at the moment, I'm okay, I can move on.
I'm happy to address that through the chair. Yes, LOI does form some discretionary class allocation or staffing allocation, but is part of the sort of larger approach to staffing allocation. It's one component of that, but certainly is taken into consideration. I think one item to point to in Appendix B with respect to the support steps taken is around, again, the ALTOs or the assigned long-term occasional teachers, where we've identified schools who are between 1 to 75 on the LOI, have less than 60% fill rates. We've done, again, a measured approach to providing supports in those spaces where we can introduce more stable resources in the form of an alternative, or pardon me, an assigned long-term occasional resource.
Okay, that's great. Actually, my next question was about the assigned long-term occasional teachers, because I wasn't aware of this one. So are these occasional teachers that we're assigning, like, are actually working every day in schools, or are we putting them on a priority list to go to specific schools when there's an absence?
Through the chair, my understanding from my understanding is that they are assigned directly to one particular school based on the needs and the really significant fill rate challenges that those schools are facing. And so, unlike a traditional long-term occasional teacher where they would be assigned to cover one particular absence for one particular resource, for in some cases a planned absence, like a leave of sorts, this is a resource that's assigned to the school, but then can be assigned on a daily basis depending upon the need that day. So they're not following one particular school, class or teacher. They're filling gaps and dedicated to that particular school.
Oh, okay, so they're kind of like a floater assigned to the school?
Right.
Okay, perfect, thank you. I note that cost is costly, so I think it's probably not going to be a strategy employed across the system. No. But I do know that this is something that principals ask for in terms of staffing flexibility to meet student needs. I just want to express my excitement for the expedited experienced administrator external hiring process. I just recently found out what that was and how that's going to impact some of the schools in my area. I think this is a great way to access new talent. And the CUPE pilot, so I see this applies just to ECEs in this case?
In the circumstances that we referenced in the report, designated early childhood educators were part of the pilot, yes.
this is, if we deem this successful, or if People and Culture deems this successful, would this sort of thing be extended to other job categories? So I just give the example of caretakers. I have talked with, over the years, with occasional or supply caretakers who are, looking to find a way into that more permanent position. And that's been my experience with people in our system that start off as a contract or occasional staff member looking for permanent positions.
Thank you. And through the chair, that would require a great amount of consultation with our union and association partners, because we are bound by the existing terms of and language in our and requirements of our collective agreement. So it would have to be a thoughtful exercise and something that made sense for both parties.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay. Up next, we have Trustee Sriskandarajah. Please go ahead. Trustee Sriskandarajah, are you there?
Madam Chair, it says please remove my name. That's what it says in the chat. I think it's Trustee Shan.
She's gone on, off, on, off. Okay. So we'll move on the list. It's up next is Vice Chair Shan. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff, for bringing this report forward and for all the work that you have done to get it here. I'm fairly supportive, as Trustee Erhardt mentioned, that we are taking a bit more compassionate approach to this, and people-centered or employee-centered approach, and centering the well-being of our employees, and trying to address the issue as a general culture and care with the approach. I do feel, though, I do want to say that part of the concern that many of us have is that this is not a universal problem within the board. There are areas that are disproportionately impacted. There are areas that feel that they have not been able to get the fair amount of attention they deserve in this issue. For example, sometimes we are also talking to administrators who say, they have had not a lot of luck in trying to get help to address some of the concerns that they are facing in their schools. Even within my own ward, different schools that might be a few blocks away, having a much different experience around fill rates and finding a supply teacher or finding somebody to. So I think what I'm getting at is that I think we need to understand the problem a little bit better and acknowledge what the problem is for us to go towards a solution. System-wide solutions are great, but we need a bit more contextualized support to address some of these concerns soon. So, having gone through internal factors and still not being able to kind of put our finger on something like socioeconomics or certain regional disparities, certain culture within some schools that are leading to some of these issues, seems to be a problem for me, seems to be a concern. Not seems to be, it is definitely a concern for me. So I wanted to reiterate the point that we gotta figure out a way to address those concerns. The kind of the people and culture at a local level in some of the schools that we are facing, where the leadership needs to have either additional training or support or wrap around kind of mechanisms to deal with, and also understanding that there are areas that need. So what does local solutions look like? For example, some of the schools now have finally gotten almost like a regular 2-3 people who are almost full-time in the school, who are filling in different classrooms, as Trustee Patel asked, lunchroom supervisors to emergency staff, like having those numbers, where they are distributed, how they are distributed, who's having to use that more often, what does a local solution look like, is critical. The other piece that we are hearing is also like vacancy filling, speed at which some of the vacancies are being filled. Pool being smaller, or when somebody is also gone through interview, they're waiting to hear back for a long time. And that adds to additional layer of complications. So not just, innocent absenteeism, but also lack of ability to fill some of these positions fast enough when the schools themselves have identified the people who could be in those schools teaching. So I feel like there has to be a bit more internal coming to terms with some of the things that we need to figure out and improve before we do a bit more of a, not before, when we could do this simultaneously too. We can do these broader campaigns and broader approaches and strategies that are promising practices across the world in terms of addressing absenteeism. We need to be a bit more targeted as well. So I don't know if that means coming back with another report at some point, or with those additional information. I also think that when we have reports, not just this report, it's a general practice within our board that trustees are part-time, trustees have multiple other things. So it'll be good to have any relevant reports that have come before to be an addendum or like contextualized and presented and given a little bit more time for people to read. I mean, I know I heard a few comments about, telling trustees to read a few times and so on. I'm glad that some trustees got to read it at least once within the short time some of these things get presented. So just to understand the trustees are representing, a community voice, and they're not necessarily staffed to be doing all of these things in a ways that sometimes some of the departments are able to. So I would like to also make a note of that. So yeah, I don't have questions, but I wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shen. So now we're back to the top of the list. We have Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Coming back to, I had some questions regarding statistics, and a few of my colleagues have spoken about this. And I know we are more focused on teacher absenteeism, sick days, in this report, but I'm also more worried about some underlying issues in this report. It says 29% of the staff reside outside of GTA. Since we all know that other boards are expanding, the agreements we have with our partners, like the OTs, are only required to work 30 days in elementary and 25 days in secondaries. Do staff have any action plan because 29% of the workforce working outside the TDSB is kind of a concern to me. So if staff has any plan for this and how they're going to make changes to it, do they have anything in mind? I'm eager to hear that.
Thank you, and through the chair, to answer your question regarding the OT required minimum days of work, they are collectively bargained, so they would be need to be addressed amongst the parties at the bargaining table through negotiations. With respect to the challenges with where folks live and the geographic dispersion, yes, we are seeking as best we can to engage with educational partner and institutions outside of the GTA in an effort to draw people to the TDSB. We are challenged with, as I mentioned earlier, what we know to be a housing crisis, an affordability crisis in the city of Toronto. And to the extent that we can continue to engage, we will, and we do.
Thank you, Executive Officer. And to you, Madam Chair, in the report, in the conclusion, it also says there are some factors within board's control. Can we know what are those within board's control? Can we know some issues that we can implement quickly because the school year is ending and the next school year will begin soon?
Thank you, and through the chair, the internal factors are referenced in the pie chart Specifically, the ones that we had highlighted in the report were related to the high sick leave utilization and claim volume, the lack of resources within our disability claims administration in supporting the volume of files that are coming through. Again, one disability case administrator to every 600 files. We have challenges with respect to workplace culture to the extent that at the local level we can probably address. And I want to thank Trustee Shen for his comments about the need to find solutions that are specifically addressing some of the challenges to enhance a supportive workplace culture in specific schools. There is a great amount of opportunity to incentivize and recognize casual and occasional staff, particularly at schools that are facing external challenges. I had the privilege recently of attending at Willow Park, and they've done, as I understand it, a great job in addressing some of the challenges that they have with really inviting their casual and occasional supports into the community. They're engaged in professional learning and professional development alongside the contract teachers in the school. They're engaged in some of the workplace events that are happening. They're engaged in staff meetings, so they feel part of that community. So I think that those are equally important factors.
Thank you, Executive Officer. Through you, Madam Chair, in your action plan, you have mentioned some transformation of people and culture. Have we done some changes in hiring process? And if we have done, what was the prior hiring process compared to the current hiring process?
Thank you, and through the chair, we've consolidated and centralized our existing recruitment resources in one talent acquisition team. So that's part of what you'll see as we transition our structure, our operating structure, to a more modern and a more modern structure that is reflective of what you would see in many HR spaces. We have consolidated those resources because by virtue of them existing in siloed offices, they are not able to share resources or build capacity to support the talent acquisition process more broadly. So to give you an example, our existing OT office has only 4 folks supporting occasional staff for the entire board. So by virtue of us restructuring our team to consolidate efforts, we are consolidating the efforts of the secondary, the elementary, and our support offices, where those folks are operating independent of one another. And in an effort to bring them together and build capacity and find efficiencies in our process, we are, that's part of the structural transformation that we're talking about.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, in my conclusion, I do not have any more questions. I do have some questions regarding statistics, and as Associate Director asked to email, I'll definitely email. But in conclusion, I mean, kudos to the staff for doing this work of combating issue of absenteeism, sick days / fill rates. But sadly, I cannot support this report. I don't see this report other than a prior reports. Some of my trusty colleagues might be happy with this report, and that's okay. For me, I not see any different. I did complain of parents, because kids do not have teachers in the class, as Trustee Raja Kulasingham said. In 19 days, 10 different teachers. I'm seeing collapsing of programs in the schools. ESL support, physical education programs. You know, I mean, I'm seeing this day in, day out. As Trustee Shan said, that the next report might be more in-depth report with some action items into it. I would like to see those items, an action item. September is coming closer. With all due respect, I'll be voting against this report because I'm looking for an action items, which I don't see in this report. It might be a progressive report, but I don't see an actionable report. So I'll be voting against this report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. The next speaker, Trustee Shishkanjaraja.
Thank you. Thank you to staff for the report. I know it's a constant worry for parents, the community, the system, for all of us. So appreciate the work on.
You're breaking up. Sorry, you're all choppy. We can't hear
Sorry,
you.
can you hear me?
We can't hear you correctly. You're all choppy.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Is this better?
Yes. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, it's better. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I just had a few questions about the report. I really appreciated the circle graph. I think that's really informative, especially to the public, to our parents who are often looking for one reason for the situation we're in, but obviously it's much more complex than that. So I thought that graph was really helpful to get parents to understand the complexities of the issues we're facing. So it's something that I want to talk about with my community. But there were just a few questions so I could help make sense of the graph a bit better. So it talks under internal factors, it talks about socioeconomic factors. If you could just expand on that, I'm not really sure what that means in this context.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm going to turn to research coordinator Stephanie DeJesus, who's done a great amount of work in understanding the literature, and that's where we can perhaps provide some guidance.
Thank you, and through the chair. So with respect to the internal factor that we called socioeconomic factor, that was something that we gleaned from the peer-reviewed literature, which states that schools that serve greater proportions of low-income families typically have greater difficulties with educator absenteeism shortages. And as we shared earlier, this is something that we'll be exploring in further detail with our own TDSB data.
Okay, thank you, because I think it comes up again in the graph somewhere else, so I didn't realize it was the same thing, just mentioned twice. And the other one, it might have been covered, but just for me to wrap my head around this, it says insufficient disability WSIB resources. If you could just explain that to me a bit more.
Thank you, and through the chair, yes, as mentioned, our existing disability case administrators support approximately 8,500 cases per year. That equates to about one disability case administrator for every 607 files. When we look at the benchmark, generally speaking, an active caseload would be one disability case administrator to every 100 files or 250 annually. So we are under-resourced, and our disability case administrators are not only tackling the non-occupational sick leave utilization files, so illness or injury outside of work, they're also responsible for management of our WSIB case management or case files.
Thank you. So are there plans to hire more? What's our action on this?
Thank you. And through the chair, we're doing our best, given the obvious budget implications, to be creative with the existing resources that we do have. But through the structural changes that we're seeking to make in consolidation of resources, we are hoping that centralization of those resources will help to build capacity and find efficiencies with the team that we have available.
And if I can just supplement that, through the work that we engaged an external consultant to take a look at specifically at that area with their expertise in that area, there are also other opportunities that we can try to, that we are exploring, for example, fully engaging the technological resource that we currently use and seeing if that might be able to provide some assistance in addition to the extent that we can do some additional upskilling for staff who are currently in the roles, setting out a strategy. We are planning to include KPIs or OKRs as part of the work that we were doing in that area. At this point in time, because we are transitioning to people and culture, there are many moving parts. We're really focusing right now on setting a strong foundation going forward, and identifying that, zeroing on that as a key issue, not just on the non-occupational, but on the WSIB, the occupational type of disability related absences is very key. I think being able to identify that and the extent of the issue was very critical, and that will provide us with support going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And my last question on the graph, under the provincial sort of side, it says immigration levels. Could you explain that? You know, my initial thinking would be with more immigration, we should be seeing a larger work force available to us, but it's listed as a factor. So if you could just expand on that.
Through the chair, just generally speaking, I agree. The more supply we do have coming into the country of individuals who are trained and who can go through our process and get certified to be able to start, that creates a greater supply of potential candidates to choose from. So again, these are just general provincial factors, global factors. I should note that overall, there is a global shortage of teachers. There are probably global shortage of other type of classroom staff, but definitely the examination has been of teachers, and that's been correctly noted by the United Nations. And so again, higher immigration levels of qualified individuals could assist. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I didn't understand why it's in the graph. If the graph is about reasons for shortages, that seems like not a reason for shortage. So I don't know if that's something to be corrected or something I'm missing. And my last question is, does this report, is it just our permanent staff, or is it also our LTOs who take the leaves?
Thank you. And through the chair, it's permanent and LTOs, yes.
Okay, thank you. So can you speak to this? And if this is pervasive or is just, one-off, this idea that sometimes our LTOs take days off so they can make up the days at another board so they can stay on that board. And that's no fault of their own, because they obviously want to spread their options in order to ensure that they get permanent somewhere. So is that an issue of us just not doing a good enough job of making sure we're converting our LTOs into permanent positions? Can you speak to whether this is something that's happening in a more systematic fashion?
Thank you. And through the chair, truly the response would be anecdotal at best. I don't think that I would be confident that we could say that that is or is not happening. I don't think it would be fair unless we had specific examples. That said, my understanding at least for permanent staff is that under the Act, you are only able to be employed with one board. So to the extent that we're applying that, that shouldn't be happening.
Sorry, this is not for permanent staff. This is for our LTO staff.
Thank you. And for the clarity, and through the chair, I'm not confident that we could make any sort of correlation without a specific example. It would be anecdotal at best.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Sriskandaraja. And up next, we have Trustee Pay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions to ask. First one is, where are the data, through you, Madam Chair, I just want to stop, where are the data for the fill rate before pandemic? Because we only have last 2 years, right? They're now worse better. It's like a mid 70 or something, 75% average. What's the data regarding the pre-pandemic?
So through the chair, thank you for the question. The data with respect to pre-pandemic has not been included in this particular report. However, that being said, during the pandemic, trustees were provided with regular updates that were called COVID updates every Tuesday on a monthly basis that provided fill rates for the different employee groups throughout the course of the 2.5-year period. Prior to that period, the fill rate, at least for the classification of teachers at elementary and secondary, was somewhere between the 95 to 98%. We would not be able to provide you right now with information with respect to some of the other support staffs, but we know that pre-pandemic, those were some of the information.
Thank you, Student Madam Chair. That's another reason I'm not very happy with the data here. It's totally incomplete. So when you have the data from a pre-pandemic for the average number of 6 days lost, why you don't have the data for all those fill rate comparison? How we can make a decision? How can we know is like your plan gonna work if you don't have complete the data analysis? Through Madam Chair.
Through the chair, just I appreciate that there are some pieces of data that you would like to see, albeit I think most of the data request really focuses on staffing as opposed to the strategic workforce engagement and attendance support. Again, it's something that we will consider in terms of requests for additional information going forward. And just for clarity, this report is for information. Not for a decision to be made at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair, you have something to say?
I just want to check if the director wishes to comment.
Thank you very much. Certainly staff can find and provide that information in an upcoming report. I would offer that other school boards and other sectors have seen over the last 4 years a change in attendance patterns. So the conditions have changed that are contributing to the increase in absenteeism that we are seeing. So I appreciate the need to reflect back on what occurred in 2018 and 2019. But I would also point out that the Toronto District School Board is not the only employer seeing a considerable shift with respect to attendance post-pandemic. And I think that that's also a consideration that I would just ask trustees to reflect on as you provide us with feedback and advice.
Thank you, Madam Director. I really appreciate your comments. But through you, Madam Chair, I think it's very important as trustee, we need complete data. Without complete data, how we can know our plans is going to be moving forward, is going to be successful. And also, I think it's very important, it's not only our own data, we have need comparison data, compare the provincial average, which is basic indicator how we do with our job. Okay, I have another question regarding the number. Page 68, table E. So 2022, 2023. So we have almost 20 days, sick day. The total replacement cost is so 131 million. And so I understand why we're here. Under the table it says replacement cost per day is 6.7, amounting to approximately 106 million annually. So why there's discrepancy here? Why is it talking about 131 when they're talking about 106?
Thank you, and through the chair, the 106 noted is in fact a slight error. It should, in fact, say amounting to approximately 131 million annually. 106 million is equivalent to the total replacement cost per day represented by the provincial sick leave average of 15.89.
Sorry, through Madam Chair, I still understand. So actual number is 131 million instead of 106 million.
Correct.
Trustee Pei, is that the end of your questions?
We can't hear him.
Trustee Pei, can you hear us? I'm going to put something in the chat. Trustee Pei, we think you're on mute.
Okay, sorry, Madam Chair. I just got a question. I want to repeat my question, but don't take the time out of my clock. Okay, I just repeat my question again. Why, through Madam Chair, respectively, I just want to ask staff why staff have trouble to produce the accurate number in the report. I thought we have robust research department. We're being so proud of our research department. What's going on here? Can anybody give me a reason for that?
Trustee Pei, I'd ask you to rephrase that,
Yeah.
that question.
So okay, my question is, basically the number showing the table, which is $131 million, doesn't match the number which is showing the paragraph below the table, $106 million. So which number I should trust? Is the number in the table, that's the replacement cost, or the number in the paragraph, $106 million annually? Which number is correct?
Thank you, and through the chair. $131,336,843, which is referenced in our financial documents, is the total replacement cost and impact to budget. I am a human and I made an error, which I am acknowledging, and it will be corrected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Executive Officer Kennedy. So you made an error on this number, and then what's the number total replacement cost? You're saying $25 million above provision average. Would that be a change as well?
No, the $25 million is in fact the difference between the $131,336,843 and the $106,043,822, which is representing the total replacement cost for the province of 15.89.
Okay, all right, I got that. Thank you. Okay, I have another question regarding another number, which is showing on the page. Okay, the following page, 69. So it says near 1 day. So between 2021, 2023, there's a near 1 day reduction amounting to a saving approximately $20 million. But in the page before that, it says our average replacement cost is $6.7 million. Why there is a dramatic difference, 3 times more saving? Where does this number come from?
Thank you, and through the chair. The $20 million, approximate $20 million savings is the total cost, including replacement, the total cost of sick leave that was reported by the SBCI. It's not the same as the TDSB total replacement cost, which is represented in our financial documents.
Sorry, I don't understand. Can you use a simple language to explain to me? You said, is this number, why is it so different? Why is the in financial documents different from the number you provide here?
There are 2 numbers provided in the chart. One is the total cost of sick leave amounting to $213 million approximately. The other takes into consideration only the cost of replacement. So the $20 million approximate is what was referenced by SBCI in context of the approximate savings that could be both the impact to budget, but also include total cost of sick leave and investment in resources necessary.
Through the chair, if I can just add to help clarify, when an employee is away sick, they receive sick pay. So there's a cost there. Not some employees do have a replacement. So if there's an occasional teacher who comes in, there's also cost with that. So the last 2 columns of the chart under impact of absenteeism are 2 different figures. So the 1 day represents, it's a a figure from the last column called total TDSB total cost of sick leave. Hopefully that clarifies things.
I'm not sure I understand that number is correct, because if you have a $233 million for 20 days, the average one day would be 1.2, like $12 million, right, for the total cost. But you're talking about saving like a 20 millions here. That doesn't make any sense. Does it?
Thank you. And through the chair, per my previous comments, there are multiple reports that we are referencing in terms of the total cost. Some come from SBCI, which have an evaluation that is somewhat different in terms of the impact to budget and the replacement costs, and where we have permanent staff also incorporated into that amount. The replacement cost is exclusive of the is inclusive of only the replacement costs where folks are off, and is more reflective of what we use internally with respect to our financial documents, as I understand it, in consultation with our friends in finance.
I'm really sorry here, is the through Madam Chair. I mean, the mathematics just doesn't add up, okay? So for $233 million, you divide by 20 days. That is, you simple math, that's $12 million. I don't understand where this $20 million saving come from.
Through the chair, let us take this question away, and we will likely be able to get some clarification working with our colleagues in finance, and likely share the information via Trustee Weekly. Thank you. Okay.
I hope, next time when the staff really provides this kind of robust, like report, make sure the number is correct. Okay, cross-checking all the numbers. So my next is regarding the number $42 million. So annual saving $42 million. So where this number come from?
Trustee Pei, I think staff has answered those questions, and they have said that they will bring back this in a way that might be easier for all of us to understand once they've had a chance to consult with finance staff, and they will put it. There has been a suggestion to put it. If you would just let me finish, please.
Madam Chair, my
Trustee Pei.
My clock keeps running down when you're speaking.
Point of order. I have to remind everyone in the room, including those online, of our code of conduct. The tone and the language needs to be respectful.
Madam Chair, I'm just asking the time to put it back on my clock. I don't understand what kind of tone, what kind of language I'm using, which is violate the code of conduct. Can you clarify to me, please?
I think
on which bylaw or which code of conduct that really violate? I'm just asking a simple.
I am the chair. I would just remind you that I am the chair of the meeting, and I was speaking, and you were speaking over me.
I understand, but the problem is my clock keeps running down. I have a point of order here. My clock just kept running down when you're speaking. I didn't keep the clock running down.
Trustee Pei.
Yeah. Okay.
The questions that you were asking staff repeatedly, they have answered, and they have told you that they would seek clarification and put it in Trustees Weekly so that it is an easily digestible format on Friday. So that has been offered to you. I am willing to put another 20 seconds on the clock, and you may continue your questions, But as Trustee Williams has reminded you, we would ask that your tone is polite and in line with our code of conduct as to how we treat not just other trustees, but also our staff. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I do ask a question very politely with all respect, please. Yeah, I really don't understand where this violation code of conduct coming from. Can you explain to me, please? Which code of conduct really violated, by the way?
In our meetings, we treat each other with respect. We don't impugn staff. We don't suggest that their motives are not of the utmost decorum and professionalism. So I would just ask that we remember that it is very late at night. You have asked a number of questions. They have been answering your questions to the best of their ability, and they have offered, because we don't have finance staff, on hand. Associate Director Zucker is not in the room tonight. They've offered to provide you with information on Friday. So the time has been added to your clock. You have 1:40 left. You may proceed with your questions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, all right. So my next question will be, so when I look at the chart, table F, so principal, they have like 10 days leave. Compared to teacher, they're almost like a half. Can staff explain to you why is the principal take less sick leaves than teachers? Have you ever done any research for that?
Thank you. And through the chair, no, we don't. Thank you.
Would you be able to do some research for this? Just say, maybe a survey for the principal, survey for the teachers, just say the difference so we can know why principal do better than teachers.
Through the chair, as we mentioned earlier, we have been engaging in a lot of discussions with our union partners and our association partners. And as they are the exclusive bargaining agent for the employees, we are relying on the information that we exchange. Of course, we do hear some information anecdotally, but it is something that it's a relationship that we do really have to respect as well. Whether it's a survey or some other form of information gathering, it is very important that we do take a look at the root causes of what's happening. Through our discussions, a number of potential root causes have been identified through our union association partners. And right now our focus really is to ensure things that we can't control are worked on so that, especially in the new school year, that we are in a much better footing. Through the chair, as I mentioned earlier, we are one of many organizations, not only in Ontario or Canada, but globally, that is struggling with getting staffing in schools in light of the labor shortage globally. This is a concern, as the director mentioned earlier, that actually both staff and the trustees are on the same page. It's critically important that our staff and people and culture are given the ability and time to focus on the strategies that they have identified, certainly trying to find the root causes, whether directly from the staff or through the representatives, will be extremely critical. That said, I do appreciate that there is more to the story, as you allude to, that there is more to the story that perhaps staff will be able to share at this point in time. Our work really is to work with our association union representatives. Thank you.
Okay, understand. Thank you very much. Through Madam Chair, I think it's more important we work with our teachers. It's not unions. I think they're the people. They're the people take sick leaves, not union leaders, okay? I think we need to work on teachers. So getting the information from teacher is crucial because they're frontline workers. They know why they take leaves. So my next question will be, would there be a possible way we can set up a projection for next 3 years? At least know, year 1, year 2, year 3. Do we have some kind of plan projection, how we can, what's the number of days we can decrease over the next 3 or 5 years?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. While it's difficult to provide a specific expectation of where we want to go, we do have, of course, aspirations to move towards the provincial average and to be in line with the provincial average. I think we are all alert to the motion that came from special board regarding the near $7 million in savings that we're seeking to make through the course of the changes that we're implementing with respect to attendance support. So reasonably at this point, we're seeking to make a one-day improvement, but of course, aspirationally want to improve as best we can towards the provincial average.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Executive Officer Kennedy. So you were the Executive Director, People, Wellness, and Talent for Yalka Regional Police. So do you see the same type of problem as TDSB is facing? How do you solve them?
Thank you, and through the chair, it would not be appropriate for me to comment on another employer or organization without consultation, particularly in a public forum. So I'd like to suggest that we contain our conversation and any questions related to the education sector and the school boards in this province. Thank you.
Okay, my last question. Is that possible we can put like a teachers performing like sick leaves in the performing card, just like we put it like attendance in the student scorecard?
Through the chair, Trustee Pei, if you don't mind repeating the question, I'm not sure if we heard it correctly. Thank you.
Okay, so my question is like basically for students report card is include attendance report. So I'm asking for school performance, can we including the teachers attendance as well for public information?
Thank you, and through the chair. Again, we are seeking to provide supports to staff who are in most cases relying on sick leave utilization in an innocent and non-culpable way. To put a threshold in place that folks are required to exist by or perform against would be quite contrary to the support mechanisms that we're seeking to put in place for meaningful employment or meaningful attendance and engagement in our workforce. It could be seen as quite punitive and in many ways be contradictory to what we're trying to achieve.
Okay, I run out of time. If I have more questions, could you please, Madam Chair, respectfully put me back to the list? Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions? Yeah.
I just have one small question.
No, she said one small question. Trustee Suskandaraja, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I didn't ask this earlier. We often get to speak to a lot of our sort of teaching staff, so I get a sense of what's happening in the classrooms and how that relates to our absentee issues we're facing and the lack of supports that they have in place. I'm just a bit curious. I don't get to speak a lot to our custodian staff, and I noticed that in the report, they were also above the provincial average. So I'm just curious through you, Madam Chair, is there anything unique about the TDSB that's leading our custodian staff to take more sick leaves? Is it the conditions of our schools? If anyone has any insights to it, I'm just curious.
Through the chair, we are actually engaged in more discussions with CUPE, which represents the custodian staff. Through those discussions, we'll be, of course, diving into that particular statistic. They are aware of that information. again, we've had a preliminary discussion with them and we'll continue to do so. And hopefully through that discussion, working with CUPE, we'll be able to find some ways to address what appears to be very high levels for that particular employee group. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could just keep trustees posted on your findings, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Trustee Dawson?
Thank you, and thank you for the report. Through the chair, I'd like to call the question.
Do I need a second? Okay. So seeing as you have not spoken yet, you are able to do that. We're just checking if we need a seconder. We don't think so. It's so late, I can't remember. Give us 1 second. I have the bylaws here. Okay. We don't need a seconder, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Trustee Pay.
Trustee Patel.
Trustee Shan.
Trustee Lee.
Okay, we're going to do this by vote then. Those who are in favor, if you could raise your hand or say aye.
Trustee Leovitis.
Okay.
Dawson, in favor.
6.
Trustee Earhart in favor.
7.
Rajikula Singh, I'm in favor.
8. Okay.
Trustee Gose in favor.
Okay, so we have 9 in favor. And opposed, we have Trustee Pay. I heard Trustee Patel, Vice Chair Shan.
Trustee Lee is against.
Trustee Lee.
Hastings against.
5. Okay.
Okay.
Hassan against.
Nunziata against.
And that has carried 9-7. We now need a mover and a seconder to receive the report. I have a mover, Trustee Williams. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Trustee King. All in favor, say, are we doing this on eScribe? We're going to use eScribe for this.
Madam Chair, Trustee Patel against.
Trustee Pay
The
against.
vote is not open yet, colleagues. Just give us a minute. Okay, the vote is now open. Thank you.
Hassan against.
Trustee Lee is in favor.
Trustee Pay against.
Shan in favor.
Hastings against.
Trustee Gose in favor.
Nunziata against.
Trustee Rajikula Singham, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. And that has carried. Okay, we are now moving on to, I think we have 2 notices, written notices of motion for consideration. The first one is item number 8.1. This is leadership regarding artificial intelligence in education. This is trustees Earhart and Dawson. So I will turn it over to you, trustee Earhart, as the mover. You may begin.
Thank you so much. And just quickly, trustees, this motion has been sent to you at least once, I believe twice now, for review. And I want to sincerely thank everyone, including student trustees, that provided very valuable input into this motion. My motivation for this motion stemmed with interest from the motion of the Catholic District School Board in the area of AI from several months ago. And then also having an interest of seeking to put forward a little bit more than their motion, particularly in specific areas on early perspectives on the emergence of AI. For me in particular, the motivation was the areas of personal safety. So these are the areas of cyberbullying, child exploitation, and gender-based violence. I don't want to go into detail. I feel these are incredibly important areas for us as trustees in our role in ensuring that there are appropriate safeguards with this emerging technology. And the impacts of lack of appropriate frameworks can be very significant. And so the proposals here are that we send a letter to, it says Minister Lecce. I presume it will be to the new Minister of Education, noting that this motion was advanced as a notice prior to the change in minister. It also references the Attorney General of Ontario. This is important that it's written directly to the Attorney General of Ontario, as some of these areas they have the leadership in, particular for internet child exploitation. It's the Attorney General of Ontario that carries lead to request a provincial strategy. This is in alignment with the Catholic motion. We did flag these specific considerations, and that correspondence be shared with Ontario Human Rights Commission, Public School Boards Association, Toronto Catholic District School Board, and OSTA ACO. We also propose a report in the next school year on this. And I just note that this area is moving very quickly. And so even in the time since this was put as a notice of motion, there's been a changing landscape. And so I'm hoping that we can take this not as a definitive that this is entirely comprehensive, but that this is our attempts to seek to ensure that our school board is provided the information and the frameworks that it needs to operate within to ensure student safety, well-being, as well as academic achievement. And then also that we can get an update on where things are at next year as this area continues to shift. I hope this is helpful, and I'm happy to take questions. And also a sincere thank you to everybody who reviewed this motion, as well as Trustee Dawson, the seconder, for her leadership in this area as well. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Dawson, do you wish to add?
To be honest, I don't have much to add. I think Trustee Earhart put it very eloquently. I will just say, one of the things that really brought this to my attention was the Control F workshop at last year's OPSPA PEZ. And having hosted the same workshop provider at Award Forum recently, the workshop was totally different. So I can, really want to echo Trustee Earhart's sentiment that this is an ever-changing landscape and that a plan needs to be fluid and not static, and we need help with this. We don't necessarily have the resources currently to put something like this together. We do need the advice of other entities. So I would really appreciate trustees' support with this motion. And That's all I have to say.
Okay. I'm just looking to see if anybody has any questions on this item. Trustee King, go ahead.
Thank you through your chair, and thank you to the movers. Just very quickly, appreciating that things are moving very quickly. I'm wondering whether or not we know if the Catholic Board has received any response, and I'm also wondering from staff if the timeline of fall is still agreeable for you.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to open the vote on this item then. I'm sorry.
So, first part of that question was for Trustee Earhart.
Oh,
and then
okay.
second part for staff. So, wondering if the letter that inspired this, if there's been any response to that, and then just wondering if fall delivery is still reasonable for staff.
Thanks very much through the chair to the trustee. I'm not aware if they received a response. I would note that our motion, while it notes similar activities, is significantly broader in terms of the areas that it mentions and who it engages. And so it's looking not just to the Ministry of Education, but in particular to the Attorney General. I would note that the federal government is also engaging in work that relates to this, but that would be my understanding would be that would likely be through the Ministry of the Attorney General to offer response on that changing context and the changing approaches in Ontario and Ontario legislation in this area, which has included, since this motion has advanced legislation that includes a proposed definition for artificial intelligence for Ontario Public Works. And so that's just one example that I am aware of, not being an expert in this area. However, I will say that I think it's important that we reach out to that broader audience. So unclear if Catholic Board received a response, but I'd be hopeful that we'd also receive response from broader Ontario entities with this motion. Thank you.
Okay, does that answer your questions? Okay. And then you had a question for staff. Could I ask you to repeat that question, just because some staff were out of the room? I want to make sure that they heard the question.
Yes, through your chair, it was just to check in on if the fall delivery of this is still feeling reasonable for staff.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I believe the report was asked for in the 24-25 school year. So that provides some breadth with respect to when staff can bring the report forward.
Thank you. My mistake. I saw fall out of nowhere. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. The only other, may I just pass the chair for a second? The only other thing I just wonder, I know we don't technically do friendly amendments, but this says Minister Lecce, and I would just point out that we have a new Minister of Education since this motion was written. So is it possible to just have the record show Minister of Education, and thank you. Okay, so the mover and seconder, can I assume that you're okay with that?
Yes, thanks very much, Chair.
Okay. So we're going to vote on this by a show of hands, or say aye. So on 8.1, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and that has carried unanimously. Folks, we made a little error when we did, when we called the question. We actually need 2/3 in order to call the question. So we are going to go back to that item, and Trustee Pei, if you wish to continue, staff has come back into the room.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, you want me to continue my questions?
I'm giving you that opportunity, yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Okay. Okay, that's okay, all right. I understand. It's harder for staff to gauge our target or projection. But based on all the plan we have, it seems like a robust plans. We have a lot of plans, you know, talking about like, you know, attendance awareness support, you know, operational clarity, awareness campaign, talent management, all this stuff. So kind of stuff gave me at least some kind of sense of projection regarding fill rate, because our fill rate is so low, 75%. If staff don't really know the pre-pandemic number, I can give to you. If you read a Toronto Star article yesterday, that's 90%. So we're virtually almost 20% lower than the pre-pandemic. And when the fill rate is so low, 75%, that means our students suffer. I just want to know whether staff can give me some kind of sense, comfortability, give me some number, give me some target. So we have a goal we can try to achieve. What kind of fill rate stuff we're going to look from year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and through the chair. Again, while our goal is to move towards a higher fill rate, at this point, we are not in a position to provide a specific target number.
Okay, all right. If we're not willing to, the staff is not willing to give a target number, why don't I move motion to set up a target number 3 years, 90% fill rate? May I, Madam Chair? I want to move motion, business raising, ask staff to come up a plan to improve the fill rate to 90% from current level 75% in 3 years. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
I can second it.
Trustee Patel, are you seconding?
Yes, Madam Chair.
No, that we set a target. Trustee Pei, was the motion that the director set a target for 90% fill rate within 3 years?
That's correct, yes, please.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
No, not present a plan. Set a target.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Shen.
Would that be a business arising, because this report is for receipt? So should it be coming as a business arising, or is it amendment to this report? Because I'm just curious as to how this motion would come on the floor now, as opposed to after this report is received as a business arising.
Business arising? We've already received it. Seeing as we've received the report because of that error earlier, I think it would have to be business arising, Vice Chair Shen.
Thank you. That makes sense.
So we have a seconder. Does anyone wish to? Trustee Patel. Trustee Pei, do you wish to speak to this any further?
Yeah, I do. Madam Chair, I think it's very important. We have a target because we're all here sticking to this late for this meeting. Is for the children's education. Teacher is the leader of the classroom. Without the leader, what is the student going to expect for? If we don't try our best to fill the classroom, to fill the leader, give the student the hope, I don't think we can really achieve our goal. Make sure our students reach their high achievement. So I wanted our board to be accountable to the children we care the most, set our target, which is attainable, because that's a pre-pandemic number, 90%. I'm not asking more. Also, I'm not asking less. I hope a trustee, my dear friend, you can support this motion. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have Trustee Dawson on the list, followed by Trustee McLean.
Thank you, through the chair. You know, I do appreciate the spirit of this motion. I have to say, however, that, you know, it's true for many sectors that pre-pandemic levels of attendance have not been achieved in many sectors. And so I just wondered, but I do appreciate the spirit of the motion and the desire for a goal. So I just wanted to ask staff what they feel about this.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I will begin and then invite staff to add any comments. We appreciate the goal. We would like to be back to pre-pandemic circumstances. Those conditions do not exist in the Toronto District School Board or in other district school boards. Should this motion pass this evening and become a board resolution, staff will be bringing back a plan with resource implications that will put additional financial pressures on the board in order to make progress toward this target. It is a 17% increase over 3 years. In our study so far of what other districts in the province and around the country have done in order to improve attendance, I do not believe I've seen a 17% increase. And that's why staff have been reluctant to commit to such an ambitious target, although we believe our students are entitled to qualified staff with them each and every day. And we believe that that is what our employees want, it is what you want, and have made very clear this evening, and it is what we want. We are hesitant to offer a target that we do not have evidence that we can achieve. So I appreciate ambitious targets. We would absolutely commit ourselves to trying to get there. But at this point, that's not a realistic, and it's certainly not a realistic target given the resources that we have right now.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. So then I guess, I don't know if this is a governance question then. Does this need to be referred to FBEC then? Through the chair to governance?
Well, we do require any motions that have a financial impact or cost associated with them to go to FBEC. So that certainly is one possibility. This could be referred to FBEC.
Okay, I'm not making that referral. I'm just asking, and then I don't know what the procedure is and who decides. So,
Okay, well, we'll move down the speakers list. Trustee
okay,
McLean.
thank you.
Yeah, I'll pass. Thank you.
Okay. We're at the end of the speakers list. Oh, no. Trustee Suskandaraja, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just briefly, just to echo my colleagues, I do appreciate the trustees' motion, and I get the desire for an ambitious goal. And you know, it's not lost on me. Just a couple of weeks ago, Trustee Shannon and I moved a motion for targets in employee hiring. But I just want to say the difference in that is that we gave the director a plan to come back with how to make that possible, and never was the intention that in 3 years we want, you know, the board to be looking the way that our student population looks. We know that this kind of work takes a lot of time. You know, I talk about other institutions who have targets in place and they're great goals, but they're nowhere near their targets, but it's something they're actively working towards. So in the same spirit, I think, though I understand the spirit in which it's coming from, but this whole entire report is telling us why that's not possible at this moment. So I just, you know, I can't support the motion, though I, again, understand the desire.
Trustee Hastings.
So yeah, I'll end it on that note. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Suskandaraja. Trustee Hastings, did you want to speak on this item as well?
Yes and no. Sorry about that. I really like to have the higher number of fill rate. Why? We have a problem whereby we have really high absenteeism and our students are really, really suffering. So I'd like to fill that. I'd like to get the fill rate. 90% looks like it. And I thank you for that.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Trustee Pay, did you want to add anything else as the mover?
Point of order,
Yes,
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I think it's
Someone said point of
resource.
order. Who was that?
Me, Madam Chair. Did we pass a motion to extend the time?
No, we haven't. Can we have a mover and a seconder to extend the time a half hour?
Trustee Pay.
Okay, and Trustee Williams. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. To 11:45, well, 11:47. Any against? Okay, seeing none, that has carried. Okay, Trustee Pay?
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you very much. I really appreciate, my trustee friend share their thoughts about this thing. I think it's important that we need to set a target, because with our target, we don't know whether our plan is going to be a success or not. Also, I understand the managing director mentioned that we need more resources to get the absenteeism done. But the thing is, if we really need to spend resources, we need to do that. Why not? If we can drive down absenteeism, based on the calculation, we're saving $6.7 million per day. If we drive it down 4 days, we'll save $25 million for the board. How much resources we needed to do that? If we say we need $2 million, $3 million to do this, to achieve this goal, I think worth it. I don't think it's going to be that much. We have obligation as the public trustees to make sure the teacher is in the classroom, teaching the students skill and knowledge. Make sure they're going to have a bright future. That's our goal here. That's why we have this lengthy late night meetings. I really appreciate my trustee colleagues and all the staff tonight for spending time to discuss this very important issue here. I understand it's hard to go back what has happened originally if we can kind of get into habit. But I do want to address here, the pandemic is over for 2 years. We're pretty much back whatever and before pandemic. So I'm asking the board to spend 3 years to make it to come back to pre-pandemic number. Is very reasonable ask. I hope my trustee friend can really approve this. Make sure our kids, when they go to school, they get educated. They don't have second guess who the teacher going to be today or tomorrow. They can see that teacher. They can see that role model every day. They can see that leader every day. Can lead them for their bright future.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Please support me.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Seeing no further questions, we'll open the vote on this item. Any scribe?
Sriskandarajah against.
Just give us one moment until it's open on eScribe. The vote is now open.
Arts against.
Trustee Patel in favor.
Sean against.
Trustee Nunziata in favor. Hassan in favor.
Balaji Singh against.
Trustee Ghost in favor.
Trustee Lee, how do you vote? Trustee Lee, how do you vote? Okay, moving on with the agenda, we have the notice of motion. I'm sorry, we did that already. Remember we did that earlier? No, we did business arising, Trustee McLean. We did this as business, this was business arising. So right now we are on item number 8.2. This is the written notice of motion for consideration on cricket development. I'll turn the floor over to Trustees Shen and Sriskandarajah. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, is there staff available to speak on this item or answer questions on this item?
Through the chair, yes.
So maybe I can ask some questions before I make my comments. First, I wanted to ask, I know there were different numbers that were put forward by our delegates. I wanted to ask how many schools have participated in grade 7 cricket, grade 8 cricket, and high school cricket, and what percentage of schools that constitute. Anecdotally, we know, not anecdotally, word by word, I know that in my ward, out of 20 elementary schools, there's about 2 or 3 schools that participated, and I'm in the center of Scarborough. So I just wanted to get a sense of, and Trustee Patel was also speaking about his schools as well. So I wanted to get a sense of how many schools participated in the competition, inter-school competitions.
So through the chair, I'm just going to have to look that particular data up because our phys ed staff is not fully available this evening.
Not a problem. I think that's something to maybe follow up with. The other question is around also the questions. One of the delegates also mentioned that many teachers actually do use different sports, including cricket, to fulfill the objectives, different strand objectives. And if there is a data on how many schools or how many phys ed, teachers use cricket as part of their school curriculum.
And through the chair, that wouldn't be data we would actually collect because individual teachers actually engage in utilizing it for curriculum in different ways. As a system, we actually don't collect that data specifically.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe I think I would probably want to start with some comments then. It's been an interesting journey around cricket within the work I do as a trustee and as somebody who works in the community to promote the sports. We are in a situation where a lot of the Scarborough schools, as Trustee Patel mentioned, were driven by a large number of newcomers in the 90s, 2000. Lots of cricket happened, and now there seems to be a bit of a gap. There are great teacher coaches some of them were there doing amazing work, but they're not there in every school. They're there in wherever they are, and they're doing what they can. Actually, they're doing more than what they can, going beyond to promote cricket. But I do think a strategy is necessary for us to give the seriousness that this sport deserves. It's often treated as more of an exotic thing to do, or like some fancy stuff in some places, but not necessarily. One of the reason could be that we don't have enough people who understand the sports in the phys ed teaching side to do that. So that's why I think a strategy that complements some parent volunteers, as some high schools have actually found parent volunteers to help with coaching, where the teacher advisor is present. The other thing is resources around equipments. To have a grade 6 team and a grade 8 team, so grade 5, 6 and grade 7, 8 team, they will need 2 sets of equipment. It'll cost about $1,000 for 1 set of equipment. And sometimes I'm finding that I'm trying to help them directly from my own money, or I'm trying to get alumni from that school to give, because most of the time the schools are also saying that they don't have that resources. Access to field is the other thing. I live in an area, high South Asian population, good interest in cricket, but we have a city park that has a sign that says no cricket playing allowed, with a sign with a cricket ball and bat, stigmatizing the sport. Whereas there's a baseball diamond there that hasn't been used for the 12 years I've lived in that area. So this is the reality of the sport is facing. It has inequities, and it's important to have a structural way to address this, to have the resources that are necessary to be able to support the capacity building that's necessary. And I know some of the delegates were apprehensive or concerned about potential external bodies that might impact how organic this happens at the school level. I understand that concern, but I also think that federal government, provincial government could come further in trying to build support, because they have invested money and they haven't directly invested it within school board. They have actually sometimes given it to external organizations. So those levels of government could potentially be involved as well. And having batting cages and practice nets and other things in our schools, that doesn't take a lot of space. So it is something that is glaringly facing a lot of inequities despite the growing numbers. I would like to have more support for this. So that's why I'm proposing this motion. Thank you, Trustee Sri Skandaraja, for seconding it.
Trustee Suskandaraja, as the seconder, did you wish to comment? Okay, we'll move on in the speakers.
Sorry. Yes, no, just thank you, Trustee Shan, for this motion. I think it's very important. And just as he brought up, I think it's an important point, the stigmatization that still surrounds it. I often get complaints, and it's often coded. And I don't think it would necessarily be the same if it was kids playing soccer, baseball. So I think growing the sport will help destigmatize it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think Associate Director Salmon wishes to add.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, just in respect to the question with respect to the leagues that TDSB runs, what we have is we run a total of 31 boys teams and 11 girls teams. We permit 3 pitches for our league, and the City of Toronto has around 27 cricket pitches within the city parks. There is a challenge around access to these particular pitches, and we are, my understanding, the sport is growing, but there's also a challenge with respect to access to appropriate facilities, and always a need for greater expertise when it comes to coaching. Although there is, as outlined this evening, there are coaches who are supporting other coaches in the process of development, but that's just the information the trustee had asked for. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I only have one question of clarification. One of the delegates, Mr. Mahendra, who's the teacher at the board, said that we have sent 70 schools from Eastern who are participating. Do we have a list of those schools?
So through the chair, I think that we would need to actually go back directly to the physical education department with respect to specific numbers, because certainly this evening I've heard contradictory numbers and certainly different from some of the numbers that I've been provided through our phys ed department. So I think that would be something we'd need to do just for accuracy purposes. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I can wait for that. And to you, Madam Chair, do we know, can I know the staff members who are actively on the team of promoting cricket at TDSB?
So through the chair, when you say the people who are actively promoting cricket, at this point in time, it's cricket runs through the centrally coordinating principal, and those and staff report up through her when it comes to physical education. So, and we also then have conveners of different sports that effectively also convene the actual sports, and cricket is one of the key sports. Those would be the individuals that are actively engaged in facilitating the organization of cricket within our system, and also supporting the expansion vis-a-vis the actual coaches. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Pei?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want, first make a comment, then ask maybe one or two questions to the mover and the seconder. First, I really appreciate the mover seconder, move this motion. Although I don't play cricket, but I do love sports. When I was little, I used to be amateur, a diver, and I used to compete with some athlete who eventually went down to Olympic game and won the Olympic championship. So I love sports, and I do appreciate that cricket is a very popular sport in South Asian countries, and I think it's so important for all the kids who love sports to get involved in sports and to understand this sport, because as I understand, is not only as a physical sports, but also is more like intellectual sports, just like baseball. So I think if we can really expand the program among the board, and not only, I don't know whether this sport is being played at downtown areas, or certainly I haven't seen any cricket team in my ward. I wish maybe the board can consider to at least expand at least one team in each ward. I understand there are 29 teams, but I don't have any team in my ward. So I hope in the future there will be some team at my schools and my ward, so I can get the student engaged into this beautiful game. So I fully support this motion, but I do have a 1-2 question to ask the mover. For the item AI, the mover asked, consider initiating a formation of time-specific volunteer group within TDSB to view the status of cricket within the board and provide a recommendation. So I just want to understand what do you mean time-specific volunteer? And the second question is, who are giving me the membership for this group or formation of this group? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, am I able to respond?
Yes, you may. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So time specific in the sense it doesn't have to be a permanent working group. It could be a working group for a year or 2 years or 6 months, whatever period that the director and associate directors and any senior staff that might see appropriate. Volunteer in the sense it's not a formalized committee of the board, and those things take time and it takes a lot of administrative and becomes too bureaucratic. I think what we envision between me and the seconder is something that is ad hoc committee of staff. Maybe trustees could be asked to give input, whatever may be the format, just to quickly get a status update on how many teams, where are they distributed. Like, we don't really have those information readily available. They're not properly assembled. So and then also talk to people like the ones that can delegate and others to come up with recommendations to the board.
So my next question, who's really in charge of this formation of volunteer group? Are trustees or staff? Is any particular people who are really in charge of the formation of this volunteer group? Just make sure is inclusive to teachers, volunteer coaches, parents, and maybe students.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. I was at City Council a few years back when I moved the similar motion to get the city started on this process. And right now, as a result, they have a city cricket reference group that continues to function. So a staff-led committee should be enough, according to what I think, to initiate this and to go forward. But there's some sort of a system-wide leadership that is provided by staff to engage in this to kind of level the playing field for this sport. So I don't envision this to be a trustee process, because that does, obviously trustees have a lot of other things as a priority too. Whoever wants to contribute can contribute, but I think the staff would be able to lead this. And again, it's going to the director, and the director and the senior staff might come up with other methods, but I do think it could be similar to what happened at the city a few years back, and then now they have developed a strategy around access to fields, and they have strategy around cricket development that's come out of it as well.
Thank you very much, Trustee Shan. My next question is is you said is in both stand A and B of the physical education curriculum. Can you elaborate on what the stand A and B?
So this is something that I might have to ask the staff to elaborate on. This was something that the staff gave input onto. I did run the motion by some of the staff members, some of the people who are involved in physical education related activities. So I don't know if this is something associate director or someone from the staff may be able to expand on.
So thank you, and through the chair, yes, ideally those within the physical education area would be more inclined to be able to respond. When we look at actual curriculum, it's for the phys ed area, it's broken down into different strands, and different strands really talk about different areas that need to be covered within the curriculum, and that's what the actual reference is to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My next question, oh, sorry.
The idea is to have it as part of the phys ed curriculum, right? Right now, my kids go to a school, again, as I said, has heavy popularity for cricket, but the phys ed curriculum does not have that. They have a cricket class team, but not as, they play ultimate frisbee and all the other things, but not cricket. So having it as part of one of the strands to introduce to the all the students is what that is. Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Chan. My next question would be you're talking about collaboration with other level of government and cricket-related organization. Could you just name a few regarding which level of government you tended to collaborate and what cricket organization you intend to work with?
Thank you, Trustee Pei. It's not for me to decide on that one, but I can give you some examples. The City of Toronto is, as you know, is developing a cricket strategy, and as one of the delegate mentioned, it is actually on the agenda for City of Toronto and TDSB, the partnership committee, and then provincial government has given money to Ontario Cricket Association, Ontario School Boards Cricket Association as well, and there could be more collaboration because I know the current premier has been really keen on promoting cricket, and so there could be ways in which additional support could be obtained. As I mentioned earlier, when I was driving back from New York, Cricket Canada is now playing the World Cup, and there's a lot of investment happening around Cricket Canada as a federal body. Just like, Swim Canada would be doing some of those work along with our students, some like, Basketball Canada's basketball. So bringing that into our schools to provide additional resources, and I in a way that it doesn't take away the local leadership of our educators to run this stuff, but it still brings some of the resources like equipment or access to field, maybe even having, as one of the delegates mentioned, having international players, Canadian players come and visit the schools. Those type of activities would be partnerships that I'm thinking would be beneficial. But again, these are very operational. The intent of the motion is to give it the scale and the scope and the importance and the attention that it deserves, and hoping that things will flow from there.
That's amazing. I really appreciate it. I just heard the news that our Canadian team won their first game in the World Cricket, game, which is amazing. Hopefully, is this program, maybe we can produce some national levels players and represent Canada in the future. Thank you very much, Trustee Shan and Trustee Srikandraja for moving this motion. Thank you, and thank you.
And Trustee Shen, Trustee King. Okay, so you know what? Can I have 15 minutes to extend, unless we can be done in 4 minutes? Okay, we're going to try and do it. Trustee King, go ahead.
you through you, Chair. Thank you, trustees, for the motion. I think you all know very much I'm supportive in this realm in terms of what sport and physical activity does for students. I thought it was just a really interesting point that was made by one of the delegates about the parent and family engagement as well in terms of more of a community sense of belonging. So I just wanted to highlight that because I think that's an important part of what we're trying to achieve in terms of just the families and parents as partners and building community that's broader than just the school itself. I'm very supportive, particularly of AI, which really explores the accessibility. With part 2, or II, I was just curious because we heard from the delegates earlier that there is a working group formed through CUSAC. I just wanted to get a sense from the movers of if they think that this is something that could be built on and integrated, or if they're seeing the need for something that's separate and distinct from what's happening in that group. And then just before you answer that on III, I think it would be helpful if when staff come back with ways to explore adding into the curriculum, that we also get a better understanding of how sports are represented through those curriculum now. It's my understanding that there are areas where cricket is already integrated into the curriculum expectations and used as an example in some of the broader skills that are being built in physical activity rather than specifying the specific sports that are engaged in. And I think it would just behoove us all to have a better understanding of how that's actually structured and then how this might fit in there as well. So just quickly, I just wanted to hear from the movers what their thoughts were on the group and the conversation that's already started and whether or not they're looking for something distinct or added to that. And those are just all of my questions.
So if I may, through you, Madam Chair, the concern is that whatever is happening right now is not adequate. People who are in those spaces might feel that they're doing what's best in their capacities, but we know the amount of students and families that are interested in cricket is much larger than what we are offering. In fact, I was at a school where the vice principal's mother was one of the prominent Caribbean cricketer. And so we come across stories not just from South Asia, a lot of stories from the Caribbean, and also from, Canadian cricket team is one of the most diverse national teams for Canada when you look at all the different sports. So I think the potential is not being reached. So I would say starting with a higher level group that includes all the different groups that are already active still, not leaving people out, but I don't think we need to stick to what is already existing. We need to probably think big and bring people together from all different sources. Some might be looking at it from a space point of view, some might be looking at it resource, some might be looking at it from a newcomer engagement point of view. So whatever work may be the case, they would be able to bring that group together. So I think my vision through this motion is much bigger than what's currently existing. Doesn't mean it leaves out what's existing, but builds on it. And in terms of the strands, there's a typo. It says stand, but it should say strands. And yeah, it's more along the lines of how do we make sure that people who wish to have cricket as part of their phys ed to achieve those objectives and the expectations in the curriculum can do so with the support of the school board.
Thank you, Trustee Shan. I appreciate your thinking and your perspective on this. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, and then Vice Chair Shen, do you have anything further to add?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just to add that it'll be good to have a bit more staff. I didn't expect if there's any more that staff can add to the feasibility of this motion as well would be helpful. But what I'm hoping is that this particular motion is looked at it from multiple layers, including a perspective of equity, community engagement, newcomer engagement, diversity, but also sports. And one of the things I'll mention that we had Tim Stone, who came earlier, I think. There's a school in East York called Hosburn Public School, and it's not a historically cricketing community that lives there, but because the coach is so passionate, they have one of the strongest women's cricket team out of that school, coming out from people whose grandparents were not exposed to cricket as much as the girls that are playing and doing so well. Same thing, in Sir Alexander Mackenzie, Sam in Scarborough. A lot of students from Chinese communities are involved in cricket because there's a coach that is doing this. So it is not just about catering to people who already play it. It's about expanding and giving people who might not traditionally associate with the sports that are already present, giving additional option and building a community around it as well. So I hope I can get the support for the motion, but also get the support of the staff to keep moving on this quicker. Thank you.
Okay, can we have a motion to extend for 10 minutes, please? A mover, Williams and King, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that is carried. Trustee Hassan, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Through you, Chair. I love the motion. Just a quick question for Trustee Shan. And I would like to ask pretty much with this development of cricket in our schools, I think it'll be a great addition to model schools. My question is, are there any considerations related to the steep cost and how to make this accessible so that kids from other schools joining teams with different schools and how that would work?
Thank you, Trustee Hassan. I think that's covered in the first one. Hopefully, when the director and the formation of the work group, they look at both availability and accessibility. Accessibility, one of the things is it's not as expensive as hockey, but it's still the one-time equipment purchase that sometimes the schools use for over a few years. It's not it's an investment that's worth. But like you said, it's something that not only the equipment cost, but also the accessibility of the fields to do the practice and so on, because the window of time when the weather is good is very narrow. So making sure that we have enough accessibility of the field space is also important as well. So and sometimes if it's from city, we have to pay certain amount of money as well. So hopefully those things are considered to have more people join. Finance doesn't become a barrier. And as one of the members talked about, there are lots of clubs that kids go to. My kids go to club as well, the cricket club outside school. Those are expensive, and not everybody would be able to afford that as well. And so having more free programming in school would be a critical way to expand the sport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've come to the end of our speakers list. So we have a mover and a seconder already. So once the item is up on the screen through eScribe, we'll start voting.
Trustee Shan in favor.
Sriskandaraj in favor.
Hassan in favor.
Trustee Ghosh in favor.
Radical Singh, I'm in favor.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Trustee Patel in favor.
Trustee Williams in favor. Trustee Goes, how do you vote?
I said in favor.
Thank you.
That has carried. Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder for adjournment, please? Thank you, Trustee Williams, Trustee Hastings, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That has carried. Thank you, trustees. And thank you to all the staff. This was a very long meeting. Thank you for all of your patience. I know many of you were here through all of it, and you know, it's long, and we've got a lot of long nights. So thank you for all your work, and everybody
night.
for their great questions tonight. There were a lot of good questions. And thank you to the behind the scenes staff. I know Eddie Lou's here, Mandrika's here, Denise, thank you very much, as well as Manshu. You make these meetings run seamlessly, so thank you.
Okay, good night. Thank you. We appreciate all of you.
Yes, and thank you, Trustee Williams, for helping me tonight.